Hello, welcome to the Fearless Formulation Collective. We have an amazing day set up for you all today. We have an educator from Ireland, Australia, Atlanta, Georgia, and me, myself, and I from St. Pete Beach, Florida. Technology is absolutely amazing. It is such a gift during this time that all of us have been in and out of lockdown. Our first educator, Justina, is still in lockdown. She has been since Christmas. So she is so excited to be here to share with all of you her love and passion for hair color. The reason for this collective event is for us to share our passion and love for all things, both color and education. We have all had a lot of success in this amazing industry, and we've had that success because we understand how hair color really works. We understand that formulation should not be as complicated as we have been made to believe that it is. I know for my presentation, I'm going to be breaking a lot of the myths that we've been taught since beauty school and are still being taught right now. If we attend certain education events, we're still being taught those exact things that simply may not be true, or there may be a better way to do it. So I don't want to waste a lot of time because Justina is amazing and has a lot to share with you. But I've had a lot of people reach out to me and say, is this 1 o'clock or 6 o'clock? No, it is 1 o'clock until 6 o'clock. And if I know us, we'll probably go a little bit over. I've gotten notes from people saying, I'm not going to be able to make it. I'm going to the dentist. So don't stress if you're not here live. You will be able to watch the replay. Some of our educators have asked that we take down the replay after 2 weeks. So if you are excited about seeing all of the educators and all of the education, be sure to watch the replay as soon as possible before it gets taken down. One of our educators' presentation, she charges a lot of money for, so she wants to make sure that, it's not up forever because it's an ongoing class of hers. So we have so many generous things being sent your way completely free. This is a passion project. We are all fueled and paid by passion. We're not here to sell you anything. We're here to share and help you in your journey as colorists. So without further ado, I would love to welcome to the stage Justina. I'm not going to attempt her last name. It's a big one. Hello, gorgeous. How are you?
Hi.
So excited to see you. And I am going to duck out of here and it's all you. You take the stage and I will jump back in when we're ready for our next presenter. So enjoy your time and share away.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Welcome to today's event. It is a great pleasure to be here, first of all. So who am I and what I am doing in my, everyday salon life? So I'm a salon owner for past 11 years, but mainly and mostly I am the colorist. So most of our clients, 99% of our clients, are either color corrections or global blonding or some kind of form of a blonding work. Now, we only do colors, cutting, and keratins. Treatments, we don't do any upstyles, we don't do any bridals. So in the last 8-10 years, really, we worked on ways to make our work easier behind the chair, especially when it comes to blonde and blonde becoming so popular where everybody comes in and wants my hair. And that's a bit difficult. So I'm here today to maybe introduce you to a way to make your color corrections, blonding services much more easier. A blueprint for going into work, knowing that you have a difficult task to accomplish and going in behind the chair confident that you can actually do that. So the one rule that we have in our salon is, first of all, consultation is always with Strand testing. We find that people sometimes call into the salon to make your appointment, and they're coming in, they're wanting to book in for a color, not realizing that going blonde is not really coloring service. So we tend to separate our blonding services from the color services. So we treat it totally separate and totally different. So the way I do my consultation is, if we'll say someone comes in to book in and want a blonding service, I will strand test them there and then. And then accordingly, depending on how that strand test comes out, we would then set either a hair plan or we would set the appointment. So I know in various places you do strand testing differently. So I know people do it on the head, some people do it off the head. We like to do it off the head. We just nip a little bit out of the hair from the back, somewhere where you cannot see it, with the thinning shears or, very sharp scissors. Just gently take it off, put it into foil, put a little tag on it with your date, your name, and what have you used on that particular hair. So what I would do, I would probably use exactly the same what I would use on the client the day of the appointment. Which means that if I want to highlight or if I want to lift, I use the same formula. So I apply it on, leave it 15 minutes, open it up, close it back again, check it, give it a half an hour, rinse it out, and then tone if necessary. So doing it off the head gives you a full control. You can do it in your evening time. You don't have to do it through your work time. You can do it easily, off the hours. At least once it's done, you have a full visual of what that hair will turn into. Is it lifting enough? Is it stretchy? Is it taking the lift evenly? Is it good? Is it breaking? Is there a damage? So we have trained all our customers that whoever wants a big color change needs to get their strand test done. Also, I think it is a form of an insurance for you because, when you have a client in your chair and she explains to you what she wants or she shows you the picture of what she wants, not always you can guarantee the work, obviously, because we don't know what's in that hair. We don't know the build-up, the maintenance, what kind of hair care is being used at home, what has been done to that hair. Asking client really, what have you used in your hair for past year, even knowing whether it was a salon color or was it a box color. We still don't know what the reaction is going to be. And sometimes people have a tendency not to tell the truth because they want the service done. They, in their heads, they're coming in for this particular, work, and they will gonna turn into this beautiful blonde head, preferably in 2 hours. So doing the strand test really and having it there for their initial appointment is like an insurance, because what they see is what they get, because it is not your skill, nor is the product. It is how much that hair is willing to take, how much that hair is willing to lift. And I think when you say to your client, oh, it's going to take so many sessions, we can't do it in a one go, it's a process. They know it, but they might think, oh, she doesn't want to do it. She doesn't know how to do it. But once you have that strand test, you have the visual. So you can sit next to her, open the foil up and say, okay, so this is the result you're going to get in a one session today or whenever your appointment is. And that way she can visually see it, look at it, say, I like it or I don't like it. So you have two options here. Either you can put her into a different path and say, listen, this is what you're going to get. And either you're gonna, work with me and give your 50% of work and help me out here, bringing you to your goal, or just take a different path. Usually, when you show someone this strand test, they're quite happy with what they're seeing. Now, if it's a case where you do the strand test prior, we'll say a week prior or 2 weeks prior to the initial appointment, you are in a win-win situation. Because the day you do that strand test and you assess that hair, now it takes 10, 15 minutes max, the whole consultation plus the strand testing. you have something to fall back on, that you're not taking it out of your head. You're not saying it because, you think it's not going to work out. You actually have a proof there. And usually they're very happy. So if you do it 2 weeks before or a week before, and you assess the hair, what you can easily do is, what I do is I have a little plastic containers, and I usually give them a tiny bit of clarifying shampoo. I don't charge for it. To me, it makes my life easier because I know when they'll come back, that hair will be free of so much buildup. So, I instruct them on how to use it, when to use it. So when they come in, their hair is already clarified. And also, that kind of brings you back to the saying, under promise and over deliver. Because when that hair is clarified once, twice, or 3 times within a week, what you see in your strand test, you can be nearly guaranteed that you will be able to push it a little bit further, and it's going to come out a bit lighter. So it takes so much out of your work that you would have to carry out the day of the service. So to me, strand testing is super important. It doesn't matter whether you tone the hair down, whether you want to change the color, check the pigment, how does it lift. Strand test would always, tell you the truth. So you'll be ready for whatever comes your way. So, you don't have to worry. You don't have to stay in, overnight thinking, oh my God, this one is coming in tomorrow and there's so much going on that hair. What am I going to do? You go in and you have your blueprint ready. Of course, another thing is not everyone can be blonde. And that's just being honest with the client. We have girls with super warm pigment, with hair that the texture itself of it, once it's lifted, it's chemically changed. So that hair just doesn't look good. It has a tendency to frizz. It has a different texture, and it just doesn't look good. Now, the cure for that is the keratin, some kind of a form of keratin or Brazilian blowout, just to smooth that cuticle down. But it's always going to be a struggle. So not everyone can be blonde, and I think being honest with your client is just so important, because in the end of the day, you want what is the best for your client. So really and truly working, one-to-one with blondes, it's different than doing a factory line work in the salon. Now, I would always recommend, if you do have a big job, big blonding job coming up, or a big correction, try to always book it first thing in the morning. So between 9, 10, whatever time you start, give yourself half an hour to get ready and let it be your first client. Because you never know what can happen. You always have to give yourself that extra window in the case that color lifts slower than you expected, or you need more time. It is way easier to do so when you're starting in the morning than when you're starting at 3 or 4 o'clock p.m. and you're already so many hours on your feet. Your body doesn't work the same way, your mind doesn't work the same way. So I think very important is, if you have some heavy lifting or heavy blonding to do, is to do it, first thing in the morning. I suppose also, it is not the formula. So many people ask about on forums or whatever. They ask, oh my God, what will I mix to get this, or what will I mix to get that? The formula is very important, but also you do know that you can have a one formula, the same mix, the same developer, and you put it on 3 different heads, and the result will be completely different. So I suppose having that kind of a formula on hand, always 1 or 2 good ones, it's always a great idea to have. But sometimes it's not the formula that causes the problem, it is the actual hair. So again, I suppose if you advise your client as well, our job is to educate them. If someone comes in with a dark hair and wants to be blonde, and you are well able to do the work for them and to get them blonde, that's half of a battle. Because the client needs to realize that by changing that hair to blonde, you're changing completely the structure of it, which means that the way that you style the hair, the way that you wash your hair, the way that you dried your hair or straighten your hair will not work any longer due to the very simple fact that you're dealing with different hair. That's why so many girls go into blonde, wear it maybe for a month or two, and then they say, oh my God, my hair is damaged, it's dry, it does nothing for me, I'm going back to dark or whatever color. It is just the lack of knowledge how to deal with that hair. So I think we do have to educate our clients as well and make them aware that when they're going blonde, it will be a totally different world when it comes to everyday working and everyday styling that hair. So of course there's comes the product recommendations. Preferably if they want to go blonde, they need to have time, resources, patience, and willingness to work with you to get them through their goal, but also to upkeep it. So most of my clients, if it's a global lightening, I can only guarantee the results, constant results, that they're going to come out with the same color only if they will come back to me every 4 to 5 weeks. Anything after, it becomes difficult because the root is big, the new growth is bigger, it's starting to harden, and it's much harder to lift. So I suppose that would be another thing to make them aware that, you know, this is something that's going to happen. So I think another thing, another tip when it comes to blonding is to being chemically correct from the beginning. So knowing how lightener works and that it is the most aggressive tool in our arsenal, really, and what it does, that it is designed to eat out the pigment from the hair rather than put the pigment in, as it happens with the color. We have to treat that hair differently already when we're processing that hair. So what I would usually do is when you have the lightener on, the lightener comes off, the hair is being shampooed. Usually what I would do is I would do a anti-porosity treatment just before I would apply a toner. Or you can, the anti-porosity product that I use, you can also mix it with your toner. So when you have the hair opened up, you should really use a post-color shampoo to minimize and to cut down the action of the bleach completely. Then you fix the porosity. Like I said, either with your toner or separately. Then you apply your toner and then you close that cuticle. So I would use an acid conditioner, which is very low pH. I think it's 3.9, and that allows to seal that cuticle back again together after that chemical processing. I have noticed that if you skip that step, that being chemically correct, so you use alkaline product that swells the cuticle and you do not close that cuticle down, that hair is not the same. The toner fades quicker, obviously, toner fades quicker, but the overall condition of the hair isn't great. So that would be something that I always advise. To have a good shampoo or a good post-color or a good acid conditioner, something that will shut that cuticle after any type of a service. Now, to keep that hair healthy, most of my clients, 90% of my blonde clients, would get, like I said, a keratin, form of a keratin or a hair Botox done. Now, it is more healing treatment rather than smoothing or straightening system with keratin. Why we tend to advise the keratin treatment with the blonding services. First of all, if somebody has very unruly hair and has a tendency to straighten it a lot, there will be breakage. And especially if they're going from dark to blonde, as we said earlier, that, everything changes, the hair care changes, the way you style it, the way, you dry it and you straighten it changes. So we want to avoid that. I want to make sure that my client won't go home and won't try to over straighten and damage that hair with the heat. And getting a keratin done not only reduces the frizz and the curl and, unnecessary, especially around their face, um, but it also allows for them to go home and have 3 or 4 months of stress-free hair. So that hair looks great, it is shiny, it is pliable. They don't have to apply any heat tools to it because it looks great. So it saves that hair in the long term. And we have girls that went from shoulder length hair, brittle, very dry and dull, to an armpit, nearly a boob length of the hair that they could never done before because that hair would be always breaking from over straightening it. So I suppose that would be another thing that you could consider, adding that to your services to make sure that your blondes always look fabulous and healthy and shiny. So that's another thing. I suppose the one thing always that we look at as well, and Elaine, first time when I said it, she was kind of like, okay, I didn't hear that, what keratin treatment is. We do tend to kind of choose the keratin dependent on the hair, but there is a good brand you can get. Like, we use 3 or 4 different brands, but there's a Coco Choco, there is a Lisa Design, there is one out of Matrix, it's very good. So it really depends on what hair you're applying it onto. Now, there is a good, if I remember, I will actually drop the Healing Botox Keratin treatment, a picture of it, down into the comment section after on the Facebook, and you can actually trace it down. So the keratin is amazing. It really, if it's used properly and if it goes on the right hair, it can change client's life. So this is amazing. Also, going back to the subject, sorry for answering, going back to the subject, this one I think is a great tip all over, and it is called hot or cold. So when you're applying lighter on hair or on the scalp, obviously we all have different body temperature. So there's some people that are naturally warm, and it could be 10 degrees outside and they'll come in with short sleeve, all pure rosy and just lovely and warm. And then there is people who are naturally cold, and they're sitting there rubbing their hands together, always heavy blankets or heavy coats. And noticing that, you will realize, okay, if she's naturally cold or if she's naturally hot, that product will work differently. Now, fair enough, nowadays, the outside, external kind of temperature is not that much of a problem because most places we have aircon. So the temperature is kind of set, to a certain temperature, and it's fine. So we don't have to worry about that. But a good way also of checking if somebody's warm, naturally hot, or naturally cold is when you're checking their hair, when you're, doing the touchy-feely, just put your hand at the back, the base of their head, and just feel it. When you're kind of going around, don't only touch the hair, don't kind of go here and just touch the scalp. So you instantly know whether that person emanates, because most of the heat comes out through the head, obviously. So you will instantly know whether that person, the heat output is tremendous. And that lightener, yeah, we do the same day of the lightening. We can do highlights and the keratin. We can do the global bleaching toner and the keratin. You see, depends what keratin do you use, because there is a pure keratin, and then there is a straightening, smoothing system with keratin, which will be a straightening system. So I wouldn't advise that after any chemical services, at least 2 weeks of a break. But the keratin that is healing, it's mainly organic or natural derivative. You can actually use it the same day, and at least that hair is perfect. It is absolute wow factor for the client when she leaves the salon. But like I said, I will drop down, check back again after the live is over, And I will pop the pictures of what we use, descriptions of the product. So you can actually, check it out and see what it is and, read about it more. And maybe you'll find something that you can add extra and create extra revenue, for yourself, because it's always a bigger ticket when you do, your color and your keratin. But going back to the hot and cold, so you know yourself when somebody is warm and hot, you're gonna either have to adjust the volume of the developer because they will cook instantly. And I mean it. There's the type of people you can't leave for 30 minutes, apply it, leave it 30 minutes and just walk away and say, oh, I'm gonna do something in the meantime. No, you're literally out there with them. So everyone has hot patches as well. It might not be all over. It might be just the back, of the head. Some people go through menopausal, or, some people have hormonal issues or thyroid issues or whatever issues they have. You'd usually, you'd feel them hot patches somewhere. So obviously, if you have a cold person, naturally cold person, you might expect that lightener or that product to develop a little bit slower. You might have to add a bit of heat or cap certain section, or just bump up your developer. It depends on the hair. But again, you have to kind of feel it out. You have to suss it out. Now, another thing that is lovely to look always for, it's, when people come in, I call it warm or cool. So we're naturally either more towards the warm or towards the cool. Of course, there comes your skin tone, there comes your eye color, and, the color of your vein, what kind of a nature are you? But what good tip is, you might buy a cheap 2 scarves, silk scarves, one in gold and one in silver. And when someone comes in and asks, and sometimes people come in and they're like, oh, I want an ashy blonde. Now, most of the women that come in and ask for ashy blonde, they don't want ash hair. They just want a clean, light blonde. That's what they see as ashy. They really don't want that, because ash can be very dull. It doesn't reflect the light. So it's an early darker shade of blonde, even though it's cool. So the girl sits in and she says, oh, I want my hair ash blonde. But you look at her and all her jewelry, all her accessories, and her clothes or her color scheme is warm. So if you set them 2 scarves, fit one first and then fit another one, and just see how her face changes, her skin color. Is she look lit up? Does she look amazing and awakened, or does she look dull and blunt with the color? So usually when you say to someone, okay, you want ashy hair, but all your accessories, you're wearing a yellow gold, which is warm, your clothes are all warm. Now you can still do the service, and she probably will gonna love it for the color itself. But she will be back sooner or later, because it's going to be too bright, too cool, too white, too light. So I think that's another thing that you have to kind of, suss out. Just see, okay, she wants this, but does she really want this? Also, when it comes to seeing colors differently, when people send you a picture on your phone, will say inspo pic, oh, I would like to have this, or I would like to have that. My best advice would be, on the day of the service, ask the person to see the same photo in their own phone. Because I can guarantee you that with the different phones people having, the actual display resolution can be totally different. So what you see in your phone might look totally different in their phone. So I always ask them, can you please, find that picture and show it to me on your own phone? And then when you compare it, you'll be like, oh my God. So I would actually be going in, doing this while she wants that, especially with reds, off-shade coppers, all that can be very tricky. Blondes, some look warmer, some look cooler again. So I always advise, have a look on their own phone. So what else? Being able to say no. I think that comes with time. And I think that's where your Strand test is so important. Because when you refuse a service, you have to have a good grounds for it. People say to me, oh, when I teach, or, when we're doing 101 or whatever, and oh my God, I don't have time for strand testing. And I always say to them, but do you have time to be spending your own time after hours trying to fix something that did not turn out exactly as you hoped for? Do you have time for lengthy and costly lawsuits? Do you have time for worrying and stressing and the multitude of text that comes up? I'm not happy, you've done this and I expected that. So again, the strand test will give you a total control over, what can you do and who can you do? So being able to say no, at least, we had clients, I had girls walking in for their appointments. And the hair looked quite good. It looked naturally light and kind of in a good condition. And, I would say, oh, you know what, just strand test it. And, the hair would literally stretch and melt and dissolve in a foil after 15, 20 minutes. So we had loads of girls leaving the salon crying. Some were crying because they were disappointed, but they had their head plan. So I said to them, okay, listen, that happened today, but if you follow the rules and if you follow the steps that I will, give to you today, in 2-3 weeks time, we might be able to re-strand test it and see, can we get you where you want to be? And usually it works, because when they see physically the damage in their hair and how bad it is, and you see, it is not only that it's going to happen in my salon, that it's gonna, I cannot do it. Whatever product you will apply, wherever else you will go, it'll be exactly the same result. It's just that hair cannot take it. So we had some girls that would be leaving the salon disappointed, but they had their hair plan, so they had something to look forward to and build that hair up first so we can work with it. But we also had girls who were leaving the salon and they couldn't be more grateful, because we saved them. That day when we strand tested that hair and we said no, we saved that hair. We did not jump into it and say, oh yes, let's do this, it's gonna be gorgeous, and halfway through it, you're thinking, oh my God, this is not going, oh my God, now I'm halfway through it and that hair isn't good. It's, it's not doing what it should be doing. So again, having that strand test done, it just takes so much pressure off you, because people will find any excuse, okay, yeah, I want my hair done now, I want this and I want that, my friend got it done somewhere and it worked out, but you're not your friend. Your hair has been through so much, your hair needs this and that or that before you can go any further. So strand testing, guys, honestly, it will change your game. It's your blueprint. It is something that you have there. You know exactly, once you walk in, you know exactly what you're walking yourself into. There's no surprises. There's no guessing. So I'd say if you want to implement anything that will change your blonding game, is the strand testing. Also, I would say have a playtime every so often if you have spare time, or if you can, if you're cutting a long hair to a shorter length or whatever, just take a snippet, put it into foil and play with it. See, lift it up to a certain point, see what kind of formulas, mix your formulas. Think, okay, can I put this and this together? And if I can, I'll apply it. What will it come out as? So I think playtime is very important, and I think we don't do that enough. We kind of set, ourselves into routine, and I apply and hope for the best. But I think with blondes, you really cannot do that, because it's just, it can go so wrong so quickly. So I think, like, if you strand test and if you create the plan for them, and if you be chemically correct, and if you have good products on hand. Now, of course, we have Olaplex, and we have the K18 now, which is a new thing. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm dying to do so. We have great products out there to help us out, but I think still going back to basics and strand testing is just the main thing that will absolutely save you. And I think as well with blondes, it is I call it's the quality over quantity. So, if you're doing a heavy blonding, like just be there for that person. Don't do 15 things and you have to be there, you have to watch it. Lightener works totally differently. Some people are on medication. Of course they won't tell you that. It might come out halfway through, your service or your processing. So I would always say kind of watch it. Um, you know, Also, what else? I have my notes here because there's loads to remember. So when it comes to recommendation for hair care, when it comes to blondes, what I like to do with my clients is I swap them. So they usually stick in with the same shampoo, but every time they're getting their new set, I will swap between a protein-based product, which usually be some kind of a form of a treatment, and the next set will be with the moisture. So I alternate them so they don't have to worry about that hair, and they don't have to worry what to buy next. And at least they get a month of this, we'll say a month and a half of moisture, and then a month and a half of protein. So overall, that hair is constantly being repaired and gets what it needs. Again, when it comes to formulation, guys, I suppose the playtime, that's the only thing. Because when you see on forums, people ask again, going back to saying, what will I use? We really don't know the history. We know nothing. We can only advise on what we see, but in the end of the day, we really don't know. So that's, again, when your strand testing comes, and that's supposed to be the first thing really that you do. Now, if you have any questions, drop them down so I can answer them for you. Now, I don't know, do you do in your salons the hair release form, or do you, get anyone to sign any documentation just in the case that something will happen, that you are, safe and secure? I do have a hair release form. Now, if I strand test it, and if I know that hair, if I know exactly what's going to happen, I wouldn't use it. But if there's someone that really is pushing for it, and that hair is so, and even after them 2-3 weeks, of the hair plan, person comes back and she's still adamant that she wants to get it done, I will then take out all the best arsenal of the products that we have and try to do it as best as I can for her. But she's going to have to sign a hair release form, so that she was notified and she was aware that there could be damage, that there could be, of course, to a point we would never want to, do someone's hair and cause a breakage or anything like it. But again, that strand test will tell you everything you need to know about that hair. Now, I had a case of a girl who has extremely strong hair. She changes her color. She's like a weather, one day this, one day that. So we decided to go blonde. We were lifting up from a deep kind of raspberry purple, and I have strand tested her, on 2 occasions. And when it was ready, after, the week or 2 of clarifying, when it was ready, we did a few bleach sessions in a one day. Now, of course, we did a platinum card, so it was not on her scalp, only when it was necessary. We touched up at the root, and we did have, we brought her up to a beautiful blonde. It was just clean. There was no trace of warmth or red. And we were amazed because the hair was absolutely, now she was all in for it. She said, listen, if it's not going to work out, I'm just going to shave it. But she shaves it every so often anyhow. And her hair was short, so I knew I can allow myself to do so. So we have done that. The blonde was beautiful. The color was fabulous. It was still shiny. It was still soft and pliable. And the same girl decided one day, now she'd grown her color out. It was all her natural. So she decided that she might get a perm. So she came in and she said, you know what? I'm thinking about getting a perm. I think we should strand test. And I said, you know what? That's a good idea. So we have strand tested her, and thank God we did. Because as much as her hair loves bleach, any form of lighter, with any, volume of peroxide. We were speaking as she was just standing next to me. So I took this snap of the hair and just wrapped it around the rod, put it into the bowl, poured the peppermint solution over it, and in the front of our eyes, it actually melted into nothing. Shriveled, crumpled, gone. And we were looking at it and our mouths were hanging. They were like, oh my God. So can you imagine me thinking it's natural hair? I could chemically process it to the nine and absolutely nothing is happening to it. And I would say, okay, let's just perm it and see. She would be left absolutely bald. It would all melt away. And we did restrand test because we were so shocked. I did a few different sections, and in every section that hair behaves exactly the same way. So it only shows you how careful you have to be. That something that visually looks good to the eye not necessarily will cooperate the way protein drop. You could, I suppose it depends on the product. It depends on the products that you're using. I will always say, follow the manufacturer's guideline, or if you go on forum, ask people, because sometimes people have funny use for different products, and what you never think of, you might come up with something. Somebody says, oh my God, use this, and you're like, oh my God, why I never thought. But what I put with my toner, I don't put in my lightener, but what I put in with my toner is my anti-porosity milk. The anti-porosity milk that I use, it's very versatile. So instead of you can use it as a mini treatment. So we'll say you have your lighter off, you shampooed the hair, you apply it in on a towel, dried hair, not necessarily wet, soaking wet, but just, damp. You apply it on 5 minutes, you rinse it out. And then it depends whether you apply your toner dry or wet. That porosity issue is fixed. So that hair is filled, there's no gaps. You know that the toner or whatever you put on that hair is actually going to nicely fit in and stay there. But the product that I use, the anti-porosity milk, it's actually out of Revlon. It's Revlon Techniques, and it is a small white bottle. It is amazing because you can mix it in once you have your developer and once you have your formula mixed, you can actually add it into your formula, mix it in and apply it. And while it is developing, it also fixes the porosity. So you kind of, as they say, what is my process for strand testing? Okay, so yeah, just finishing about the porosity. So it kind of does the job for you, really. So like I said, what I would do is I would take a foil, snip a little bit from somewhere of the back. It doesn't have to be a huge section. Some people I've seen on forums were like, oh my God, how can you cut out someone's hair, and leave a patch? You really don't, because it's just, you need a snippet. I put into foil, put a little sticker on the top, and process it exactly the same way you would process it on your client. So if you have a client and you're thinking, okay, I could do a 10 volume on her highlights with a lightener, such and such a lightener, I'm going to apply it on, and then I would tone. So you do exactly the same what you would do for that client on the day of her service. Now, also when it comes to pricing, when you have your strand test done, and on the top on that little sticker, so we say I would use, first go would be 10 volume and lightener, 30 minutes. I rinse it out. Now I don't blow dry it or blast dry it. I leave it to dry naturally, towel dry it and leave it. It's only a tiny strand, so it dries quite quickly. I leave it there, and then I look at it and I'd say, okay, it kind of doesn't look quite light to me, so I'm going to have to lift it again. So I'm going to lift it again. I'm going to lift it again with maybe 10 volume, 20. It depends what I need. So I lift it again. I rinse it out, let it to dry, and then I will apply my toner. But once you write it all down and your client comes in for their initial appointment, now sometimes I would get back to someone the same day. So we'll say if they come in the morning, I do their strand testing. I'd say to them, listen, just send me a quick text or a quick like or thumb up on the Facebook Messenger, whatever, DM me, and I will tell you what your result was like. Some people come back after 2-3 hours just to have a look at it. Is it even, going to happen? But when you actually approach your client with that strand that's ready, not even does she sees the color that she's going to be when, if she likes it and if she's going to go ahead with it. But also, you don't have to explain to her, it's going to take 3 processings and I'm going to have to charge you for each and every one, and it's going to be such and such amount, and then I have to use this and I have to. They can see it. They actually physically can see that it's going to take so many goes to get her from this to that. So there's no questioning, oh my God, why is it so expensive? Because I have to do all this to get you from where you are to where, I can bring you where you want to be. That might be, down the line. Now, again, sometimes, like I said, if you have a week in between, and you give them the clarifying shampoo, the result might be outstanding because they already have done so much work for you. So it's a great idea. I think it's just, it puts you at ease. It puts you at ease. You can just walk into work and be like, yeah, I know exactly what I'm doing. There's no stress. And at least if there's something wrong with it, you know it there and then. And it happens in the foil, not on their head. So like I said, strand testing for me, it was a huge game changer because I know exactly what I'm going to get every single time. And it doesn't take huge amount of time. It doesn't take any effort. It's just to kind of make that as your routine. If you were to use Olaplex antiperspirant, would that be enough? It could be enough. Now, me personally, to be honest, when I use Olaplex, I don't use it with the lightener. I prefer to use it as a standalone. So I prefer to lift and then to fix. Lift and fix. Lift and heal. So I will say if we are doing 2 double or triple process, sometimes you do a triple in a day. So if you lift and then you rinse and shampoo the lightener out, you can give her that standalone there and then. You can, do it as your last step before you close that hair with that acid conditioner to, pump everything into the hair while that cuticle is still open. Because that's when it's open and it's going to absorb the most of the nutrition and the healing rather than when the cuticle is closed. So I would prefer to use Olaplex somewhere in between of these services, so between the lightening and the toning. You can also add it to toner. Now, I did many times when I mixed my toner, I did Olaplex and porosity milk into it because they're all, they both do different things, but one doesn't contradict the other. So you can easily close it all in and then follow up with your number 2, rinse it out. And then you put your acid conditioner just to seal it all in. Now, unless you're doing a keratin treatment after. Which porosity? It is a Revlon anti-porosity milk, and it is a Revlon Techniques. Again, I will put the pictures down, so check up later on in the comments. I will put the keratin, and I will put the picture of the anti-porosity. It is not an now I've tried it all, girls and guys. I've tried sprays, I tried rinses, I tried everything for porosity, and I still if you have a spray, really and truly, you'd have to spray it wet and wait for it to dry. Now I know you have, I think Joico have the Damage Defy, I think that's the name of it. You can, and the K18 is the pre-service, kind of even now the porosity and whatever. But I still think you need something strictly for porosity because the working of the product is strictly to fix that issue and to fix that area. So I will put I promise I will, I'm writing it down as we speak because I will forget. So the Revlon pick, I put it down into the comments. You can check it up. You're definitely going to be able to get it wherever in the world you are. It is not expensive. It's not huge bottles. It's super economical. And the smell of it is divine. So I can even sometimes use it, when somebody naturally have a porous hair. In the blow dry, when they come in for the regular blow dry or for regular color, I just dash it in or just put it, like I said, in as a mini treatment, and that is lovely. No, I don't. I actually don't use Olaplex in my lightener. I tried it. I don't know what it is. I cannot put my finger on it. I don't know. I'm not a fan of putting it into the Olaplex, into the bleach, the Olaplex into the lightener. So I do prefer to do a standalone in between, or in maybe a week before or a week after, whenever I can physically to do it. I do it. Now, preferably the day of the processing, but I prefer to do a standalone. I just find that it gives more repair globally rather than just where the lightener is, because I want to kind of treat the hair whole rather than, I know that when you're toning you can add it in, but I think there's so many nicer ways of using it rather than putting it into the lightener. And to be honest, I think if you use a good product, so if you know your lightener well, that's why, again, I say your playtime. It took me probably 6 years to find a lightener that I love, and I know I can apply it on scalp. I can do whatever I want with it, and it's going to give me constant results. So I think, again, if you have a chance, or if you can get a sample, or even when you have a friend hairdresser and say, listen, what do you use? Will you send me some? Or even order some. You can order now small pouches of single-use lightener. Just have playtime and see. Some lighteners are too creamy, some lighteners can be gritty, some lighteners, and of course, one secret that I have to give out to you: the lighteners that I use mainly are purple, violet based. So I do not use a blue lightener at all, nor a white one. My lighteners are all purple or violet based, because I find that it neutralizes the yellow, if there's any yellow. It neutralizes it better, and also it doesn't deceive you. So with the blue lightener, very often when you do especially global lightening on the root, and you think it's ready, and you come off and you scrape it off, you're like, it's done. You'd always have to give it extra 15 minutes, always. With a violet based lightener, you don't have that issue. It's just, the pigment doesn't. What lightener do you use? So again, I'll drop the pictures. There is a one from Italian company. It's called a blueberry lightener, and it is a violet base. The company is called BES, Beauty and Science, and there's a small Italian, they're not that small, but they just kind of have a tendency to use different types of products than most of the companies. So I got that lightener totally by an accident, and once I used it, I fell in love with it. Again, I write it down. I'll drop the pic for you down. I don't think you're going to have any problem finding it, but I know there is another, I think it's called Blonde Solutions. It's a lightener. There is a fella on the Instagram, I think it's called Blonde Boss or Blonde Daddy, something like that, and he came up with his own formula, and it is a violet based lightener. Now, I suppose if you type it into Google and just see what's going to come up. Now, I have seen, yeah, they always sold out. I know, because I have the email from them as well saying that it will be hopefully in stock sometime soon. But again, it is violet based. So I suppose if you could put your hands on something that is violet based rather than blue based, you will find that you're going to get much better results. Yeah, same here. I'm just waiting. Whenever it comes up, I'm like, please tell me it has been launched. But I'm well jealous, because Elaine got her hands on the K18 set. So I'm dying to use that. So I'm dying to use it myself as well, but it's still not launched in Ireland. So we're waiting, and I was down to the distributor, and I was like, oh my God, people hurry up. Like, I'm in need. I need it in my life, like now. And they promised me I'll be first to find out about it, but still nothing happened. So I think, yeah, just continue to look for products. And also, listen, guys, if you find that, I think if you're trying to be good at everything, you will be good at nothing. And I always say that, and even I always say that to, the girls that I teach, or, the girls that I worked with, or, who I trained. I always say focus on a few things. It's the same thing that we did with our salon. We don't try to be good at extensions, curls, upstyles, eyelashes, nails, oh my God, color, cutting, everything. Just try to find what rocks your boat, and just master that one thing, two things, and you'll find yourself that your perfect client will find you, because you will be an authority, you will have credibility in what are you doing every single day. We have people who travel to get their, blonding services or color corrections, or for women who want to ditch the color at all and go natural. They're traveling to us 3-4 hours sometimes from different countries. Well, now not at the minute, but we have people traveling from different countries because they know exactly what they're coming in for. They know that we are doing what we're doing, and they know their results will be guaranteed. But again, we strand test every single time. So no strand test, no service, because I really have no time and nerves to be dealing with unknown, because the cost is too big, not even for me, but for the client, because if that hair is damaged, they were going to have to go home and they're going to have to deal with that. And remember one thing, that, once she's in your chair and you touch that hair, it is on you. It is always going to fall back on you. She won't go back and she won't say, to her friends, oh my God, my hair was kind of crap, but I really, really wanted that white. So I went in and, I pushed for it to be done and it's my fault. And, no, she's going to go out and she's going to say, oh my God, my hair is so damaged and whatever, so it doesn't matter what was in that hair before you. Once you touch it, it will fall back on you. So again, strand testing will always protect you from any type of situations like that, because you will know exactly what you have in front of you, and like I said, sometimes you'll be so surprised that sometimes you look at a hair and see there's no hope that's going to lift. There's no hope. And you apply it once, you apply it twice, and it is there and it's perfect. Just figure out the toner, apply it, and you see, at least if you have it in a foil and if you have time to work over it, even if you apply a toner and it really doesn't do what you hope is going to do, you can very clearly, easily, a bit of a bleach bath, or quickly, Malibu Sea or whatever, strip it out, apply a fresh one. And at least, like I said, before that client comes, you're ready, you're laughing, there's nothing to worry about, and if she's happy and you're happy, that is the most important thing. Toners, do you have any advice for me on pale blondes? I would say, again, playtime. I have, like I said, 2 or 3 formulas. So we'll say level 9, level 10, and level 11 that I have out of each group. I have figured out of my, own, the products that I have access to and the lines that I use. So I'd figure out like that, take 3 strands, lift them, and just mix this, and that, apply, and see what's going to happen. Because, every color line has a different working action, and we know that, and every color line is good for something different, for something else. One will be better for permanent coloring, one will be better for toning. There's so much on the market. So I suppose if you come out with a formula, so level 9s, come up with 3 nice level 9s, 3 level 10s, 3 level 11s, and use these only at the beginning. At least you will be sure that what you put on will turn out the way that you want to. Because like I said, again, every hair is different. If and of course, always tone up the level that you're at. So if you're at level 8 and you're going to apply level 9, maybe you'll get away with it. But if you'll apply level 10, that's not going to, it's only going to cost you time and worry. Do I have EQ shades? Love EQ shades. This is just one of the faves. I also use something that is called a zero ammonia, no, it's called a keratin color, and it is from the same company that does the lightener. And it is keratin based. It is very gentle. It's nearly sheery, kind of see-through. It doesn't have much pigment. But as a toner, it is gorgeous. But I always say formulate on the level that you are. And again, just have few favorites. You don't always have to come up with this massive idea. Oh my God, once you have that comfort of 3 of level 9, 8, maybe 8, 9, 10, 11, you'll be fine. But again, tone on the level. Also, I think, some young stylists, I think you can reach out to me, because I have a page, UK page, that I order from, because I cannot get it. I even tried to smuggle it from States. It didn't happen. But I am getting it from UK. So you'll have no problem ordering. Reach out to me after live, just DM me, and I will pass you on the page. You'll have no problem getting it. But yeah, definitely, what we have tendency to do when you start seeing warm in the hair, we try to kill it there and then. And we're thinking maybe ash, color wheel will be your best friend. Always. If you're unsure, go back to your color wheel. Some companies have, the exact color wheel where it shows you the tone. This will be a shock. This is a purple rinse, literally, old granny style purple rinse. That's how I keep my hair normal without actually having to tone it. So it's dirt cheap. You can probably get it in any chemist. It's just granny's purple rinse. Whatever works. As cheap as, whatever might sound, but honestly, it works every time. Like, my hair naturally is very delicate. Now this is my own curl. I mean, we're in the lockdown. I am not terrorizing my hair with any heat source. I don't want to hear this. So, Stacey, hi. That's my Stacey. So yeah, I don't want to torture it with God know what, and apply toner. And yourself, toner fades. It doesn't matter what you use, and it doesn't matter what hair you use it on. It will fade sooner or later. So to me, every second wash, I just wash it in a little jug, a few drops, water, rinse it out, and that's the way it comes out. So I'm very happy with it. And at least I don't have to process it every single time. It's quick, it's easy, there's no waiting. You want to look good. Now, sometimes I mix purple and blue, depends what mood I'm in, but this is literally the blue. This is just the blue added into the water and just rinse. Yeah, very similar to Fanciful. I'd say it's a bit more concentrated, but that's the style. It's the type of a product. Well, listen, guys, whatever works. Blondes are not like any other color. You know that yourself. Like, we had a girl one time. We couldn't figure it out. She was constantly getting the warm patch on the top, and she was lifting beautifully to level 10, 11, 11. Beautiful, clean lift. Toners on her, fabulous. It doesn't matter whether you mix 11-1, 11-0, 10-1, so ash and little, beautiful. And she was coming back and she had this patch, and we were like, what the hell is she? Where did this came from? And we tried to figure it out. And the one advice also that I give to people to my blonde people, is never to use a shampoo or conditioner with a pigment, especially when it's yellow, because it will affect the hair. So this way or the other. But this girl, anyhow, and we were thinking, what is she doing? Where do we go wrong? And it turned out her shower head was rusty. No word of a lie. She had a rusty shower head, and whenever she was standing under the shower and the water was beating right down that patch, that's where that coppery gingery, yellowy tone. And we were like, this is unbelievable. So, you know, you might be the best colorist in the world. You might have all the answers and all the products, but sometimes unexpected happened. And I suppose, you know, again, guys, strand testing, that will definitely save your life in many situations. But yeah, blonde can be affected by so many things. We had time where we had a pipes changed in going into our estate, and I remember when we were going into the house, I said to my husband, I said, "Oh my God!" I said, "My hair will be crap," and he was laughing, and I was like, "Honestly, the pipes are new, that hair." And believe it or not, for around 2 or 3 months after the new pipes were laid out, I could not wash my hair at home at all because it was turning green and blue. I looked like one of the My Little Ponies, you know. It was horrendous, and I couldn't shift it out. I couldn't lift it out. It was torture. I just couldn't. I think Stacey remembers. We tried to do everything and tried to clean it and clarify it. It wasn't going away. So things like that. Well water, you know, that can change your hair also a lot. So I suppose blonde is constant work. As I say to people when we're starting their blonding work, I say to them, it's a journey. Just enjoy everything in between. We will make everything we can, um, you know, to make you happy now. But remember, it is a journey. You know, sometimes you need them 2, 3 different toners applied to see which one you like the best. It might be a little tweak change. It might be a tiny bit different. But finally, you will find something that, you know, really resonates with you and you really, really love. So I think blonde is a journey. And once you are aware of that, and once they're aware of that, it really, you know, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. So guys, is there any questions? Now I've seen Stacey here. What did they use every wash or condition? No, that was my, somebody asked about the color. What have I in my hair? And I said that I use every second wash, the old granny's purple rinse. Because I'm too lazy to tone it every single time. So, and you probably kind of catch it on the replay as well. So, but I want to just refer back to Stacey when Stacey's here. Stacey is one of them girls that just cannot go blonde. Now we have guys tried it. We have tried everything. And just her hair when it's blonde, it just looks absolutely horrendous. And it doesn't look good, it doesn't feel good, and she's never gonna be clean blonde. So we decided to enhance it, and she's just beautiful coppery, warm shades, and she gets tons of compliments. So again, not everyone can be blonde, not everyone should be blonde, even though you can do it, and even though you have all the skills and all the tools and everything. Just, you know, you have to find the right client for it. To make it work and to make them happy. What else? So we have the porosity, we have the pH, we have the hot and cold. Then, of course, there is a choice of application and the method of application. You know, I know that for on-scalp application, again, trying to find a lightener that works and is gentle, it's difficult. Like I remember we had blonde me from Schwarzkopf one time. And man, that cannot be put on scalp. It is so strong. Even with the Antidote Pro, you still cannot apply it on scalp. So, you know, there's sometimes people with sense. Not everyone can take the lighter on scalp anyhow. Now we had girls and we had clients who tried it and they maybe lasted, you know, even though we'll try to be as gentle as possible and maybe use platinum card technique not to have that lighter on the scalp for so long. They still find that it is too, you know, too severe, the feeling isn't good, and, you know, it's too much upkeep. So then you can transition them to something different. Now, I also had a case of a girl when it comes to blonding where she has, and we do global lightening. So her roots with 10 volume. And like that, she lifts amazing, like very quickly, very clean. And then we tone her. In this particular time, she came in. You know, there was no point strand testing her because we're doing the roots. We know the hair, she gets the keratin done as well. So the hair is prime condition all the time. And we have applied the lightener. And maybe 15 minutes into it, she's kind of very, you know, and she goes, oh, I'm very hot. we're like, okay, but like, are you okay? Or, and she was like, I don't know, she said, I'm getting very hot. And fair enough, within a few minutes, her neck, her face, the back, the whole body, bar her face, thank God, flared up in red patches. And we were like, oh my God, what are we going to do? We washed her out, obviously, and the whole lot. Thankfully, we were able to salvage the color and she was fine. But like the reaction was so unusual, especially that she's, a regular client. We did that before. So what that happened? We haven't changed formulation, we haven't changed anything. And it turned out she was on the hormonal injection that lasts for 3 months in your body. And for every single application that we did in them 3 months, she nearly had the same flare up. So after 3 months, once that substance has left the body, we had no longer that issue. So I always say when you're bleaching, when you're using bleach, just be very careful. Just watch them. Don't leave them, if there's something, and if there's something not right, just act immediately. Because now we did try with her, antihistamine the day before, because she's the one that will not leave her hair with the new growth for, God knows for how long. She needs to get it done every 4 or 5 weeks. We tried antihistamines the day before and the morning of, and it has, it eased it off, but not to a point where we'd continued. If that would be her, second, third visit, and we wouldn't figure it out what it was that has changed that caused that, I'd say we would have to alter the color and change it to something different, because that was just totally, we've never seen something like that. So I suppose, yeah, with blondes, just building up highlights every time to save that against not going straight. Again, it depends on the hair. It really depends on the hair, because you see, it depends as well whether she wants a one global color or whether she wants a dimensional blonde. Because if she wants a dimensional blonde, you can easily go in with the highlights. But I suppose, customize it to your client. Do that strand test and see. Because if she's adamant that she wants the global lightening, highlight, you can do maybe first set loads of baby lights, like tons and tons of foils. And then maybe repeat it the second time and then move off to global lightning. But if the hair lifts good, if you do a strand test and you see that the hair lift's actually good, you might think to yourself, okay, I lifted once, see what's going to happen. I lifted the second time and see what's going to happen. And then make your decision based on that. Because if that hair lifts good and someone wants to blonde it over, then why not? You can go easily, but just make them aware. And also when you strand test, guys, you know exactly how much time it will take you, because you have it down to a T. You have everything. You have the whole blueprint there. It's going to be lifted once, washed out, lifted second time, washed out, toned. So you can easily tell her it's going to be such and such amount of time. Of course, give yourself maybe half an hour, 40 minutes window, just in the case. But you have it all there in front of you. You don't have to worry and have to think, exactly, she's going to come in at that time. I have to do this, 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 and that to get her there. And you're done. So it really, strand testing takes a lot of stress from the work, everyday work. And like, we also had girls who came in and, they were like, nobody ever done strand test up before. Like, it's the first time that I'm getting it done. Why do you do it? You know what I mean? But it always works out well, because at least they know and we know. So you just rinse it out, you just take a bit of, you can even take cotton wool. I mean, once it's glued, so when you have your foil, and then you glue that hair to your foil with, like, the address stickers that you can get, the white stickers. Just stick it on the top, write their name, and that way, just rinse it out. I don't even shampoo it. I just rinse it with water, or like I said, under the tap, or, you can take a bit of cotton wool and just wipe it off. So really and truly, like I said, you don't have to dry it. You probably wouldn't be able to dry it anyhow, because it's so tiny, and then you have it in a foil and maybe, it's not going to work. But I process it, rinse it, towel dry it, and leave it to dry. And at least then you can assess it when it dries up. Is it good? Is it patchy? Is it, maybe one lift will do, maybe I'll give another lift, maybe I lift it wet. You just you do exactly the same thing. The same idea that you have for your client when she would be in your chair, you do on that Strand test. It will change, it will totally change your life when it comes to blonding or toning it down. It's the same that I do. If someone comes in, if my client comes in and she is bleached globally and had toners and she's doing, you know what, it's kind of time to add a bit of low light or time to move on to more natural look, I'd still strand test, but I do it the other way around. So I strand test and then I apply the filler. Depends how, of course, how low she wants to go, whether it's, 2 levels down or 4 levels down. So, either fill it and then put your color over it and see how it grabs. Is it even? Is it okay? Is it, is it dense? Is it, so again, it'll show you exactly what you can expect before you dive in and say yes to something. Yeah, that's it. Stacy knows. Stacy knows. Yeah, no, it's a game changer because you're confident that what you see in that foil, that's the result you're going to get rather than wonder. Now, I know some people do strand testing on the head, but to me, it'll be a bit difficult because we don't really have that much time and having that guest sitting there and then you have this one slice somewhere and you lift it and she has to sit there 30-40 minutes, and then if you lift it and it doesn't turn good, what do? Do you color it back again? Do you just leave it like that, or you say no, let's just go and do something different? So I think it just it gives you limited options when it's on the head, and the client has to be present and physically there, and you just don't have that time and that kind of thinking time that when you have it there in the foil. So like we had at some point when I was teaching courses, I bring my collection of strand tests, and it is quite large because, like I said, I keep them for training. I keep them to show it to the girls, of course, like I said, we cannot access the salon at the moment because we're in the 5K rule. So when we have to, we can, but I'm not risking it, so I'm not getting out there. But yes, strand testing, guys, honestly, it's just something that you will not regret doing.
Hello, gorgeous.
Hello.
Forgot to turn my light back on. Let me pop
no
out.
Harm. I'll have my sip in the meantime. But yeah, if you have guys any questions, like what you can even do is flick through my Facebook profile, because I treated my Facebook profile more like a portfolio. Now I'm on Insta as well. You can find me either or. But flick through my Facebook, see the job that we're doing. And if you have any questions about the formulation that we did do on that particular client, or how long, or what did I use, just ask. Guys, just ask. I'm here. We're here to help. That's why we're here today. And I'm so looking forward to the rest of the event because I'll be glued here for another few hours. But yeah, we're here to, to support each other, and that's great. Your light is on.
Let's try this again. I'm no longer in the dark. These lights get so hot and I'm here all day. So I turn them off in between.
I know.
You are such a breath of fresh air. You're so adorable. Your accent I could listen to all day long. A lot of people were confused about Revlon because in the States, Revlon is considered like a drugstore quality product. I think it may be different where you are, or it just may be a fabulous drugstore product. So there was a lot of questions about that.
There is difference because there's Revlon and there's Revlon Professional. And this is strictly for salon use. So I will actually drop, if I remember, I will drop that picture off and just investigate it. Get one bottle, try it out, and it'll be fabulous. I'd say you should have no problem getting it. But like I said, it's Revlon Professional Techniques line, so it's strictly for color processing and technical stuff. So that's the difference.
It sounds amazing. And all of your tips were amazing. My favorite part about you sharing about the Strand test is, as experienced or seasoned stylists, we kind of shy away from doing something like that because we don't want the client to think that we don't know what we're doing. And that's where the
But
mistakes happen. It's
yeah,
more
because
professional and more, of an upscale
yeah,
experience that you're actually caring enough to check before
that's
the disaster
exactly.
happens.
Yes, that's why I said we had many girls leaving the salon. They were disappointed because they didn't get the service, but at the same time, they were so grateful and they were like, "Thank you so much for doing this, because if not this, I would be, and then at least if you have to say no, you have a proof here. You're not making it up. You're not coming out of, nowhere. You say, listen, this, it is what it is. It's your hair that dictates. I can have the best product, the best knowledge, but if that's not going to work,
I
you
love
know,
that. Love that. So share with people how they can stay in touch with you. Are you on Instagram? I know that you're on Facebook. You and I
Insta,
chat on
yeah,
Facebook all the time.
and Insta definitely under my own name, dot in between, as it has on your beautiful poster with all our
Okay,
fabulous
good. So they
forms.
have yours. Good. So I just
Yeah,
request that everyone follow all of the educators today. They're donating their time. They're doing this completely out of passion. So follow them, stay in touch with them. It was so great. Everything that you said was amazing. Again, there will be replay access if you missed anything. I saw people asking questions that were talked about in the beginning, that you can go right back and watch the
and
replay. So no
perfect,
worries if you missed
perfect.
anything. So Justina, thank you so much. You're absolutely
Thank you
amazing.
guys.
I will be talking
My
to you soon.
pleasure.
And I hope your salon
No
opens
problem.
soon. I hate that you're still
Fingers
not able
crossed,
to do
guys,
what you
because
love.
I lose my mind.
I can imagine.
Oh,
Enjoy the
stop.
rest of your night. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Bye, 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 bye.
So how freaking adorable is she? I had to laugh when she says focus because it sounds like a naughty word in the US when she says focus. So you can get a chuckle and go back and listen to that. So our next educator is here. I am so excited to introduce her. Her name is Julie Klein. She goes by Colors with Chemistry on Instagram. I learn something from her every single day. Every one of her posts just stops me in my tracks. She gets nerded out on chemistry and does such amazing visuals to show you how color works. Not just let me grab a tube of 7N. It's let me grab a 7N that I truly understand everything about the 7N. Because what you may not realize is at all brands, 7N is not alike. And she shows it so visibly and so clearly. And she's so good at what she does in explaining the why behind what you do. I can say with 100% accuracy that most of you listening and watching right now do not know the answer to what is the true base of your 7N. Is it more of a blue base? Is it more of a violet base? Is it more of a tan? Is it more of a neutral? You probably don't know. So I'm really excited for her to share with you just a taste of what she does in her in-depth education. I hope that you enjoy her presentation as much as I enjoy her and her teaching. She has a really cool, unique style of sharing all things color with you. So let's bring our next educator to the stage. Welcome, Julie. Oh, wrong one. Never mind. Hold on. I brought your slides instead of you. Welcome, friend.
Hey, how are you?
I am good. I'm glad that we connected well. We had a little practice run last night and we had some tech difficulties, but it is amazing that we can all get together this way. So welcome. I can see you, I can hear you, and I am not going to take up any time because I want them to have all the time with you. So it's not quite 2:30 and you have until 4:00. So you run with scissors and you do you, and I will be here to support you.
Okay, awesome. Thanks so much, Elaine. Thank you. I wish I could have told you this while you were there, but I just wanted to let you guys know I'm so grateful for Elaine asking me to be here. It's kind of like a full circle moment because when I was in the beginning of my career, I really say that Elaine was the person that helped me not give up on foiling highlights, because I was about to pull my hair out in that beginning. And I remember a time where I reached out to her because I saw her on Periscope and she was doing all these amazing videos and supporting the hairdresser like she does. And I was like, I am struggling. And so she made a video specifically for me. And I felt so cared for that, like, I don't think I've ever felt that in this hair business the way I did with Elaine that day. And so I'm so grateful for her and how she supports all the hairdressers out there. So thank you, Elaine. And thank you, all of you guys, for being here live today, and for everyone that's going to be able to watch the replay. My name is Julie Klein, just like Elaine said. And here's what I do. I teach people how to use hair color. I don't care what brand you use, what you choose what works for you, and I will teach you how it works so that you can go into the salon feeling totally comfortable with what you have in your hands. And then I also teach for a company. So I'm independent, but also connected with a company called Matrix. And I'm on their national training team with them. And what I do is I help the new educators get ready to support all of the hairdressers behind the chair when they go out. So it's an amazing, both of them are an amazing role. I love both of them. And if you asked me, when I started doing hair, if I ever thought that one day that I would be in either one of those roles, I would have laughed in your face. Because here's the thing. I started in this business when I was 38 years old. I already had a successful 8-year career. So this was like jumping in new, jumping in blind. And I know that there are some of you out there that can totally relate to that. And I didn't go to hair school. I apprenticed. And what that means is I did basically double the hours of what you do in hair school I did in the salon under a master. So I trained under a NAHA Colorist of the Year. His name is Michael Burton. And I owe so much of my career to him. If it wasn't for him, I would never be here. And I spent 3,000 hours standing next to Michael, holding his foils, handing him his foils, and mixing every color that went on his client's head, from the base to anything he put on the mids and ends. I was mixing for him and prepping for him. And I remember thinking, it's amazing what he can do. And I see his thinking, and he would kind of have me try to guess what he was doing. And I got to a point where I could do that. But I knew that if he put me behind my own chair, oh my gosh, I would be totally blank. I have no idea what to do, where to start, how to do it. And so I had a conversation with my friend Kelly, who also apprenticed under Michael. And she was, in the business for a while before I apprenticed. I said, all right, Kelly, how did you learn how to formulate by working this way? And she said, all right, here's what you do. When you mix this formula, I want you to think of why. Why is he putting this on the head? Don't just mix it for him. And I was like, all right, I have this renewed, energy to go back in the salon, and I'm mixing the formula. I'm going, why? Why? There was no why coming in my brain. Nothing. I had no idea. And I was like, all right, this is not working. I'm going to have to go find the why, because the why is not coming to me. And so I started diving in, researching, trying to figure out this why. And what I came across was the fact that it was very hard to find it. And I thought, that's kind of crazy. I'm going to walk out of this situation with a master cosmetology degree, but I can't find the information I'm looking for. And it was frustrating. So, but lucky enough for me, I bumped into someone named David Valesco. He had amazing books, Mags Kavanaugh, of course, Beth Minardi, all of these amazing people. And I started diving in their information, and little pieces of why were coming at me. And I was like, all right, I get a little bit of this. And then I felt like I finally got to the point where I could understand my line and what my line was capable of. Now, if you asked me to do the formulation, I would still get terror in my eyes and in my heart and go, and panic a little bit, but I could still at least work my color line. Well, at the end of my apprenticeship, it was time for me to make a decision. I lived 45 minutes away from the salon that I apprenticed at without traffic. And so I also had 2 girls that were going into middle school at the time, and I had to make a decision to kind of move closer to home. And it was my first big salon jump. So I'm leaving my salon of 6 years to a whole new salon, and it's pretty scary. And I know they tell you, choose your salon, on the culture and what fits you. And I knew that, and I was looking for that. But really what drove my decision was fear. It was fear because I was afraid to go anywhere that didn't have my color line because I knew I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't even really figure out much except I knew that this did this and this did this, but so I didn't really know. So I went to the salon and I was getting comfortable with this big change because I knew the line. And so after 8 months, culture just wasn't working. Go figure. And I wound up leaving and going to another salon. And the only thing that made me comfortable going to that next salon was that the owner promised she could help me convert because she was a master. She had like that mastery certificate in her color line. And I was like, okay, I trust you. I think you know what you're talking about. So I'll go with you. Now she had 2 lines that were different from the one I had originally trained on. So I'm coming into the new salon with learning 2 new lines. Now, you guys know how hard that is to learn 1 new line coming from your first one. And that was going great. And she was awesome and sweet and very helpful. But one day she got frustrated with her line and she changed it to a whole nother company. And I was like, so now that's 3 color lines that I have to learn. Okay. And we were all kind of freaking out a little bit because at that moment, no one was really well versed in converting a line. And so we all struggled. And then we realized we don't really like this color. So she switched again to a whole nother salon. You guys, that is 4 color lines in 6 months. Woo! Listen, I was frustrated. I was discouraged. I was anxious. And I was getting frustrated with the people that were helping me. And after a while, you hear yourself talking and you're like, I don't like the way I sound. That doesn't sound good. That's not who I am. And I got to that moment where I was getting frustrated with the people that were helping me. And I was like, ooh, that sounds bad. So I have what I call a come to Jesus meeting with myself. And here's what that meeting was like. All right, Julie, whose name is on that cosmetology degree? Okay, it's yours? Okay. So that means you're responsible for learning this stuff. So if you're getting angry with people trying to help you, the reason that you have to get help is because you don't know it. So it's on you. So from that moment, I kind of owned it. And I went, man, you know what? I'm not just going to learn my line. I'm going to learn color. No matter what color I choose, I'm going to learn it. And I did. I was like a heat-seeking missile because I didn't want to feel afraid behind the chair. Now, I know if I could see you all, you'd be shaking your heads because I know you feel that fear too. And so when I made that decision, it was amazing how the people that I needed just really kind of came to where I was. And I feel like my mentors at that time that I got a chance to learn from, I feel like they gave me a lifeboat, like a lifeboat of education and direction. Don't go this way, go this way. All right, not that, this. And I'm so grateful for that because what it did was it made me work for it. Number one, they didn't change my color world. I had to do that. They gave me the information and the tools, but I had to work it. And so I picked myself up and put myself on the lifeboat. And I am so grateful for the people that helped me and for myself for diving in with grit. And I'm grateful to be here today with you guys because I'm going to share whatever I can with you to help you have a lifeboat too. So when Elaine, when she reached out and she told me, hey, you want to do a collab? And I was like, yeah, that'd be awesome. And then she told me the collab was Fearless Formulation. And I was like, okay, Fearless Formulation. How much time do we have? An hour and a half? Okay, how do we figure that out? That's a lot in an hour and a half. And then I looked up the word fearless. And fearless, the definition means to be free from fear, to fear nothing. And I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not about teaching stylists to be fearless behind the chair. I think that's costly thinking. And I think I know some of the best in this business. I'm going to tell you, they're on their toes. And so we don't want to lose that edge. But I am all about teaching you how to fear less, much, much less. And there is a way to empower you with education and tools that will help you get on your lifeboat so you can feel confidence behind the chair. And confidence is very different than being fearless. Confidence is like, I know something can come up and I'm okay with it because I can handle it. I got the tools. And so today, what I thought would be really great for you guys was to give you something that I call a roadmap. It's a roadmap or a guideline on how to build your confidence and formulation behind the chair. And the reason I think this would be beneficial is because I feel like so many of us want to learn and we're grasping, right? We're grasping for any class, any person to kind of fix that pain that we feel, that fear. And I'll be honest, there's nobody, no one class, no one thing that will do that for you. But this roadmap of tools can definitely do that. Now, it's not a journey where you're going to go 0 to 100 miles an hour in a day. No way, no how. And that's okay. This journey is a step-by-step, moment by moment, piece by piece, progression, daily kind of journey. But I'm going to give you all the tools so you have it and you can kind of work the outline in a way that works best for you. So I'm going to show you a little. I love visuals. You guys are going to see a lot of visuals today, but this right here is our confidence jar. And when we start in the beginning, no matter where you are, you could be 20 years in the business and your confidence be like this little. I know many people that came out of school and learned nothing and they're winging it, right? And that's okay. Listen, they've been successful, but their confidence is not really strong in their formulation ability. And what we're going to do with this roadmap, we're not going to all of a sudden fill it. We're going to take a little piece of information from this roadmap, and every day we're going to have progress and success, and we're going to celebrate that. And we're going to keep going a little bit at a time. What I want you to know is I'm going to say the word mastery a lot. I don't want that word to freak you out. Ultimately, to be totally confident behind the chair, there are things you have to master. But in order to master them, first comes little bitty baby progress. And then one day you're going to look at this jar and go, holy cow, it's full. I'm okay behind the chair. That curveball came up. I was okay. I handled that really well. And you're going to be so proud of yourself. So I'm excited to share this journey. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you have some pens and pencils ready. And if you are more of an auditory learner, don't worry, you can watch the replay and you'll get all the information then too. So, all right, so on this roadmap, we're going to have 3 destinations. The first destination on the roadmap is called Mastering Your Mindset. And you're probably like, really? Mastering my mindset? Come on, I need a better destination than that. But I'm going to share a quote with you, and I'm going to share a little bit about the why I think this is a really important step to get your mind on straight. So I wrote it here so I wouldn't forget it. This is one of my favorite quotes. It says, "You are today where your thoughts have brought you, and you will be tomorrow where your thoughts take you." Here's the deal. Our salon environments are amazing. They're fun. They're full of connection and people and love and making people feel beautiful. But for a stylist, that also comes with a little bit of stress, a little bit of anxiety, and a little dab of chaos, right? There are days where you're going to feel it. And when that happens, when those things happen, our emotions run high. And what happens when our emotions run high? Our intelligence runs low. And there are not many courageous, intelligent decisions and formulation that can happen in a mind that is filled with frantic energy. Now, I know you probably know what I'm talking about because you've probably had days where you had like the bug eye behind the shampoo bowl and your heart's like pounding like this, and I'm sure you can relate to that. In those moments, we've got to figure out, how do we get ourselves pulled back in? How do we rein ourselves back in so that we can make courageous and confident, intelligent decisions? Because that happens more often in a calmer inner mind than a wild, frantic, reactive mind. So I'm going to give you 2 tips on how to master your mindset in the salon setting. The first one is setting yourself up with a morning routine. And here's what I mean by that. Before you get there, whatever it takes for you to kind of give yourself a positive mindset going in, like there's so-and-so on your book and it's stressing you out a little bit, you've got to get your mindset ready. Whether that's walking for you, going on a walk before you go in, it's meditation, it's mantras, it's prayer, it's a book that you read that kind of helps you rein your mindset in. There's also something I love called the tapping solution. And it's something where you literally tap on the pressure points in your body and it calms your body. Because sometimes you can calm your mind, but your body's still, freaking out or anxious and tight. Whatever works best for you to get your mindset right before you go in. Now, if you're a mom and you've got little baby kids, listen, 5 minutes in the bathroom with the door closed, I mean, you're good, right? Like whatever you can do, it's small, doesn't have to be big. I used to do a lot of music in my car. I would do a lot of prayer and meditation and mantras before I left. Then I would do music in the car and I would literally sing in the salon throughout the day. Our little corner was like the corner that sang. We didn't always sound good, but we certainly were like keeping our minds in a healthy, positive place. So that's the first step on mastering your mindset, setting yourself up with a morning routine. The second thing is setting yourself up for when the chaos hits. When the chaos hits the fan, that would be like you're at the shampoo bowl and you're like, oh, that's a copper hot root. That is not what I was hoping for. Those kind of things, when your stomach like literally comes to the top of your throat, you need a technique in those moments to calm yourself because you got two options. You're either going to respond or you're going to react. Now, here's someone in response mode to that copper hot root. Calm yourself. And then you go, all right, that's too light. So I need something to deepen it. Okay, that is way too warm. So I need something to cool it down. And then you're walking back to the mixing station or whatever you call it. And you're focused and you know where you're going, right? You can still kind of panic a little bit, but you're kind of reining your mindset in to think clearly. Reactive mode is, now y'all gonna laugh because you've probably been there. I've been there. Oh my God, it's a copper hot root. Get the blue, get the blue. So you're throwing the blue on. And then you're like, 10 minutes later, oh my God, it's blue. It's way too blue. Get the clarifying shampoo, bleach wash, right? And you're freaking out inside, right? And then your client's like, when do you think I'm going to be done? I have a dinner reservation in an hour, right? That's when the emotion is so high. In those moments, you need a technique that will calm you so that you can respond instead of reacting. Now, I'm going to share with you one that I learned that I love. It's something that the Navy SEALs do. It's a technique that they do a lot because they're always they're constantly in fight or flight mode. And they've got to be able to calm their nervous system so that they can make clear decisions in that heightened state, right? And it's called box breathing. Some of you may have heard it. You can also look it up, read a little bit about it. But here's how you do it. When that kind of panic moment hits, you're going to breathe in your diaphragm 4 seconds. So breathing in, then you're going to hold it for 4 seconds. Then you're going to exhale for 4 seconds. Then you're going to hold, then you're going to breathe in. And it's going to be like a breathing pattern that's in a box. And what that does is it literally resets your breathing. And it can be undetectable depending on how you do it. We need something in that moment where we're panicking and we're in that possible reactive mode where we can calm ourselves, where our clients don't know we're freaking out, right? It's kind of like that poker face. Find that technique that works for you, but try box breathing. Anything in that realm works really well. Even if it's a mantra like, this happens, you're freaking out, you go, you know what? I'm okay. I have the ability to figure this out. In your head, you're saying this, right? Those are huge moments. I remember in the beginning when I was formulating, I would panic and pace throughout the salon. And it's because I couldn't get control of my mindset. And then if I made a boo-boo, I would ruminate on it, like repeat it. Now, my poor coworkers, because I was a vocal ruminator. And so for an entire day, I'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. Did you see that? It wasn't that bad. And then after that, I would get mad and then I would learn. And so that's just wasted time, you guys, right? When we ruminate and make ourselves feel bad. So whenever we can kind of rein in that inner world, the quicker we learn, the quicker we move forward. So that's the first destination on our roadmap to formulating confidence, getting our mindset in control. The second destination on our roadmap for formulating confidence is mastering the foundations. Now, this one's a bit of a big one, but I want you to hang with me. Now, When I say foundations, I'm not talking about basics. There's a difference between basics and foundation. Basics are the simplest form or the simplest elements that get you behind the chair to do the work. Basics are you mix 20 volume with permanent color, 45 minutes for a process, demi-permanent when you refresh the ends. These are the basic elements. They just kind of get you moving and formulating behind the chair. It's almost like when you first start driving, you just got to get in the car, you got to turn the key. Like, we got to get going here, right? Foundations are a little bit different. They're the more detailed elements of what we do. Now, a foundation is something that lives underneath the surface, and it's so strong that it literally holds the entire building together. So we're going to go through 3 areas in mastering your foundations. I'm going to explain what the basics are, and then I'm going to talk about what the foundations are. So there's 3 of them. The first one, what you need to master, is the hair structure. The second one is color theory. And the third one is chemistry of color. Now, let me break those down, give you the basics, and give you the foundations. Hair structure. So I'm going to get my little visual here. So here's my hair structure. So cute, isn't it? This, I got to give a shout out to my friend, Lisa Enos. She's the first person that showed me how to do this. I just zhuzhed mine up a little bit because, you know, that's what we do. So here's the basics when it comes to hair structure. Okay, here I know I have my cuticle, I have my cortex, and I have my medulla. That's the basics, right? I know that when I put a color on here, it's going to swell it and the dye is going to go inside. Okay, good. That's foundational. We need to know those things. But then we also have to go further, because when we're formulating, there's a lot more that we have to think about than just cuticle, cortex, medulla that affect our hair color. And here's what I mean by that. If I was a painter and I had a white canvas, and then I had a tube or a can of blue, and I put that blue on my canvas doesn't change and my blue doesn't change. It just changes the color, right? But they don't chemically or physically change. In our world, when we color hair, this changes. This is non-living, but it's chemically reactive. If I put a chemical color on this, this is now chemically going to be different. So this changes. So that's over here. And then I have the tube of color that I put on it. That's changing too. So both of them are chemically reactive, and they got to come together for this final result that I'm predicting. And that's where you go, oh, dear hair gods, some of the hair gods, I really hope this turns out the way I think it is supposed to turn out. Thank you, amen. Right? You're praying to the hair gods. Here's the thing. The more we know about this hair fiber, this hair structure, the more we can predict what's going to happen when I put that particular tube on this hair strand. So here's what I mean about foundations. When I look at this, I go, okay, I see all the parts. What is it made of? So, okay, so this is protein, it's moisture, it's lipids, it's pigment and minerals. Okay, great. But it's 70 to 90% protein. Wow, that's a lot. It's only 1% pigment in here. So that means if I put a chemical on here, that chemical is breaking down mostly protein. Well, what's the protein made out of? Well, protein's made out of amino acids and bonds. Ooh, that's a hot topic, hot word these days, bonds. Well, what bonds are in that protein that I'm breaking down? And what breaks those bonds? And how many break if I put that color on here? So the more I know that, then I know, ooh, that means that the breakage in this is going to cause damage. Okay, well, what's damage in hair? Damage is porosity and elasticity issues. Okay, so if I have that, where does that damage happen? Where does porosity happen? It happens in the cortex and in the cuticle layer. So I have to decide, now, is that damage enough to affect my final color? That's where, when we're kind of formulating, we're deciding, is this hair porous? If it's really porous, then we know that that damage is really going to affect the outcome of our color, but how? How does it affect it? So these are the foundations we've got to know about what it's made of. What is that color doing to the hair, and how will it affect the final result? We also need to know, well, what size is this? There's not one size fits all in hair. We have fine hair, we have medium hair, and we have coarse hair. Okay, great. So if I know that hair color is made to work best on medium texture, so when I look at this hair I'm working on, if it's fine hair or coarse hair, that means I might need to adjust my formulation. These are the foundations. If it's finer, it's going to look deeper. If it's coarser, it's going to look lighter. So I know how to compensate for that in my formulation. Okay, great. Well, what about the hair pattern? Is this hair straight, wavy, curly, coily? And does that make a difference in my final outcome? Well, if I know the hair structure, I know that curly hair has like little S waves, right? And at every S or every turn, there's a weakened spot in this hair strand. It's like a pinch. And if I have hair that's really coily or really zigzagged, I'm gonna have a lot of pinches in that hair. So I might want to adjust the strength of my formula so that I don't break the hair down too much. So knowing the hair pattern also helps us to know in formulation how to compensate for that. Another thing is the 1% melanin that we talked about. Okay, hair has melanin. Great, we know that. It's got two main types of melanin. I've got eumelanin, which is normally a brown to black color, depending on your DNA. And it also has pheomelanin. Well, what do I know about these? Well, if my client has pink skin, I'm going to look at her and go, oh, she's probably got more of these than these in her hair. So if I lift her, what result will I expect? If my client has got warmer skin tone, then she's going to have more pheomelanin than the girl that had the pink skin. So maybe when I lift her, even though they're the same level and I use the same formula, one is going to give me a different contributing pigment than the other. So these are the foundations, right? If I know that in my formulation, I can compensate for that because I know. Another thing that's really helpful in foundations when it comes to hair structure is knowing the difference between a pigmented hair and a gray hair. Let me go here so you can see that a little bit. Look at that. So if I'm really aware of the difference between gray hair and pigmented hair, that means that in my formulation, when I see gray, the certain percentage of gray, I go, I remember that structure's a little different. It's got a lot more cuticle than that pigmented hair does. And has no pigment in it. All right, so that's like a little bell that goes off in your brain. I got to compensate in my formulation for that hair strand. So these are the foundations that are important to understand when it comes to formulation. So mastering the foundations, the first one is mastering the foundations of your hair structure. Now, for me, when I was learning all of this stuff, that was the last piece I really wanted to dive into. To be honest, I just didn't find it exciting. I mean, it wasn't color, right? And it wasn't like the chemistry part, which is so weird because I didn't like chemistry in high school. I actually ran from the class and went to an interior design class just so I can get out of chemistry. So it's really hilarious that I'm called Colors with Chemistry and that I actually like it in hair. I didn't like it by itself. So when I studied it and I really understood what made that hair, what broke it down, then I could predict better in my formulation. It was so easy. It was like plugging in the puzzle pieces in my formulation. It's almost like the more you know in the foundations, the easier actually putting your formulation together is. The less you know about the formulations, the harder it is to put your formulation process together. So mastering those that hair structure is the first in getting strong in your foundations. The second one, this is one of my favorites. This is color theory. So color theory is basically us learning how colors interact, relate, and respond to one another. So what do we have in our business that teaches us how colors interact, relate, and respond to one another? We have something called the color wheel. Now, Elaine, if you don't mind putting up my demo screen, I would love, perfect. All right, let me get this adjusted a little bit. All right, so here, you guys, is the basics of learning color theory. And here's why I say it's the basics. All right, I have my color wheel, and the color wheel teaches me things like primaries, secondaries, tertiaries. It also teaches me there's a warm side to my color wheel, and there's a cold side to my color wheel. That also teaches me there's something in the middle called neutral. Neutral is equal parts of red, that's red, yellow, and blue. If I mix those in equal parts, I'm going to get something in the center called neutral, which means there's no reflection of tone. It's pretty flat. Okay, that's good to know. Those are basics. Another basic is, well, if I have yellow in the hair, I'm going to use violet, and that will cancel out the yellow that I see. If I have copper, I'm going to use blue, and that's going to cancel out the copper that I see. These are the basics. So if you say to yourself, I don't know those basics, don't worry. Here's what I would say to you. Focus on this color wheel, the beginning of color theory. Get really grounded in the basics. It literally is the basics for what we do. In order to be able to control and shift color, we've got to start with this. Now, why would I call the color wheel basic? Here's why. Every color that you see that has pigment in a magazine, on your wall, on my clothes, in my hair, all of those colors, they have 3 properties that identify that color fully. 3. If I'm missing one property, I cannot really know exactly what color I'm working with. And the properties are, I'm going to move here, it's my hue, my color, my value, which is level. The third one is saturation. Saturation is how pure and vibrant is that color, or how muted and dull that color is. If I am looking at hair and I know all 3 properties of that hair, the hue, the value, and the saturation of that tone, that means that I know exactly what color I need to work that color on purpose and predictably. If I work with 1 piece, 2 piece, I'm missing something. So here's where the color wheel fits in all that. Out of the 3, the color wheel teaches us 1 category of color, the color. We're missing value and we're missing saturation. So first, I'm encouraging you to get really grounded in the wheel. The second, I'm going to teach you a new wheel that is really, truly the foundation of all color theory. That one is called the Munsell color system. Now, I'm going to turn it this way so you can see. Hopefully everyone can see that okay. I'm not sure. Okay, good. It's not backwards. Great. So here's where all the categories sit on this wheel that we talked about, the 3 categories. The first category is the hue. That one sits around on a horizontal plane. This right here is your color wheel. Imagine your color wheel, lay it horizontally, and then we're going to put a hole in the center. This right here is the wheel that you see here. So the first thing, in order to know exactly what color you're working with is you're going to identify the hue. Another word for hue is color or tone. All right, I'm going to go, okay, what color do I see? I see copper. Okay, great. The second property of color is its value or its level. We use level in our business, but value and level are interchangeable. The value or the level system is vertically up and down. So you'll notice I've got white at the top, that's level 10. I've got black at the bottom, that's level 1, and this is the center of the wheel. The center of the wheel is gray or black or white, depending on the level. So when I look at my copper, what I'm saying to myself is, what level is my copper? Is it a level 6 copper? Is it a level 5 copper? Is it a level 10 copper? We wouldn't have that in our business, but you get what I'm saying, right? Not only do we need to know what color, but what level. The third piece, and this is the one that really throws colorists, only because we don't hear of it very often, although we work with it every day behind the chair. The third characteristic of a color is its saturation. Saturation lives radially, inside to outside. If a color sits on the outside of the wheel, it is so vibrant, It's strong. Think fashion color. If a color sits closer to the center of the wheel, that color is more muted, natural, weaker is another word for it. So when I'm identifying a color that I see, I say, what color is it? Copper. What level is it? Oh, level 6. Now I'm going to say, how saturated is that level 6 that I see? Is it fashion tone, bright and vibrant? Or is it about 50-50? It's got some base brown in it and some copper? Or is it really like a brown copper that lives really close to the center of the wheel? If I can identify all 3 colors, I know exactly how to work with that color with my tube. So really, when you learn to identify color like this, the second part is you've got 2 colors to identify behind the chair. You've got to identify the color of the hair you're working on. What color do you see? What level is it at? And how vibrant or muted is that color? Sometimes it's predicting an underlying pigment that you might see. Let's say you start with a 6, you put a color on it that's like an 8, and then you go, oh, I'm going to predict I'm going to get this color that's going to be at this level, and it's going to be pretty vibrant. So you're identifying the color that you see. It's really important to do that and the tube of color. Why do I say the tube of color? The tube of color, because what we know is whatever the hair gives back, plus whatever is in that tube of color, I'm going to get something in the middle. So imagine if I didn't identify, let's say I identified the color that was in my chair really well, but I didn't identify the color in my tube really well. I might miss the mark a little bit, and vice versa. Could you get close? Sure. Most people get close because they don't have any idea of saturation. And then they go, why didn't that cancel out all the way? Because they didn't know that not only did they have to match the complementary tone at the same level, they also have to match the saturation. And so it's something that actually is, it's in the art world, it's in the film world, it's on your phones. If you've ever done a filter or if you've used Canva, you see H, S, and L. They're referring to hue, value, and saturation. That concept is color theory. It is everywhere. Unfortunately, in our business, we don't talk about it enough. But hopefully, with classes like this and informing everyone that slowly people will understand that this is important to know as foundation. The basics of the color wheel, they can only get you so far. So this is a 2D version of it. I'm going to show you a 3D version. If you follow me on Instagram, you have probably seen this before, but it's called a color globe. And this contains all 3, hue, value, and saturation. And here's how. First thing I do, remember, I'm going to search for what color do I see. So I'm going to turn my wheel on the horizontal plane, right around my wheel. Let's say I find the color blue. The second thing is I'm going to say, well, great. What level is the blue I see? Is it at a 6? Oops, upside down. There you go. Is it at a 6? Is it at a 4? I'm going to identify that value. Then the third property is the radial, inside, outside. Do you see how vibrant that blue is that lives out here? And look how muted it gets. You can barely tell it's even blue when it gets towards the center of the wheel. In our business, we don't work with colors that live out here unless we're working with fashion colors. We work with colors that work all throughout here. We work with desaturated or weakened tones every day. So I'm sure that you can see that if you learn this, it might help you nail getting that neutralization when you've maybe missed the mark in the past because you didn't know where the saturation of your color sat in the hair you were working on and in the tube. Now you might be asking, okay, finding it in the hair, okay, you can predict it or you can actually visually look at it. How do you find it in your tube? That's a great question. So here's what I would tell you. There's one of 2 ways. If you have a company, sometimes the company will put their colors on their color wheel based on saturation. Here's what I mean. Let's see. Wonder if I have it on me. Okay, I don't have it on me, but I'm just going to give you an example in the line that I work with because I know there's a couple of different reds. So in my line, I have something called a BR, brown red. So the company will put the brown red right here on the wheel because it's very muted. Then the next one in the line of reds is RB. Now RB has more red in the tube than brown. So they're going to put their RB right here on the wheel. So that tells me it's a little bit more vibrant than the BR because the BR sits closer to the wheel. Then I have an R. Well, that one sits right here on my wheel. So that tells me, I already know my saturation's higher. It's a more pure, stronger color. And then I have something called HD RR. Well, that one's like whew, vibrant. So in those cases, if you have a color wheel from your company that tells you the saturation, you don't have to swatch it out as much, but I still do because I want to make sure that it's matching what they say. And for the most part, they're pretty darn close, but I like to see what's in my tube of color. Now, the second way you can find out if you have a company that does not label it according to the saturation, you're going to swatch your color out. And what that means is you're going to take, let's see, I'm going to move this out of the way here. You're going to take a few options you can use, but this one right here, this is a white bleached muslin strip. Okay, it's like a waxing strip, but I get the bleached ones. You can also, my mentor who taught me how to do this, he uses white cotton fabric. You can also, if you're in a pinch, use a white paper towel. I have been known to use that one in a hot second. It'll help you too. It doesn't matter. I just like these because they're really pretty and I get good pictures with them. So you're going to take your color and watch me on my demo screen here. I'm going to take the dye and I mixed it with my developer. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to mix the color that you're trying to read or identify. You're going to mix that color with the dedicated developer that the company suggests. So if your company says, if you're swatching out a demi, they say 10 volume for demi, then you're going to do that. If they say 1:1, you mix it 1:1. So follow your manufacturer's instructions. If you're using a permanent and you're swatching out a permanent, use a 20 volume, just like your manufacturer will say. And you're going to mix it up. Now this one's been sitting waiting for a little while, so you can kind of see it's already starting to develop, but that's okay. And I'm going to mix it together. I use these foils all the time just because I can simply throw them out. You can do a bowl, however is easiest for you. Now this one is a demi because I wanted to make sure to be able to let it process in the time that we had. And I'm going to make sure I mix it up really well. Now I'm mixing across the table here. So, and then what I'm going to do when I'm all mixed up, all I'm going to do is paint it on this white muslin strip or a paper towel or your cotton. We're just going to paint it on a little swatch. And I tend to label mine because what I'll do is I'll actually, when it's done processing, I take a picture because I like to have it in my phone for reference for later. So I'm swatching out my color and I'm going to let it process. I'm not going to wash it. I'm going to let it process according to manufacturer's instructions. So this line says 20 minutes. At 20 minutes, when it's done processing, I'm going to look at it. I'm not going to rinse it and I'm not going to wash it. All I'm going to do is read it. I'm going to say to myself, what color do I see? What level is it? Now, the great thing is the box is labeled. So I know what I just swatched out was a 5. So I'm good to go on the level. The third thing I'm going to ask myself is, how saturated is it? Meaning, how much base is in there versus how much tone do I see? Tone would be copper, red, blue. What else do we have? Pearl. Those are tones. Base is the background color. Whenever you have a color line that says they're pre-blended with background, that's the background color. The background weakens the tone. It softens the tone. So if I look at it and I'm like, where's the tone? that means there's a lot of background in there. If I look at it and go, whoa, that's a lot of tone, very little background. And that's huge for you, because sometimes if you have something that's very copper and vibrant in the hair, and you know blue cancels copper, and so you go for a 6 ash. Well, what if your 6 ash was really muted? Not very saturated, sat close to the color wheel. You wouldn't have color success. But if your color was maybe halfway, where it had 50% of that blue tone and 50% of the base, you'd have more success. So these are the things that are important to know. Let me show you a swatch that I did right before we started class. And this is showing you 6A. There's 3 different 6As here from 3 different color lines. So if I hold this up, now it's been sitting for a little bit, it's longer than 45 minutes. So some of the tone has actually been eaten up. But if I look at this 6 ash, this one is gray. I don't really see any blue. So this one is very muted. It sits very close to the center of the wheel. This one is gray with a slight hint of blue. Very little blue, but you can still see it. So this one's going to have a stronger effect than this 6 ash that you see here. Now this one over here, there's a lot of blue. If you see on the outer edge, it's probably going to be the most saturated of all the 6 ashes, meaning the most blue, the less base. So if you said to yourself, well, 6 ash must be all the same, then you do one of these thinking it was like the other, you'd be in trouble. You'd have a problem. It's very difficult to work color theory if you don't know what's in your tube. Plus, what you see in the hair. When you know both, you can be the most accurate. And when we are the most accurate, it's predicting more on purpose. Our confidence builds. That's building formulation confidence, is being strong in your color theory foundations. Let me think if there's anything else I want to say in that one before we move on. Does anyone have any questions on that before we move on? Elaine, any questions in the chat box? I know that might be new for some people, so I want to make sure before I move on. Love the color globe. Yes, Stacy, it's so huge. If anyone is interested in purchasing one, I will tell you there's 2 places I found to get it, actually 3, but sometimes the 3rd place is out of it. I did get one on Amazon, and it's called the color globe or the color sphere. So if you want to look it up, it's a great tool for you to kind of, anytime we have a visual, it helps our mind remember better. Another place you can get it is Blick Art. Sometimes, yeah, and sometimes, unfortunately, Amazon is hit or miss on whether it's available or not. There's another one, it's a company, it's overseas. This is where I got mine originally, and they have many different sizes. They have a huge, massive one. I opted to not get that one because I just wanted something I could travel with. But it's called Color Mondo. It's one word, and it's color with a K. KOLORMONDO. Color Mondo, one word. If you ever want to kind of do some, oh, perfect. Thank you, Elaine. That's awesome. Now, here's the thing. You're like, how have I not heard about this before? Hue, value, and saturation. Listen, I didn't either. When my mentor showed me that Munsell color chart, I was like, what? I had never seen that before in my life. But the art world, the film world, they see that. They know it. So if you can't find education in it in the hair world, go to the art world. Learn it. It's amazing what you can learn from. Do you personally cancel most warmth with gray toner instead of violets, blues, etc.? Oh, that's a great question. Well, it depends on your line. One of the lines that I worked with only really had a gray, to be honest. I personally like to soften my tone a lot. The line that I work with has an 8, let's say an 8V is a lot of gray with a little bit of violet. So I'm already really softened at that point, but I will actually even soften that more by adding some N. I like to see some reflection. I don't like it flat. I don't like to bring it to the center of the wheel. I like to bring it close to the center, because if we flatten it completely, there's no light reflection. And light reflection gives us beautiful hair, right? Would you swatch out every level and tone? Beautiful question. Okay, Samantha, here's what I would suggest. I would suggest swatching out first all your level 6s and all your level 8s. Here's why I say that. Depending on your color line, but normally 6s and below have a brown base or a brown background, and 8s and below are like the tan, lighter versions of background. And so it gives you an idea of how saturated they are on the lighter side and the deeper side. Eventually, over time, I would swatch all of them out, especially if you're unsure, right? Like, let's say you have a client and you know she's coming in and she wants that low light, and you're not really sure what kind of tone is in your neutral. Like, my neutral has a little tinge of green in it, and I have to be careful with my low lights, or else it could look muddy and green. And so I know how to counteract it with the other tone that has a slight bit of red in it. So then I'm good. And here's the thing, the more you know what's in your tube, the better you can paint. It's literally like when we paint, we open the can of paint and we go, what's in there? When you swatch it out, you're literally opening the tube and going, what's in there? But if I open the tube and I squeeze it, I can't see it because it's white. I have to develop it. And I use the developer to develop the dye. That's all you're doing. Now, can you swatch on like natural hair or like level 9 or 10? Yes, I actually do both. Now, here's the difference. If I swatch my color on a level 10 swatch, what happens is when it's done processing, I wash it. So what I'm looking at is a result on a level 10 hair. If I swatch it on the muslin, all I'm doing is what color's in there. That's what I'm looking for. So for me, you do what is best for you to understand how to work color theory. For me, I know how to work color theory as long as I know what color I'm working with. What am I putting that on? So if I know both, I'm good to go. I have better color success. Now, I'm not going to say you're going to be like 0 mistakes, 0 boo-boos. Hey, it's going to happen. But as long as I know the color wheel, and if I hit a boo-boo, like let's say it's a little too cool, I know how to counteract it because I know how to move and shift color on purpose. The more you study hue, value, and saturation, the more you are at peace and know exactly how to move your colors. You are empowering yourself to work theory without feeling like you're blind. And that's huge. It's one of my favorite classes to do. I literally spend 4 hours and we break it down so that you can be prepared in learning how to work color theory. So in this roadmap, let's kind of recap where we've been so far. Mindset, we got our mindset down. The second, we're in the middle of that, the destination of mastering your foundations. We've talked about the hair structure. We talked about mastering color theory, hue, value, and saturation. Start with your basics, get that down, and then go to hue, value, and saturation. The third key in your foundations is mastering your chemistry of color. Now, here's the thing. Sometimes, and I have classes where, you know, some stylists hear the word chemistry and they literally shut down. And I get it. It's like you want to run from it because it's not necessarily in our nature. You know, most of us are so artistic. We don't like the science stuff. But the reality is we work with science. And so what I want you to think, if that word kind of freaks you out, here's all I want you to think is, how does my color work? That's all you're learning. How does this work? It's like if I'm going to do a job on my house, am I going to use the hammer or the screwdriver? Well, which screwdriver am I going to use? I got to use the right tool for the right job. And that's all you're learning when it comes to the chemistry of your color. So when we talk about that, I'm going to name a couple things. We're not going to dive too deep into them, but just know I have a reference book for you too. So let me kind of give you some ideas of what you want to study out so that you can be really secure in your foundations of how chemistry works. The first and number one I always say is learn pH. And here's why I say that. When I have this hair fiber here, in order to make color change, I have to get inside it. The one and only tool that we have to do that is pH, a change in pH. And so if I know what pH is, I know what it does to the hair, and I know the pH of my product, that means I understand how much swell I get and where I have access in this hair structure. If I don't know pH, I have no idea where I'm at. Did I get just to the cuticle? Did I get to the cortex? Like, I don't know. And the more you know, Your foundations are stronger in your formulation because you've got foundation set. So pH is numero uno. What is it? What does it measure? How does it affect the hair? The second one would be developers. And you're like, okay, great. I work with them every day. My question to you would be, what is it? What's in it? And what's the job of the developer? The developer has a certain jobs and that's all it can do. It can break down the hair and it develops the dye and it delivers them into the hair. That's it. That's all it can do. So then you got to ask yourself, well, what's the difference between a 10, 20, 30, and 40? If I know that, I know how it affects the hair, so I can adjust for it in my formulation when I'm going through my process. When I'm finally in formulation, all I'm doing is putting puzzle pieces together that I already know because I've gotten them in my foundations. The second one would be, or the third one would be your alkalinity. What is alkalinity? Well, it lives in our tubes of color. It lives in permanent, it lives in demi-acidic and alkaline demi and acidic demi. You want to know which one, because there's 3 alkalizing agents that are possible in your tube of color. Which one's in there and what can it do? And here's what an alkalizing agent does. It swells the hair and it ignites the developer. It tells it it's allowed to go and work now. That's its job. So if you know its job, you know which one's in there, you know what's going to happen to the hair strand. Easy peasy. The next thing you want to know is your dye. There are 2 main dyes in our hair world that we work with. We work with direct dyes and oxidative. That's it. So if you know what those are, you know where they sit in the hair strand, and you know how they come together, man, formulation becomes easier. How do you feel about pH drops to citric acid to lower the alkalinity to a demi? Ooh, that's a hot topic. Let me get to that one because that's a whole nother topic. Yeah, that's a whole nother topic. Here's what I'll tell you. Alkalinity is always stronger than the acid. So whenever you mix them together, they don't equal each other out. You need so much acid to actually bring alkalinity down. But when you study pH out and you know those foundations, you will learn that too. And what's capable with a citric acid? What is it really capable of? Can it really bring it down? If you wonder about pH, get litmus paper from Amazon. Buy yourself some litmus paper. It's, the stuff that you test pool water with. It's like $10 and you can literally test your products. Just pH strips to test. Perfect. Man, it's eye-opening what your pHs of your alkaline demi or your acidic demi. When you know the pH scale and you know how it affects hair and then you see the pH, it will blow your mind. It gives you access and understanding to what you're really doing to the hair. So we talked about dye. Then you want to know what level systems are. What is a level system? The 1 to 10 or the 1 to 11. And what makes one level system different than the other? Those are foundations, right? And that's a lot of foundations. I'm sure you're probably going, whew, that's a lot. It is. But remember your jar. We're just putting like one little bead in at a time, right? This is what I'm doing. I'm going to learn about pH today. Woohoo! pH, look at me grow. And the more you grow in here, the more your confidence becomes stronger when you formulate. It becomes easy to put puzzle pieces together. Then after you understand your level system, you want to know what lighteners are. What is in a lightener and what is it doing to the hair? If you know that, it puts you in the driver's seat. You know what kind of control you have, what you're capable of, and when you're not capable of in terms of what you can do to the hair. The last one I would say is color removers. There are only 3 types of color removers we can choose from. 3 main types. Everybody labels them different. But if you know what those 3 types are, and you know what those 3 types do to the hair and to the dye, then you can make a choice that's appropriate. And then you're not just grasping at straws going, well, let's try this one. I don't know what's in that one, but let's try that one. So-and-so said it worked really great. When you know, then you choose on purpose, right? And so here's what I would say when it comes to chemistry. Number 1, I have so many Instagram videos, IG videos that literally walk through so much of this information on the basics part. The second thing I would do is if you want to get started, I'm going to recommend this book right here. It's called Hair Structure and Chemistry Simplified. This is a Milady book. This was written, sorry, I'm working my camera here. This was written by John Halal. Now, John and I have been in contact with one another. He's an amazing man, knows so much information, so generous. But if you want to get started in learning and dip your toe in a place where it's not overwhelming, this is a perfect book. It's written for hairdressers specifically for our needs. And so it's all just focused on that. And it's much deeper than what you got maybe in your Milady book or Pivot Point, whatever you started on. If you did, I mean, I'm not sure what kind of school you went through. I didn't have any of that. My learning was on my own. So, but anyway, this one, it's like a little Bible for me. Like I go back to refer to it all the time. So this one will really help you if you're not sure where to get started. Start here. Please feel free to come to my Instagram page and learn. That's why I put them on there, is so that I can help, because when I was looking for this information, it was nowhere to be found. I had to dig really hard and I just didn't think that was okay. So that's why I put as much information out as I can so that you can be empowered too. I think if we're all going to have that master cosmetology degree, that we should all have access to information if we choose to learn and to grow. So, okay, great. So we've got our 3 foundations: hair structure, color theory, and chemistry. So that's the second destination. And here's how that goes. You got your mindset right. You got your theory on. That second destination, mastering your foundations, that's the theory. That's all I want you to focus on. Think about all the classes that you've taken and all the pieces. Do they fit in hair structure? Did it fit in color theory? And did it fit in the chemistry of color? Where did it fit? Because that's all you got. That's all you have to focus on. And all of that, you'll see where it fits in. Okay. The third part, this is where the action comes in. So theory is using your mind, taking all that information in. This third destination is, how do I put it into action? Because seeing is believing. Okay. This third part is called a mastering process and practice. So let me get this out of the way here. What is a process? Process is a color formulation process. Like when you're about to formulate someone's color, what's the process that you use? Is it in your head? Is it written down? Is it something you kind of use each and every time? Process is a procedure or a set order of things that you do. This one, hold on, that got real small, Elaine. That one is now they're both next to each other, Elaine, but they're both small. I want to see if we can get that a little bit enlarged. There we go. Perfect. Hopefully you guys can see that. Please feel free to screenshot this. I'm sharing with you my process. It's not the only process out there. Trust me. There are a lot of processes that people go through, but this is the one that I created for myself, that I knew I wasn't going to miss a variable when I was formulating, especially, in that salon environment where your client's trying to chit chat with you. And then your stylist friend is like, oh my gosh, I went out this weekend. And you're like, oh my God, you guys, I'm trying to process. I'm trying to formulate here. Please stop. This right here is beautiful for situations like that. And this I laminated. I literally laminate everything. You guys would laugh. I really should buy a laminator. But what I do is I literally walk through this process. Now, I do have a video on my Instagram page where I spent like 13 minutes walking through one color scenario, so you can kind of hear my thinking as I walk through the process. But the first thing you're going to do in this process, it says SP. I'm going to find, it's hard to read. Can you hold it closer to camera? Yes. There we go. Is that better? So the first one is SP. I'm going to find my starting point. Some people call it starting level. It doesn't matter what you call it. All you're trying to do is, where are you starting from? What level do you see? How much gray is there? What is the texture like? And is there porosity? Here's where your foundation, your hair structure foundation comes into play. Because if I see percentage of gray, I'm like, ding, ding, ding. I remember the structure. I remember I have to compensate. If I say, oh my gosh, this is coarse texture, ding, 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 I remember coarse is really thick. color works best on medium texture. I'm going to have to compensate. Like these are little, you know, triggers for me because my foundations are set, right? Porosity. Okay, that's hair damage in the cortex and the cuticle. So that means if there's way too many holes, my color is going to look different. If I have high porosity, ding, 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 I know I have to compensate. And so those are like little triggers for me on what I need to adjust in my formulation. The second part is my desired level. Where am I going? Okay, I know I'm starting, let's say, at a 6. Do I want to stay on level? Do I want to go above? Do I want to make her lighter? Do I want to make her darker? That's all I can do. So where am I going? If I'm going above, let's say, let me do this really fast. Let's say I decided I'm going above, right? So if I'm going above, where am I going to go? What if I put a level 8 on that level 6? All right, we're going to make it simple here. So if I do that, I have to decide then, what is that hair going to give back to me? So if I put a level 8 permanent color on a level 6, that hair is no longer going to be a level 6. I have to figure out what is that giving me back? So I know I'm probably going to be at a light copper, right? So my underlying pigment, because I know how my hair structure responds to the chemistry that I just put on it. And now I know I'm going to get a light copper. All right. So, okay, great. So now I'm no longer starting with this level 6. Now I'm starting with a light copper here. And then I say, what percent? Why would I say what percent? Well, if I have gray in there, let's say I have 50% gray, right? That means that 50% of that is pigmented hair. So this pigmented hair is going to give me that light copper. So that light copper is 50%. What's the other 50%? Well, what do we know about gray hair when we put oxidative color on it? We know that it turns yellow, a pale yellow. So 50% of the color that I now have is going to be light copper, and the other 50% is going to be pale yellow. So now this is where I've got to work color theory. Now I know what's in my chair, and now I have to decide, where am I moving that color to? Am I going to, so here's my desired tone, do I want her cool? Do I want her neutral? Do I want her warm? Or do I want her really warm? Sometimes I might want her neutral warm. I've got to decide. So let's say I circle and I say, I actually want her neutral warm. So this is where I've got to decide, what tone am I going to use on that 50% light copper and 50% light gray in order to get a color that's warm neutral? So that's where the tone would be determined. So I would have an 8, whatever tone you feel like you needed, or an 8 ash with an 8N. This is where you're deciding on tone. Then the last step would be volume of developer. Now, when I start this process, if I'm working on permanent color, I assume I'm starting with 20 volume. If I'm working with a demi color, I assume I'm starting with either 10 or 5, depending on your line. And this is where I'm going to adjust it. If I think, man, that might make me too warm, that 20 volume, I'm going to go down to 10 volume instead, because I know my chemicals. I know if I put a 10 volume in there instead of a 20, my underlying pigment will be less warm. This is where you decide based on your chemistry, your color theory, and your hair structure. Your foundations, you already know. You're putting the puzzle pieces together in your process. This is what I mean by process. In the beginning, I used this all the time. And then I got to the point where I could do it in my head. And sometimes it helps because, like, let's say you have a client that has a root, then she's got a mid-shaft color and she's got ends. And you're like, oh my God, you look at it and you get so overwhelmed, like, I don't know where to even start. So you start with the root and you go, number 1, where am I at? And you walk through the process. Then when you're done, then you walk through the process. Then you walk through the process. You won't get lost when you have a really good process. So the third destination is process and practice. Here's what I'm going to suggest to you. You know how I say seeing is believing? Well, sometimes we learn because we see what happens on the client, right? But then there are things we don't want to learn on a client. Like, let's say you're terrified to formulate for a redhead. Here's what I do. I get natural hair from my clients. Whoop, they get chopped off. This is actually an old neighbor of mine. She literally dropped it off at my house because she knows I do this. And it doesn't matter. If it's virgin hair, that's great. If it's colored hair, that's fine. All you need to do is put it in the bag and label it virgin hair, natural hair. Do that. Get a stash, for yourself. And so when you are in a place where you can practice, go through the process. Look at what color you have. Make a little swatch. This is what I do. Here's a little swatch. I take a little rubber band and a little piece of the hair and I make a hair swatch. And I work with natural hair. There's nothing better than working with real hair. And so when I do that, I'm going to take this and I'm going to start my formulation process on this. And I'm like, how can I make her a redhead? And I'm going to imagine that I'm doing it to a client. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to practice that formula on here and see if I nailed it. Where did I hit and where do I need to adjust? What went right and what didn't go right? This is the best way to grow and learn, so that when you get into the salon, you're certain because you've seen it before. So another way you can do it is if you get terrified of taking like a level 9 porous head of hair to a level 6 or a level 5, you're like, the filling terrifies you. So take hair, lighten it, make it porous, and then practice. Use your process, formulate your filler. Do your filler. What did you learn? Did you get it? What do you think could have been different? And then do your next final formula. Formulate it with your process and practice. The more you practice, the more you see it. Like theory, it works. The more you see it, that when you're in the salon, you can really do it. That you've seen it before, you've done it before. You feel really good, you know your line, and you know how to handle it. Those are the 3 main destinations on your roadmap to formulation confidence. Get your mind in a healthy place, positive, good. You can do this. You will figure it out. Second, get your theory down. Which part do you need to really get stronger in? Is it structure? Is it theory? Is it chemistry? Is it all 3? If it's all 3, no worries. Just remember, you're just building your confidence bank a little bit at a time. And one day it's going to be full. And then you're going to put it into action. You cannot grow if you only do theory. You're going to get stuck. You're going to get an analysis paralysis. Do the action, put it into practice. And one day you're going to walk out and you're going to go, holy cow, I don't feel anxious. I'm really, really doing okay. I hope those destinations on the roadmap will help you. I hope it gives you some sort of value and where to go from where you're at. So you're not grasping at straws, wondering where to go to learn how to formulate with confidence. I would love, let's see, it's 3:42. I would love to find out if anyone has questions or comments, if there's anything that stuck out to you, or if you think that, there's some questions that you have. So Sherry says, do you think we should get the workbook as well? Are you talking about the chemistry of hair, Sherry? Is that what you're referring to? I will tell you this. I personally didn't. Do I think it would hurt? No. I think it would help for sure. I would also suggest getting a buddy, like somebody that loves to talk formulation and grow in those areas like you do. It's really helpful to have somebody who is on that same journey with you. That really, really helps. There's a group of women that are from the UK that are taking classes with me. And it's so cool to watch them work together, because in a class, like if one gets lost, the other 2 are like, don't worry, I got you. I got you. And so they kind of help each other out. If there's a piece that overwhelms them, they kind of support each other. So I would suggest getting some buddies while you do it. It's really, really helpful. Are there any other questions that you guys might have? I hope did you find this helpful? Awesome, Maria. Thank you so much. I'm so glad it's helping. Love this. Okay, Doris, love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nicola, I hope I said that right. Awesome. What about questions? What questions do you have? I want to make sure we have a couple minutes. What do you recommend on red hair to get blonde highlights? Oh, okay. So that's a good question. So if you're referring to like on a red head, like a natural red head, or someone that has artificial color. Redheads are hard to get blonde highlights on, and I'll tell you why. So this comes back to the foundations, you know, of hair structure. Redheads are about 67 to 68% of this. So some redheads, you might get blonde, but other redheads, you won't get them really blonde without breaking their hair. So you got to be careful of how much you break down, because this stuff is really hard to break down with lightener. It doesn't always fully break it down. And with a redhead, sometimes these will reform. So you'll have a redhead that gets highlights and they'll come back and go, where'd the highlights go? Because their color literally reformed together. So I would be very cautious that you don't go past that golden stage unless they're like a light copper. They may be able to get there, but if they're the deeper levels, it'll be really tricky. It's, you know, every class of yours I've had an aha. Oh, hi Tammy, it's so good to see you. Oh, it's so good to see you, my friends. What about the process of filling the hair when going darker on lightened hair? Okay, Sherry, so are you talking about like what to do with that? I'm going to just answer, hopefully this is kind of what you're asking. I would use this formulation process, and here's what I'm thinking about. Like instead of going to, I don't start necessarily with the starting point because I already know where I'm starting from. I will generally do a treatment on that hair because I know that hair is really porous, meaning the structure on the inside has been broken down. And so if I can do a treatment, I can kind of fill in the structure so that it doesn't suck the color up too bad. But here's what we know. Porous hair, it will take an influx of color, almost like a sponge. If the sponge has so many holes in it, if you put it in water, it's like, it sucks it up. What you have to know is what's in my tube of color. If in my tube of color is a really warm color and it sucks up that color, meaning that base in it will also get sucked up, then I'm okay. If that color is too neutral or warm, it will suck that color up and the base will overpower the tone, meaning the tone, the warm color and the base, which is generally cooler, that warm tone is in there, but the base swallowed it. So what I do, there's a video actually, Sherry, that I have. When I swatch out color on muslin, what that tells me is that's probably what it's going to look like if the hair's porous. The swatch in my color book tells me what the color will look like if it's on healthy hair. So swatching out on muslin will tell me what it's probably going to look like on porous hair. The swatch in your color book tells you what it's supposed to look like on healthy hair. If that gives you a visual of what it will look like on the hair, you're set. So I would swatch those colors out. There's literally a video that I have on my Instagram page that talks about that and shows you the difference between swatching on muslin and what it looks like on the hair versus what that swatch in the color book looks like. I hope that answered your question, Sherry. Let me know if it did not. Who was my mentor? Okay, I have a couple of mentors. First was Michael Burton, of course. He taught me literally how to function in a salon. Then it's David Valesco, because I learned so much from reading his books and following him. Max Kavanaugh was a really huge integral part in the very beginning. Then Dennis Gebhardt, he was the one that kind of put the lifeboat out for me. He just literally saved my tush from drowning, really. And then I climbed in that boat and I took off. So, and I'm trying to think if there's anybody else that, you know, I have so many coworkers that I would claim to be mentors to, just because we learn from one another. So I hope that answered that question. Swatch books, is that supposed to be true color or on white? Okay, it depends, Doris. That's a great question. It depends on your color line. I would say, in general, it's supposed to be what it looks like on that level of hair. If you put it, sometimes some swatch books will say like level 6 and level 8. It'll tell you what it should look like on a level 6 and like on a level 8. But remember, Doris, it's like plastic, right? It's not going to give you an accurate, it's just like an estimate, if you will. And so, I mean, that's really kind of the best we can get right now, because they put it on plastic so it doesn't fade. If they put it on real hair, it would fade. So, but you can also make your own swatch book with swatches or muslin strips. I actually take pictures of the muslin strip and I have a file folder in my camera. And It says swatches. And so I go there if I ever need reference. When doing a treatment, protein versus moisture, how do you tell which the hair needs and what do you use for said treatments? Okay, hi Samantha. Okay, well, here's what I know. If I use any kind of oxidative treatment on hair, I know that the hair's protein has been broken down. I think protein treatments are a must, period. But when the hair feels brittle, it doesn't have that elasticity to it, then I know that it's lacking moisture as well. The hair doesn't need as much moisture as we think. It's only 10 to 15% moisture. So, but we do know that when we break the hair down with oxidative treatments, it breaks down something called intercellular cement. That's like the hair glue that makes it elastic like an accordion. That when it breaks that down, the hair feels brittle and hard. That's lacking that lipid because we've broken it down. So I generally do both lipids and proteins because when we do oxidative, they both get broken down. I hope that answered your question. Awesome. Awesome. And that's how I spell my middle name, A-N-N-E. My daughter won't lift at all. I swatched her with 40 volume, did not change. Ooh, interesting, Iris. Is she a redhead or does she have artificial color on her hair? In situations like that, I'm not really sure if you've ever done like a Malibu treatment or trying to cleanse some of the minerals off of her hair. I'm not real sure what level she's at, if she's really dark. Oh, hi, Elena. So good to see you. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you're here. So good to see you, my friends. Katie, oh, you're welcome, Katie. You're welcome. Happy to help. Any other questions? I'm so happy to answer. We've got 10 minutes. I want to make sure whatever questions you have, I'm happy to answer. No question is too small or too big. And I'm going to get some water while I wait for some questions to come in. Oh, let me show you. Stacy. Oh, good. I'm so glad you love this information. Let me show you my my swatch. This is my 5mm is what it's called. So it's mocha, and you can see it's a muted color, but there's still a lot of tone in it. So the tone would be a red violet. Here's what I'm going to tell you, which is really interesting. Colors that are very muted, it's very hard to identify them. And so practicing these, and I also practice with paint, even though our dye is not paint, it's chemical. Practicing muting out a color, like taking red violet and muting it out with a ton of brown so I can like train my eye to see muted color is so helpful because this is what we work with. You're like, well, how much tone is in there? Well, I can see there's some red violet tone in it just because I've been training my eye to see what these swatches look like. And I can tell that there's some warm brown base in there. Hope that's helpful. Any tips to avoid root glow? Nicola, that's a great question. So a lot of times that comes from using a developer or a color that's too high. So I tend to personally, I use 10 volume a lot at the root. It depends on the situation. If there's a lot of gray, then I use 20 volume, sometimes 10. To be quite honest. So it really is formulating correctly, because here's the thing, that hair, that really small amount of hair, the keratin hasn't hardened yet. So it's like really baby hair. It's softer. Anything after it is super hard, right? The keratin, the protein is hardened. So this will take much brighter. So if you're getting a hot root, then you're probably using a too high of a developer or too high of a color. It's hard to say without knowing where you're starting from, your endpoint is, and what you're using. But I'm going to say it's generally that. But I would start looking at the developer first. Level 5, 50% gray to beige blonde. Lori. Okay, so I will tell you, Lori, unfortunately, we don't have enough time to kind of walk through that formulation with you guys. And I'm going to be honest, there's 2 ways to formulate for lift and deposit. And if I go through that, and I pick one way, it's going to confuse everybody else that does it the opposite way, and vice versa. And I don't want to do that today. So like I said, I do walk through how to formulate one. And I do have a video on the 2 different ways to formulate for color for lift. Feel free to look on my Instagram page. It's on IGTV. Is 10 volume okay to use on gray root? It depends. I have used it very, very often. Here's what I know. The higher I go on my developer, the brighter my underlying pigment will be. I generally use 10 volume because when I wanted them to return, I wanted them not to be so warm. Some people, there's no way. I have to use 20 volume. There's no way. And I'm okay with that. But then there are people where 10 volume works beautifully. You have to work with your client and learn their hair and what their hair can handle and what will cover and what will not. I did have a client who had extremely resistant hair just right here. And so a lot of times I will use a demi-permanent, an alkaline demi for gray coverage or gray blending. And then if they have 50% or more, then I'll go to permanent. But I try to avoid permanent in those situations because it's just going to be warm when they come back. I just hopped back on a little while ago. Do you have a favorite color line? You know what? No. Here's what I'm going to tell you. I don't, because, you know, some people are like, oh, I don't like this line. It's warm. I don't like this line. It's cold, you know, that vice versa. To me, it doesn't matter as long as I know what's in the color. If my color line is too warm, I know how to cool it off because I know color theory, right? And I know what's in my tube. And so I generally don't have a favorite color line one over the other. Now, I will tell you, I love Matrix because I do work for them. I did actually use the color and I thought about educating for the company, but it wasn't my favorite color and it wasn't my favorite culture. So I love the vibrant reds in Matrix, but I love the vibrant reds in other lines too. So I'm sorry, I can't give you more of a definitive answer. Why are my white roots not covering enough anymore? Okay, great question. So there's a couple of ways when you have a situation where your grays aren't covering anymore. I always say you got to reformulate. You got to look, when people get really gray, every time they come back, I check my formulation because I know that I'm going to have to adjust. Because it's like, to me, when gray comes in, it's like a freight train. It's like slow in the beginning and then all of a sudden it's like, it's just going to keep going. So if you've been using the same formula, I always reformulate. And here's a couple of things I do. First thing I will do is I will add the deeper level first. I'll go a little bit deeper and see if that works. If that doesn't work, then I can adjust my level of my ratio of developer to dye. So what I would do is, here's my developer. I'm going to lessen my developer and increase my dye load. What that does is it makes the alkalinity in my formula a little bit higher and it gives me more dye deposit because I have less developer. So I can do that too. And then I just check my application. I have seen so many stylists with gray hair take too thick of a section. And then I leave it on. Certain people, like my mother-in-law, she's really coarse. I left her on for 15 minutes and I had her clarify her hair before she came because there was no way like her hair wouldn't cover. But when she was clarifying, I had her come back. I would do the same formula, covered beautifully. So I'm not sure if you clarify, but those are a couple tips to adjust if you're having gray coverage issues. Any other questions? I know we've got 3 minutes. Why were we always taught to use only 20 volume on gray? Okay, here's why this is just me throwing out a thought on that. When a color company puts out a technical guide, here's the deal. They don't know who that technical guide is going to go in the hands of. It could be in the hands of someone that literally just came out of hair school or somebody that's a seasoned veteran, right? And so for a color line, they really want that stylist, whoever that stylist is, to have like 95 to 98% success rate. So they're going to tell you the thing that works almost all the time, right? They're not going to tell you, hey, if you have this kind, then adjust it this way. Like they expect us, you and I, to know the difference. And so, you know, and I get that, like, you know, if you put a technical guide in someone's hands that's literally coming out of hair school, they've got to be successful too. So they've got to put something across the board. And then you and I can learn how to adjust from that. There was a question that popped up and I feel like I missed it. Do you always tend to use your hairline one shade lighter than the? Yes, I do actually. Okay, a couple of things with my hairline. The hair around here is generally, I say generally because not always the case, generally finer. And we know finer hair takes that color up like more intensely because we know our hair structure. So here's what I would do if I had that situation. I would do the rest, like her hair. I would start where she was the grayest and I would do my base color. And then I would come around the hairline with a lighter color. Sometimes it was half a level. Sometimes it was a full level. Sometimes the tone was different just to make it appear lighter. But I would definitely do that. And I would do this last because I didn't want it to go deeper. But I say generally because there are some people I would have to do this first. Like they were resistant. I had one client I would do right here first because she was so resistant. And whatever I could do to not have to make it harder for myself, you know, like you can pre-soften with color straight out of the tube. I would do that as a last resort only because it can get so messy. I wanted to do what I could do that would simplify it and then add different things I could do along the way that would adjust it. So I would do that last just because of, you know, it can get a little complicated. What's my post-oxidation process? Awesome question, Anne. So here's what I would do. I would rinse the hair thoroughly. Make sure that dye is rinsing clean. Because when I do that, then I'm taking that pH. My hair is now up at a very high pH, and I need to bring it back down. If I don't, she could have early fading. So I'm going to rinse that hair really, 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 really well. That's going to bring me down the pH scale. Then I'm going to shampoo her really well one time. Now I'm bringing her down a little bit on that pH scale. Then I'm going to wash her again, ×2, and it's going to bring her down a little bit. Now at this point, I can condition or I can use an acidic rinse, or I can do both. Both conditioner and acidic rinses are very acidic. So if I'm walking that hair down with water first, shampoo, conditioner, acidic rinse, then I know that that hair is now back down to its original state. So that's what I would do. I learned that from my mentor dentist. Thank you for that question. Would you suggest shampooing the hair before you color? I always taught not to. Okay, so Doris, here's what I did. Most of the time, I wouldn't normally worry so much, except if I had issues with coverage, and I would have them do it. I had them purchase the clarifying shampoo, and I would have them do it before they came to see me, because sometimes people are worried about timing. That has always been something that kind of took care of the timing issue. And then it was on them if they did it or not. They knew better. If they didn't do it, their coverage might not be great, but that was on them because they knew what to do. I gave them instructions. And if I had a problem, let's say it came like one client, she would always come up hot on one side or the other when she didn't clarify, meaning it wouldn't take. And so I would come back in with an alkaline demi at the root with something deep, like a level 4 or 5, and leave it on for about 10 minutes, and it fixed the issue. It was not a problem, but I'd like to avoid that, and so would she. So I always had them clarify before they came in. Reason being is your color, this is where the chemistry foundation comes in. Your color has a certain working time in terms of lift and being able to swell that hair. And if they have minerals and they have products, all this product stuff on their hair, now the color has to work through all of that and now get to their cuticle. So it's going to take away some of the time that it has to get into that cortex. You want it to go down as far as it can so that it can live longer in the hair. Oh, you're muted, Elaine. Oh, there you go.
Wonderful, wonderful class. Everyone's loving it. Lots of great comments. They were listening intently. There's one last thing here. Does shampoo and conditioning pre-lightened hair affect a toner of end results?
Oh gosh. Okay, so shampooing, no. Conditioner, possibly, but for the better. So when I would tone, I wouldn't condition unless I had a porosity issue. If I had porosity, I would absolutely condition those ends before I put any toner on, because I'm trying to fill that hair prior to putting that toner on so I don't get that grab like I normally would. So it depends on the situation and where the hair structure is, your foundation, right?
Anne says, more, please.
More, please.
You have to follow Julie on her
Yes.
Instagram. I put it up a couple times. It's Colors with Chemistry. She has classes that she loves doing. She takes small groups. I'm speaking for you, Julie. I know
Yes, you're correct.
you're not
correct.
salesy, but she's amazing and she's happy to help. If any of you loved what she talked about, please reach out to her. She does, education on the regular, and her Instagram is every day. Like I said, I learn something new from her amazing visuals. She's never boring. She always keeps it fun and also factual and helpful. So Lori said, we'll need to rewatch. I missed the beginning. Yes, you're going to be able to watch the replay and catch up on everything. People probably need a stretch break, stand up and stretch. I said, I'm going to have blood clots by the end of this because I have to be here the whole time. So I'm trying to dance in my chair tonight.
Like calisthenics,
totally
right? Yeah.
Chair dancing. So thank you so much, Julie. That was absolutely amazing. And I know people are going to be reaching out for more because that is just scratching the surface. I know you have so much more to share, and you handled the questions great. When you knew you were going to go into a whole rabbit hole, it is so hard because you want to help and you want to answer everyone's questions, but it's hard in such a short segment, to really get into the nitty gritty. So please, everyone, reach out to Julie, and she's happy to go further with you in a future education event. So I'm so appreciative that you did this totally free collaboration. I know who my people are. I know who I can count on when I have these crazy ideas. And I knew that Julie would be on board and excited to be here today. So I appreciate you and I love what you shared.
Thank you so much, Elaine. This was so fun. And thank you everybody for joining in. I love doing this. I love helping wherever I can. So you guys are awesome. I can't wait for the rest of the day and all we get to learn. So it's going to be a great day. Thank you so much, Elaine. This has been so fun.
Thank you. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
Okay, so that is a hard act to follow. The pressure is on. And while I was watching both presenters do their fabulous classes, I realized I never formally introduced myself. I get so excited as the host of these events to just get the party started. I know how I am when I attend these events, and I hate when people spend the first 20 minutes with some DJ playing music or doing something completely unnecessary that just drags it on. Your time is valuable, and we know that. So we want it to get right into the goods. And that's what I'm going to do for you now. This is a tough time zone here. You've been at it since 1 p.m. It's now 4 p.m. So take a stretch, take a drink of water, go to the restroom, get a snack, because now I am going to go in fast and furious with dispelling some myths that have kept us from being successful colorists. So a lot of you already know me, and that's why you're here, because I sent you the email saying come to this free event. But I also have met a lot of new faces on the email list from opting in off of Facebook and off of our other educators sharing this event. So hello, if this is the first time you're meeting me, my name is Elaine Travis. I am crazy passionate about hair color. My kids, I have 2 children, a boy and a girl, who tease me and say, I need to get a life that all I do is talk about, teach, or do hair color. And that is true. I've been in the industry 34 years. I've owned a very successful hair color specialty salon for 30 of those years. The salon is still going strong. I have an amazing staff that all, studied with me and learned all of my quick, fast Cliff Note approach to what really matters behind the chair in hair color, and not getting too caught up in all the scary. Julie was amazing sharing all the chemistry. What happens with the chemistry is we start to get nervous because it's so serious. Talking about disulfide bonds and pH and porosity and acidic and alkaline. And if you're anything like me, science class was torture. Like Julie said, I did not do well in regular science class. I do well in hair color because it's something that I care about the science of. I'm interested in it. And just like anything else, did you ever, you're told in school you have to read a certain book, and it's absolute torture picking it up. You read a couple pages, you fall asleep, you put it aside, you say you're going to go back to it, you never go back to it. because you're not interested. When you're interested in something, it becomes easier because you care about the information. So I have been an absolute obsessive sponge of all things hair color my entire career. Early in my career, most of you on here are already my Hair Color Secrets Insider members. It's a membership for hair colorists. We have live coaching. I am a mentor who's passionate about sharing. But a lot of you are not insiders, but you may have already read my book. So you already know most of my story. I started out as a generalist, doing everything in the salon and loving it, but realizing more and more how much of my passion lied in hair color. And my sister had a major oops where her hair turned a really funky, awful color. And when I went into beauty school the next day, I assumed that my teacher would be able to help me fix her mess. I did not make the mess, but I thought I'll just go into school and ask the teacher and she'll tell me what to do. So I'm really going to age myself right now. When I went to school, I had a Polaroid picture. Some of you on here might not even know what that is. It was that camera that the picture shot right out of, and you had to shake it and let it develop. I had a Polaroid picture of the mess, and it was this like weird, funky rat fur, muddy brownie color. She had been blonde that was brassy, and they tried to tone down the brass, but they turned her more mossy green. So she's hysterical. I'm hysterical. I go to school and my teacher says, "Oh, I have no idea how to help you with that," and walks away. I walked up to another teacher. She sent me over to the owner. The owner said, "Oh, easy, put red on it." I looked at him like he had 36,000 heads. I was like, "What are you talking about? She already has green hair. Now you're telling me to put red on it. Is this Christmas? What does red have to do with green?" Even though I now understand what red has to do with green, because now I know what the color wheel is and what that all means. But at the time, I was probably a month away from graduating, and I believe our required hours were 1,500 hours. So I only had a little bit of time left in my education, and we hadn't opened the book or talked about color yet. We didn't talk about basic theory. We didn't talk about the color wheel. We didn't talk about the why behind all of the guests that I had been servicing on the clinic floor for 6 months. I had been doing women's hair and covering their gray, but this is what was wrong. I looked at the client. I said, "Hello." I did my hi, nice to meet you. These cute little old ladies that used to come in and let us play on their hair. And she would say, "Just match what's on my ends." And I would look at my teacher like this with the eyes like, "You going to help me out here? Because we didn't talk about this yet." And she would walk over with a bottle. This was 1986. She would hand me a bottle with color already in it and say, "Shake this, put a glove on, apply it just to her regrowth, and set the timer for 30 minutes, and she would walk away. To this day, I have no idea what was in that bottle. I don't know if it was Clairol, L'Oreal, Redken, Goldwell. It was a long time ago, so it was probably Miss Clairol, liquid color. But the fact of the matter is, I didn't know what it was, why it was in the bottle, and what the reason for that chosen shade was. And that was a disservice to me. That was 1986. I've had recent graduates tell me that this is still going on right now. In 2021, bottles or bowls are already being pre-mixed by an instructor, handed to the student to apply to the color without the why. You must know the why. You must know what is in that bowl or bottle. And the biggest thing that you need to remember that I was never told then, it was a long time before I was told this, and you may hear this and think, why the hell didn't anybody tell me? Hair color is not paint. Hair color, just like Julie said, when she showed you that visual with the cortex medulla and cuticle, hair color causes the hair to change its structure and become another color. It doesn't take on paint. So if I have a white piece of paper, this isn't a piece of paper, but if I have this, and you look at this white on here, and I draw with an orange marker, you're going to see orange. If I take the same marker and instead use a black piece of paper and draw with this orange marker, you're not going to see that orange. So you have to remember when you're formulating that the tube of color plus what is already present in the hair, those two added together, divided by 2, is the result you're going to get. So when you pull a tube of level 8 color and you're working on a level 5 and you in your mind believe that you're going to reach a level 8, it's simply not true. That level 8 tube, the only time that level 8 tube will appear as the color in the swatch book says it's going to be, you know, if you look at one of these swatches and say, well, this is what I'm going to get, the only time that shade is that true color is on white hair, on a human, on white hair, or on hair pre-lightened beyond any gold or yellow. That is when it's going to be that true color. But if there is brown in the hair or dark gray, there's all different shades of gray. You know, we go back to the 50 Shades of Gray. Gray hair is not all one size fits all. There are different shades of gray. So that's where we get into trouble with formulation. So I'm here to share some myth busting with you. I'm going to do my best to share my slides. If I don't do a good job, I promise I will still share the information with you. But let's see. Nope, I knew it. Let's see. Did that wrong. Let me stop that. This is always tricky in here. The slides are not anything exciting, so don't stress if I end up not being able to share these. There we go. Second time's the charm. So there are many myths that we were taught in beauty school that simply aren't true, but I picked the top 10 that really drive me crazy when I am sharing and teaching someone, especially someone who is new in the industry, because they're still being told those same myths. So number 1 is that the power is in the developer. The higher the developer, the more lift. So we were taught from the very beginning in our career that 10 volume is the lowest volume of developer, the lowest strength. Then there's 20, then there's 30, then there's 40. And that depending on which one we mix with our color is going to be our result. And that's simply not true. There is different strengths of developer, but it involves the speed at which the color does its job, not the level of lift. So if you think right now that a level 2, when mixed with 40 volume developer, is going to lift 4 levels, think about that. Like if you're questioning what I'm saying right now, think about what you're being asked to believe. That if you use a level 2, but I'm going to mix it with 40 volume and it's going to be a really strong level 2, it's still not going to lift 4 levels. So when you're told that if it's a level 5 and they want to go to a 9, use 40 volume and bada boom, you're going to be at a level 9, try it. Just like Julie said to do your swatches, try it on a swatch. And what you will find instead is that you've created a level 9. If the level 9 is your tube, and you put it on my hair, I'm a 5, it's 9 plus 5 divided by 2, which is a 7. So I am going to reach a level 7 when I really thought I was reaching a level 9. And then in 2021, I'm going to get on Facebook on a forum and bitch about it. I am switching color lines. This color stinks. It doesn't do what it says. They said it was going to lift 4 levels and it's so brassy. Why is it so brassy? That's why. We give developer way too much credit. It doesn't have a brain. It can only do one thing, and that is activate the product that it's mixed with. Number 2, resistant gray will cover better if you pre-soften it. Julie touched on this a little bit, and I was happy to hear her say that you can pre-soften it with the alkalinity of color straight out of the tube. One of the myths that still is prevalent today, and I see it on the regular, is, oh, resistant gray, don't worry. just go in with straight developer first, set your timer, let it sit on the hair a little bit. It will open up the cuticle for the color to be taken better, stronger, better gray coverage. Developer is acidic. It is not alkaline. You need alkalinity to swell the hair, as Julie also said. So you can't, pre-softening with developer doesn't do anything. It's an old school method. It just simply is not true. If you do have resistant gray, which is a whole other conversation, I am from the camp of, I've been doing color for 34 years. I have never met a gray I could not cover. I don't believe in this resistant gray theory. I think, just as Julie explained, there's a lot more involved than just picking up a tube of 7N. And I think it's a combination of improper formulation, not cleansing minerals off of the hair. Julie talked a little bit, I think, about Malibu, or maybe Justina did, about cleansing those minerals off because they're like rocks on the hair. So yes, the gray is going to behave resistantly, but it's not really resistant gray. It just is gray with minerals on top of it. So pre-softening, if you really have someone who's stubborn, which exactly what Julie said, it tends to be right in these little temple areas. My gray is showing through there as we speak. Women over 40, this becomes estrogen hair. It thins out. It gets like swirly, kinky, different texture. I know mine is right now. I don't love it. So if someone's super resistant there, what you want to do to pre-soften it is use color right out of the tube, usually in a level lighter than their formula because you want the increased alkalinity, and put it right on those temples, just straight out of the tube, no developer. Put it on there, put your regular formula all over the whole head, and then put the regular formula on top of it when you get to the front, and it will be covered. So developer does not do anything for pre-softening when it is alone. Number 3, this one fired me up recently. There's some people on here from a beauty school that I had the pleasure of teaching at recently virtually while they're on their lockdown, and I talked about this. Box color is more damaging and harder to remove than professional color. So I think that we all tend to have a story when it comes to box color, and we try to convince ourselves that it's crap, that it's awful, that why would our client even think about using it? It's so much worse. But the truth of the matter is box color is made by the same companies that make our professional color. And if you think for a second that they are purchasing dyes and all of the ingredients to go into a box color that are separate and different than our professional color, I was a secret spy in an actual factory with my little hospital bonnet on, walking up and down the aisles of a factory, seeing how color is made. And I will tell you that the box color, the only difference in box color to what we use in the salon in most cases is the emollients, the extra added conditioning agents. Sometimes box color has more pigment in it because they are trying to make up for user error. So the reason when a client comes in and they look like somebody spilled black tar on their head is, number one, they picked too deep of a color because they don't understand that if a color is deposit only and it says medium brown, it's going to appear more like a dark brown. They are not licensed like we are, and they don't understand that. So they look at gorgeous Eva Longoria on the cover of the box and they say, I want to be her, I'm going to buy that. And then it comes out too dark. The other issue is overlapping and putting it roots to ends each time. So box color is difficult for us to remove because of user error and lack of education. So the difference between them doing it themselves and us needs to be that we are educating them, that when we're applying their color and we're doing special things, the client should know that it's special. If there's ever been a time where there's confusion with clients about, should I bother going back to the salon? Because I've been doing a pretty damn good job in quarantine with my little box of herbal essence. They've been forced to try box color. So if you haven't done an amazingly different job of giving them a beautiful customized color that has dimension, highlights, and tones going through it and is really special, and you're charging, $75 or more, hopefully, for a regrowth touch-up. We can't even get into talking about pricing. That's a whole other class. But if you're charging a high ticket for that color and you're simply slapping on a 6N, setting your timer and going out and smoking a cigarette, shame on you, because companies like Madison Reed are biting at our ankles right now. And I spent time recently over this quarantine in a Madison Reed pajama party. I saw it come across my feed on Facebook and I was like, pajama party? What's this? I need to know what this is. This looks like something cool. How's Madison Reed coming up with this idea? And I didn't think of this. So they had women show up and they had a licensed hairstylist applying her blonde touch-up, and she was doing a really good job at sharing with them how to do it and where to put it and all those things. And as she was applying the color, people could ask questions. They could be seen on the screen on Zoom. They could jump on and trying to get this. Sorry, I want to get this and comment off the screen. It's distracting. I don't know why I can't find it. Oh, well, I'm not going to worry about it. So they did a great job of explaining everything. And then I started to really go nuts when they said, somebody in the audience said, your color's so pretty. And it was the woman who was hosting the pajama party for Madison Reed. And she said, oh, I use number 6, whatever. She gave the formula. And she said, and down here, the highlights are from our balayage kit. So they actually sent a balayage kit home with people to put dimension into their color. So not only are they getting custom formulation from licensed hairstylists, but they also have the ability to put dimension and balayage into their color. Then she was talking about adding a glaze. They put a glaze into the box. So the client gets the customized color, a set of gloves, a bowl and brush, and an applicator bottle. They can choose their method of application, and they get a glaze for the ends of the hair if it's for a retouch. So they're actually giving them the proper products that a lot of hairdressers don't know not to bring permanent color through the ends. And now Madison Reed is teaching the at-home person how to refresh their ends with a glaze. But what drove me crazy is when she was talking about it, she said, when you get to the sink and the hairdresser puts something on your hair and you just think she's conditioning your hair or doing something at the end, she actually has been getting away with this for years. She said getting away with this in relation to using a glaze. And I was like, that is a really weird way of talking about a glaze, saying that like hairdressers are getting away with this, like it was a negative, and that infuriated me. But the fact of the matter is you can get decent color at home now. And these people are jumping on to answer questions and helping people when they have issues and making it customized. So we have to be on our game. If we want our clients coming back after this pandemic, you have to do a couple little face framing pops of color. I call them sparkle lights. After you finish their retouch, lay them back at the sink and paint 4 little hand painted pieces around their hairline that give them that brightness around their face and make them feel extra special. And don't even charge them for it. Just say, this is my gift to you. I want you to see some sparkle and dimension. And the next time you come in, I guarantee you're going to ask for more, because that's what happens. People want more. I never have seen anybody say, don't give me that highlight again. I hated it. They always want more. So again, the difference between box color, I see all these things on forums about metallic salts and this can't be removed and that can't be removed. There are colors like splat and what else? There's colors that Manic Panic, Splat, they have carpet dye in them. They have dyes that are used for your carpet that are never going to fade. Those are hard to get through, but don't blame it on box color or blame it on the client doing it themselves. It's the situation that we have in our chair. It doesn't matter what type of color is on there. We have to be trained to be corrective colorists and know what we're dealing with and know how to remove it. Base breakers. I am not a fan of breaking the base. I see a lot of people on forums when people talk about blonding and they're like, oh, just do a quick base break. She'll love it. It'll be great. It'll be like this beautiful color blonde with no brassiness. And it's just not true. I have yet to meet a base break that is not warm. The day of, it is gorgeous. I will agree on that the day of a base break, you think you reinvented the most amazing product ever. And you're like, oh my gosh, I'm doing this on every client. I was guilty of that. I discovered base breaks and I was like, oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing ever. You know, for someone like me that gets highlights and a retouch before I had gray, it just kind of took away that harsh regrowth and gave that little bit of that beigey, almost bronzy, no brassy, J-Lo or like Fergie kind of color, that gorgeous sandy blonde the day of. Client pays her bill, she leaves, she says she loves it. 2 weeks later, I can put it on my calendar. 2 weeks later, you get a phone call. My hair is orange. What do I do? Why is it so orange? And you're like, what? It was Fergie Beautiful when you left. I can't imagine what happened. What happens is if you're not familiar with what a base breaker is, it's using permanent color, usually with 10 or 20 volume, in a high level, like an 8, 9, or in some lines 10, in a cool color, and you apply it with an applicator bottle really quickly. You go all through the hair, right at the regrowth, and you're just putting it on, putting it on, putting on. And by the time you get to the back, you take the guests to the sink, shampoo them, and it ever so slightly shifts that harshness of their base off, and it's a beautiful, cool color. So what is happening is that cool color is still on top of the hair, masking the warmth that we uncovered, which is that remaining pigment contribution that we talked about a little bit when Julie was saying 50% is copper, 50% is yellow. It's what lies beneath the hair. And as soon as you add permanent color and lighten in any way, even if it's a half a level, warmth lives there at a half a level. So the warmth is under there. That blue tone of whatever shade that you used can only be there for so long until you shampoo. So you shampoo, you shampoo, you shampoo, and voila, blanc is underneath, and blanc is there to stay. If you've ever done a redhead and you're like, why won't her red stay? Artificial red is difficult to keep. Natural orange, underlying pigment orange, good luck getting rid of it. It's like the herpes of hair color. It's once that orange shows up, good luck. You either have to lighten past it, break through it with usually most times bleach, bring it up past all of that, and then come back down. Otherwise, you can mask it for so long. You can send your client home with a paint bucket full of purple shampoo, and it's simply not going to do anything. Once you have created that warmth is there to stay. Number 5, formulation method when mixing with permanent color. We talked about this with the developer. We were taught if you want 1 level of lift, 10 volume, 2 levels of lift, 20 volume, 3 levels of lift, 30 volume, 4 levels of lift, 40 volume. I'm going to share a photo with you that will show you why that is not true. So this is I call it my sisterhood of the traveling pants. These swatches are with me now. They have been with me to the Orlando show, the New York show, the Vegas show, the Texas show. I've traveled all over the country with these swatches in hand to show people and keep them from having to do this exercise why it's simply not true that developer can make hair color behave differently. So the top of that swatch is 7N with 20 volume, mixed according to manufacturer's instructions. 7N with 20 volume. The next one down is 7N and 30 volume. The next one below that is 7N and 40 volume. You can see in this picture, there is very little difference to the naked eye between those developers. The higher developers can make the color appear brighter, but it won't make it lighter. And what goes along with brighter usually is warmer. So the increase in developer will increase the warmth and the brightness, where most times we're reaching for it because we don't want brightness or warmth. We're trying to get them lighter past the brassiness, but by using that higher developer, we're actually making it warmer, if that makes sense. So the bottom swatch, I'm sure people will say, well, what's with the bottom swatch? The bottom swatch is a level 9N with 20 volume. And if I put this swatch that I have here, if I put the swatch of the 9 with 20 up against my level finder, which if you don't have one of these, you need one. I have them. If you need one, I have them for sale. So if you put this up against the level 7, the level 9 is the only one out of all of these that were mixed with the 30s and the 40 volumes that actually became a level 7. So that is another myth, that the lift is dependent on the developer. Another example I wanted to share is with bleach. I'm doing a class right now. I'm working on it, the finishing touches of my Fast and Fearless foiling class. And one of the other myths is with lightening people's hair in a highlight situation. Oh, let me go in with 40 because her hair is really dark. What happens when you go in with 40 is 40 volume will make the lightener work faster, but it will die off quicker. So these swatches are really ratty looking. It's not great hair. To Julie's point, you need to use human hair. These are mannequin head hairs that I chopped off, but you'll see the 10, the 20, and the 30 and 40 all look almost identical. The 40 on the far right is actually darker than the 10. So all of these swatches were with the same exact powdered liner for the same exact amount of time. And the only one that's even a little bit light enough, and it wasn't light enough because it was on already colored mannequin head for this experiment. But the 10 is the cleanest, most even lift. The other ones are almost deeper than the 10 volume. So that's an important fun fact that I hope that you'll remember the next time you reach for those higher levels of developer, and they also cause more damage. So this one drives me crazy. I try really hard not to jump in all the time on forums because I tend to get kicked out of them. And I'm really kind, as you know, with my answers. It comes from love and passion. It is never to make anyone feel like they asked a silly question or that they don't know what they're doing. It's really to help people not be the way that I was for as long as I was, because people didn't share the truth with me. So when people say, someone just said yesterday, can someone share with me what color line you use? Because my clients all pull so brassy and I know it's my color line and I need to switch. And then of course, everyone jumps on and they're like, you have to try Jack Wynn. You have to try Schwarzkopf. You have to try Goldwell. You have to try, and they name all these color lines. When I'm switching color for any reason, the first thing I do is exactly what Julie recommended. I swatch it. I take the new color line 7N and I put it up against the 7N that I'm using. And then I blind test my clients. I blind test my other staff members. And I say, which of these colors would you choose if I was putting it on your hair? And the one that everybody points to, I say is the superior color because they're both 7N at the end of the day. They both will cover gray. They both will lift if I need them to lift. And they both are sort of the same. But like Julie said, just a little shift in the base. One end might be more green, one might be more blue, one might be more, center of the wheel where it's just neutral. You have to know that. So when you say my client pulls, that word pulls, I don't know where that came from. Client pulls brassy. She's not pulling anything. You're the person above her hair putting chemicals on it. So if anybody's pulling anything, you pulled that warmth out of her hair because you didn't formulate properly. You didn't understand underlying remaining pigment contribution. You didn't understand levels of hue and saturation like Julie talked about. You didn't understand that a level 9 tube is never taking a level 4 to a 9. It's never happening. No matter the brand, no matter the volume, a level 9 tube will never have a level 9 result on a level 4 natural. Ever, ever, ever. Just not happening. And people say, well, I use enzymes, Trionics enzymes. I don't use developer. I don't use this. Everybody has an answer. But at the end of the day, it's just not possible. So then when the hair is brassy, they say which makes me crazy out loud. Oh, just throw a glaze on it, throw a toner on it, throw. And they say this in front of the client. So I don't know about you, but if I was in that seat and I see the eyeballs above me looking at each other, like, all the stuff that goes on at to each other, and the client looks up at you with those eyeballs and sees you panicking, and you're like, oh, don't worry, we're just going to throw on another color. That's not high level color. That's not able to charge high prices coloring. That's TMI. We're giving our clients way too much power. That's a whole other class too. I only have an hour. And as you can see, I love to talk, and especially about color. So we see people say like, oh, my client won't let me use bleach. When did you ask your client? I don't know. I'm pretty sure when I go to the gynecologist, she does whatever she needs to do. And I suck it up and sit there and pretend that it's okay and it's going to go quickly and be over soon. I don't have a say in any of that, in what room she's putting me in and what robe I put on. Like, we have given the clients way too much power. So there is no just throw a glaze on a brassy result. Again, it will tone it that day. And remember, you have to tone on or below the level of brass. If you have a bright Ronald McDonald orange and you go in with a level 10 glaze because you're nervous it's going to get too muddy or deep, level 10 on a crazy orange level 7 or 8, you just poured, $9 of product over her head and maybe gave her a little bit of shine and she smells like something's going on, but you didn't take care of that orange. Number 7. This was old school. You'll probably be like, what? I never even heard this before. What are you talking about? But one of the things that they used to do back in the 80s was we highlight it with color a lot. High lift colors, level 12 colors with 40 volume. One of my favorites was Wella Color Perfect, which I don't think exists anymore. I miss it. But it was very high in alkalinity. So it was basically bleach in a tube, for lack of a better description. It was very strong, high alkaline, high lift color, which there's different schools of thought. Some say you're actually doing more damage doing permanent color with double 40 volume versus a low volume of developer and lightener. But for me, it always did leave a little bit of tonality behind, which I loved on a young girl who was just doing highlights for the first time. So we would use, say, a 12 ash with 40 volume on a virgin girl with level 6 hair, doing these beautiful highlights. She has thick, heavy hair. And then we get to the end and we're like, you know what? I am feeling really clever today. So I'm going to just sprinkle, put a little bit of pixie dust, little sprinkle of lightener, powdered lightener into the remainder of my bowl to kick it up a notch. It's like that chef that says bam with the hot sauce. So bam, couple sprinkles of bleach. I'm going to supercharge that lightener and I'm going to get that beautiful money piece in the front because this is the last area that I'm doing. I started in the back. So I'm going to want that strength in the front. But guess what happens? Hair color is like a firecracker. Powdered lightener, AKA bleach, which I don't like to say, but that's basically what powdered lightener is. Think of it as a bomb. And think of the hair color as a screen door. This was a great analogy I learned from Beth Minardi, who taught me most of what I know. So if you have color in a bowl that's a 12 ash, when you first mix the color, we all know it looks like that champagne color, like an off-white shade. Mix it together with the developer. You're highlighting. It's still off-white. It's still off-white. It's still off-white. You do your little pixie dust of lightener, and all of a sudden your bowl becomes violet or blue violet or green. Whatever the tone in that tube is going to instantly show up in that bowl because you put lightener in there, and the lightener just ate up all the pigment. So that's why you see it. So you're like, ooh, cool. Look at that. I just made it even more cool because now I see the tone, and that bleach is going to make it even more muted with the brassiness. No, the bleach just took over the party and you just created a really expensive bowl of bleach. Bleach would have cost you maybe 50 cents. That tube of color cost you $9 or more. And by doing that sprinkle, you didn't add anything or take, all you did was take away the tonality that you used the color for in the first place. Now, there's nothing wrong with doing that and having it be bleach in the front, but just know that the bleach has taken over the party and that bowl is no longer just color anymore. I just want to check in, see if there's any questions. Hopefully everybody's still with me. I have a lot going on my screen because I'm the host and I'm educating and I have a lot of things open. So I hope you're still with me. So number 8, oops, didn't mean to do that. If you mix permanent color with a different special developer, it becomes a demi. This is something that has come along recently that is very clever marketing on the part of the hair color manufacturer, because who wouldn't want a magical hair color that can be everything? So there's a lot of confusion on what a demi is and what a demi can do. One of my favorite classes that I offer is called Fearless Formulation 21-Day Challenge. And one of the biggest ahas that people walk away with is how amazing demi-permanent color is. How many things you can do with demi-permanent that you didn't think possible. It all comes down to this. Demi-permanent color and permanent color are basically the same. The difference being demi-permanent color does not have the ability to lift. It is deposit only. So there's 2 different kinds of demi-permanent. There is your liquid acidic, aka Redken Shades EQ, Joico Lumi Shine, Rusk, PM Shines. There's so many more. I'm blanking, but liquid. They're in a bottle, deposit only, liquid color. What you see is what you get. It goes onto the hair and deposits only. It cannot take a level 5 to a 7, a level 6 to an 8. It has no ability to lighten, strictly deposit. But the confusion comes from people thinking that it's temporary color. I see this all the time. Someone will use permanent color to glaze highlights, that are faded, and they'll say, oh, the other hair got orange. Why did that happen? Well, you used permanent color, who goes in and says, I need to lift and deposit. So there's that. And you thought that because it says permanent, that it's going to be more permanent. I have demi-permanent color as my gray coverage. My gray is very gray, like 60% gray. I've never had permanent color on this head. So any brown that you see on here is still from demi color. It didn't wash out. It didn't go away. It's still here. It's here, just like it would be permanent. But it didn't lighten my natural base, creating all that Ronald, Blonald, McDonald orange that we get when we go in with permanent color. So it is the most underutilized, underestimated color line, in my opinion. I often say, if you told me I had to go to a deserted island and color hair for the rest of my life and I could only have a few products sent on a ship to me, I would ask for my favorite powdered lightener, a big bucket of 20 volume developer, and liquid demi and cream demi. I would not need permanent color at all. I would have no use for permanent color if I was on that island, because everybody would be dimensional and beautiful, all different shades and tones. And I could do that with lightener and demis, even if all my island mates had gray in their hair. So a lot of the companies, Shades EQ was such a thing. When they came on the scene, I remember it vividly. I got the intro pack and I was opening up these little bottles and they're telling me how shiny, and their tagline back then, I don't know if they still use it, was Redken Shades EQ. It's a color that thinks it's a conditioner. And I would use that tagline with my clients, because who doesn't want the color that thinks it's a conditioner that's super shiny? All the prop up advertising things had beautiful, shiny, shimmery, translucent colors on them. It was awesome. Up until that point, to refresh someone's hair, we had to use the permanent color, add conditioner, and spray the ends with water and water down the alkalinity in that permanent color in order to bring it through the ends. But it beat the hell out of the hair unnecessarily, bringing all that alkalinity and ammonia through the ends when you didn't need it. So along comes Shades EQ. Now we can fill with Shades EQ, where we used to have, I'm really dating myself right now, but I'm just trying to share with you my wisdom and how long I've been doing this. So we had glass jars that were clear jars, and they had these shimmery, shiny tones in them. There would be like a red orange, a red red, a gold. They were fillers, and you would put that on the hair first, and then like get a towel and blot the, heavy saturation off and put your color right over top of it. Shades EQ filled that void for us as a deposit only sheer acidic demi. So now we can fill the hair with Shades EQ. So a lot of other manufacturers were like, we have to compete with Redken. Redken has been around for the longest time. I think L'Oreal and Redken are two of the firsts in permanent color. We got to love Paula Kent Meehan for being the badass bitch that she was and creating this company that we all know and love now. And the other companies were like, now we have to create a whole other line that's deposit only. And these clients of ours are going to feel like they need all this inventory. So we're going to make a special developer, basically a lower volume developer. And we're going to tell hairdressers that if you mix this magical unicorn developer with your permanent ammoniated alkaline color, it's going to magically turn it into deposit only. It's just not true. That's like you coming to my wedding and I had on the response card, do you want chicken or fish? Right? You have those wedding cards that you have to respond. And it's like, oh, I'm a vegetarian. Oh, I don't eat meat. I don't eat fish. I don't eat that. I eat it all, as you can see. But on the card, you check fish and you're adamant you do not want chicken. And you get to the wedding and the waiter comes over and he slides the plate in front of you and it's chicken. And you're like, I don't want to make a big scene, but I don't eat chicken. And this is really embarrassing. I'm starving. I want to eat. And you said to the waiter, this is chicken. And he says, no. We know that you ordered fish, but we put a special sauce on it in the kitchen and now it's fish. You can't make chicken into fish. You can't make permanent color into demi color. So however those analogies help you to understand, the truth of the matter is they're two different things, but they also last as long as one another. So that's where the oxymoron is. People believe that demi washes out after 5 shampoos. They're like, oh, I don't want to glaze hair with that. It's going to be gone in 5 shampoos. Not true. If you formulate properly, if you do your porosity equalizing treatments, if you do the acidic rinses that Justina and Julie talked about, if you properly care for the hair, a demi is going to last every bit as long as a permanent. And how many times have you had a client reach out and say, my gray is showing, it's only been 2 weeks, you have to fix this. And it's new hair, right? So if you get up close with me, you're going to see some gray, but right next to it, you're going to see whatever color that demi was. It's not gone. This was the color from the last visit. It's not gone. You don't see gray all the way down here. So think about it, guys. We really just don't think sometimes. We just believe whatever anyone tells us. Number 9, adding heat when lightening will make the hair less brassy. Who's guilty of thinking this? I invested $5,000 in a Takara Belmont rollerball because it was so much more comfortable. I went to a L'Oreal class and I was a model for Nancy Braun. It was awesome. She did balayage on me. It was such a special experience. And I met my good friend, Ian, who's a color genius. I tried to get him on here. We're going to get him on the next one. But he blew out my hair. He was assisting Nancy. He's an amazing colorist. And we've been friends ever since. So it was a great experience. And when I needed just a little bit more time on this part of my hair, they parked me under this beautiful George Jetson, cool looking futuristic thing. And it glided around my head and I didn't have the teary eyed, dry eyeballs. Like, did you ever sit under a hood dryer with contacts? It's like you go to peel your eye open and your freaking eyelashes rip off. Your eyes are so dry. So it was really comfortable and you could control the amount of heat. You could freeze it right here if you needed it here. You could just freeze it here or freeze it here. So it's wonderful and it was very expensive and we used it for years. And when we started doing balayage and we started working with clay lighteners, we started really relying heavily on heat, thinking these clay lighteners take forever to come up and we need that extra heat. And all we ended up with is a brassier result and hair that was super chewed up and compromised because the heat accelerated everything and just damaged everything more. So heat, again, just like your 40 volume, heat is going to add speed and damage. If you think, I wish I had Julie's toy here. So if you think about your cuticle like shingles on a roof, this is a compact cuticle. Your 5 volume is going to be like this, just like a slight little lift, let that demi in, 10 volume, little more, 20 volume, little more, 30 more, 40 is going to be like Hurricane Sally, the roof ripped off, it's folded back, and it's not coming back down. So that's what happens with your different levels of developer. It's causing more of that opening and more of that, breaking into the damage area that you don't want to live in. So it's most times unnecessary to use your higher levels of lift. And that's something that I am still learning and just embracing now. Maybe like 5 years ago, I was always using 30 and 40 volume on my in my bowls of lightener on my darker heads of hair, saying, oh, I need the strength. And now I do that swatch that I shared with you, and I see that 40 volume, let's share that again, didn't make it any lighter. It's actually deeper than the 10 volume. So play with that and understand that when you think you're getting, more lifts, more everything, it's actually not always true. Number 10, I already gave away. I jumped ahead. What's new? I'm so ADD. I did pretty good because I stayed on my slides, but I already shared this. Permanent color lasts longer than a demi. Demi-permanent color can only blend gray. So I will push demi color up to 60% gray, what I am. If you dug in my hair and you looked under here, I have a really gray patch that it doesn't cover it 100%, but I'm okay with that because here's the deal. I would much rather see a little bit of gray left behind in my hair when I'm finished having my color done than have that Donald Trump orange that I get when I use permanent color. It's that really yucky, brassy, I did this myself at home, blonde that you usually get on aisle 6 in Walgreens. And I don't want that. I want a beautiful, believable blonde. So when I discovered how amazing demi is on my own hair, I couldn't stop sharing it with my clients. We all have brunettes that are like, why does my hair fade so orange? And she goes sailing on the weekends. She's an avid swimmer. She's on the beach nonstop. When you're lifting on a brunette, you're exposing all that underlying pigment and you're going to have them fade warm. So again, all the purple shampoo in the world isn't going to make that warmth go away. Don't create it in the first place. Use your demi, get their gray covered. They're happy, you're happy. The way that I explain a demi to my guests, when I have a new client come to the salon and she sits in the waiting area, what I like to do is when I'm approaching the front area, like my chair is all the way back here, when I'm walking towards the client, if I've never seen her before, if I'm meeting her for the first time, as soon as I look at her for the first time I laid eyes on her, I want to see, what do I see? If I look at her and I see her gray before I see her brown, I know she's over 50% gray. If I see half and half, it's like, she could be 40, she could be 50. It's hard to tell from far away. If I look at her and she has a racing stripe of white down her head, I'm like, okay, she's 100%. So I don't get into like 25, 35, 38.5. I'm not that kind of colorist. I go by, is it 25? Is it 50? Is it 75? Or is it 100%? That's how simple I keep it when I'm formulating. So most clients, when it's their first visit, will be, I don't know, early to mid 30s, and they are terrified. Why are they terrified? Because their best friend grabbed a box at Walgreens that had Eva Longoria on it. She thought she was going to be Eva Longoria, and she ended up looking like Elvis's lost twin brother. That inky, dark, wiggy, witchy color that she had no intention of getting. So that is their perception of what their first hair color visit is going to be like. So most times I'll say to them, you're sitting here for the first time. I get that you're a little nervous. You're having color for the first time. If I could tell you, this is my famous line, and I never have a pencil here to demonstrate. Shame on me, Julie. You're making me look bad with all your cute props. So pretend this is a number 2 pencil and it has that little pinky red eraser on it. I will have a pencil with me. And when I do my consultation, which by the way, I do not do my consultation like this, up above the client, looking down like the green giant, like I'm above her, making her nervous. I'm sitting on her same level, even with her. I usually turn to the side and make eye contact, and I have my hands on my lap, very not threatening and gaining their trust, because they're coming to me and they're getting a chemical for the first time that's going to alter the way they look. And this is their number one accessory that they never take off. So I mess with this. No amount of Gucci, Prada, or Dolce & Gabbana on the rest of their body is going to make up for this being bad, which is why we need to charge more. And that's a whole other class, because they will pay for the Gucci, Prada, Dolce & Gabbana, Louis Vuitton, and all the designer things, and then complain to us if our touch-up goes up $10. Go figure. This is more important than this, which happens to be Gucci, by the way. So I know. So that's what happens. So I will say, what would you say, Jennifer, if I told you that this is your first time having gray? How would you feel if I took this eraser and I went through your hair, and anywhere I see one of those grays that dared to enter the party uninvited, I always try to make it funny. If I went along those grays and I erased them with this, and I just simply make them the color that your hair is now, how would you feel about that? And they light up like 50% off at Neiman Marcus sale. Their eyes get really big. They want to leap out of their chair and hug me. Yes. Yes. I would love for you to do that. I like my brown hair. I never didn't like my brown hair. I just thought that if I color my hair, that I have to change the color. It's simply not true. But here's what's going to happen. If you don't understand that you have demi in your arsenal, and more importantly, if you don't have demi in your arsenal, you're in a salon that only has permanent color. You have permanent color and you have bleach, and that's it. You're doing yourself a disservice and your client, because if you go in with permanent color, this is what's going to happen. Say we figure out that Jennifer, I'm actually a 5, but just say for argument's sake that we figure out that Jennifer is a level 4 and has gray. And you say, oh, easy peasy. I'm just going to use level 4 permanent color with 20 volume on her gray. She's going to look and feel very dark. She's going to be like, oh my gosh, it's so dark, because a level 4 permanent color on a level 4 natural with gray is going to look heavy. It's going to look like you put dark on dark, like an overlap of dark. So then you're like, oh, I know that. I know that it's going to be a little dark. So I'm smart. I'm going to use a level 5. So then you instead choose to use a level 5. Level 5 on level 4 is going to shift just enough of that remaining pigment contribution underneath the hair. Look how red that is. So now I came in, all I wanted was my gray covered. And now I have this weird picnic table reddish tone that when I sit under a light, someone says, oh, I didn't realize you were a redhead. And they go nuts. You know how brunettes are. They go nuts when you describe them as a redhead. So that is what happens when you use permanent color all the time, is you're allowing any of that warmth I hope I'm back. I jinked myself. I was like, oh, everything's going good. My computer didn't overheat. So hopefully I am back. I know there's a little bit of a delay. Am I back for you guys? Okay, I see the clapping hands. That's technology for you. Okay, cool. So yes, when you're using permanent color, you're going to disturb that remaining pigment contribution unnecessarily. Are there times that you absolutely need permanent color? 100%. There's a lot of times when you absolutely need permanent color, but you just have to understand that use it when you need it. Don't use it when you don't. I can't tell you how many people they'll show me a picture and the client has like 10% gray and she's a brunette. She just simply wants the gray gone. So what's nice about using a liquid acidic demi like Shades EQ is I can play around with that and I'll use that to pick up. Do you ever see the client that has the skinny little strands of gray that almost look like tinsel through the hair? It just goes through like tinsel and it's even throughout the hair. It's not like a gray racing stripe. So for those tinsel heads, I can choose a liquid acidic demi in a lighter color than their natural. And I can actually create where it looks like highlights, like a shiny, let me get off here, I'm saying there's echo, a shiny shimmery highlight. Is that better? Is the echo still there? Let me know if that took care of the echo. Yes? Okay, so no echo? Awesome. So yeah, you can play with it and go in with a lighter shade and make it look like the shimmery, shiny highlight. So there's so many things that you can do with demi. You know, I'm not going to get into it right now because this is a short class and I see my amazing next educator is here. She's in the green room waiting to be announced. So I just want to do like 5 minutes quick of some Q&A for you guys before I go away and let Christina absolutely knock your socks off with how amazing she is with Reds. I have learned so much from her with Redheads, and most of us struggle with Reds. We can end up with hot roots. We can end up with, you know, copper when we want it violet and vice versa. And I think most of us never really were taught what tones live on what levels. So she is going to blow you away, just like everyone during this day has. Sorry, of course, the technical glitch happened on my time, which is awesome because I don't get flustered because I'm used to it. So I'm happy that our guests had a good technical situation. And, you know, I'm asking a lot from a platform to chug along and be live for this many hours. Usually, you know, you go in and out and shut it off. So this is a big file. So for the replays, fingers crossed that everything goes well and I can put it into a file and send you all the replays. So when can you watch it back? So this is being broadcasted right now on Facebook in Expert Color Solutions page where I do my coffee chat every Wednesday. It's going to stay on the page today. So if you missed the last person, you can go back right away, but you'll also be receiving an email with access that you can refer back to. Will you save this live? Yeah, Sophia's asking if it's going to be saved. So you will have replay access. Christina, our next educator, her presentation is something that she has for sale in a program that is a paid program. So she's offering the replay for 14 days. So be sure to watch hers and take it all in and, you know, write your little notes. You're going to have 14 days to watch her replay. So any other questions other than the how long are we going to get to watch it? Everybody good with what I shared on the myths, resistant gray, all that stuff? Why is Shades EQ liquid considered acidic? The difference between acidic and alkaline is one is translucent and one is opaque. So it's a different finish on the hair. So opaque, alkaline demi, like a Wella Color Touch. What else is a cream demi? Redken Shades EQ cream color is alkaline, and it behaves exactly like permanent color, even with alkalinity. So you will get a slight shift in the base if you formulate higher. Will shades cover up to 60% gray? In my opinion, it's good enough coverage because I would rather have not perfect coverage and no brassiness. If you put this next to permanent, you're always going to get heavier dye load and heavier deposit with permanent, but you're also going to get that warmth. So it's a trade-off. 60 is pushing it. But what I do is with Shades EQ for my head, I process 45 minutes room temperature. I don't add heat. And if the instructions say 20 minutes, but for my gray, I'm pushing it to do what it's not really meant to do. And I do get coverage in 45 minutes. So I am not going to waste another minute because my darling friend is here from Australia and she is going to share all things red with you. We discovered each other on social media. I consider her a dear friend and we have never hugged in person. She is an amazing, passionate educator. Her slides put me to shame. Don't judge my slides when you see hers because she is a rock star with her slides. You're going to love her. You're going to love her slides. You're going to love everything about this presentation. She is our final presenter. So I told her, give it your all, girl. Do not shorten your presentation. If we run over, which I'm amazed, it's 5:04. So very unusual for this ADD girl to stay on time, even in spite of my technical difficulties. So thank you. We still have 100 people live. I'm so grateful that everyone has stayed on. I mean, the number has not gone down. So that tells me you're getting great education and we are not going to stop now. We are not going to disappoint. So welcome to the stage, my beautiful Aussie friend, Christina Russell.
Good morning, or as they say in Australia, g'day. That was my cheesy welcome for being the Australian. And you can see that it's dark here. I was tempted to wear sunglasses, but I thought that didn't look very professional. So I've gotten up early and I am super excited to be with you. Now, first question, can you all hear me?
You're perfect.
Oh, yay, because that is, in the technology age, that is the challenge. It's sometimes the video. So I got up early and did my setup and I'm thrilled that you can hear me. So my slides aren't to put you into shame, but I've been tested before as the most extreme visual learner myself. So I think I really focus on doing that, which is why I also have learned to do handouts or do, podcasting and to teach to different types of learner styles as well. So, I do like a colourful slide, but, as long as we get the information out there, then that's great. And I am doing this presentation just to let everybody know from my home. I live in the city of Sydney. It can be a little bit noisy sometimes, but we'll just ignore that because I'm in the inner city. Sometimes there are deliveries or I live near a bar and different restaurants and things. And sometimes there's a cat that might make a noise, but I've shut the naughty one outside. So if I look like that, it's possibly her doing this, but I'm ignoring her. So I just thought I'd set that up. I'm not in the salon because I'm in more control as to what, the situation is here rather than there being blow dryers and things like that. So I'm thrilled to be here. Would you like me to jump right in and start presenting?
Yes, absolutely. I'm so glad you're here. You look gorgeous and you take it away and share your sunshine. I never know what color hair Christina's going to show up with. She has blush pink and peach, and she always looks amazing. And she's just a ray of sunshine. So I'm going to duck out and let you do your thing. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've got some slides, and within those slides, I like it to be really learner focused. So I'm going to encourage some questions and I will introduce myself to you throughout the slides. So I'm new to StreamYard, which is what we're working on. So just give me a moment. I'm just going to work out how to share that. So Elaine, do I just click share screen, I think. I'm going to click share screen. And Elaine webinar. And I'll just split this. So I've got the other window. So that way, if there's something happening, I need to answer questions, I can see it. And I'm going to click present. Okay, so just before we start, can I check that people can see this? So can everybody see this? So Elaine can see you if you can, and if you can't hear or see, just do this in the comments. But hopefully there are all of these because I can't see that. So I'll just be 1 sec. I'm just going to message Elaine because she's jumped out of the see your comments, or you okay.
You're good, Christina.
Okay, so you can see me and I don't see comments, so I'm just good to go.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, awesome. All righty, so I'm going to jump right in and start with this session, which I think will go for around an hour, potentially a little bit over to an hour and a quarter when I've timed it, depending on how we go for questions and answers. So my session, because I know this is all about formulation and how to have a successful time when mixing up different colors, my niche is reds and copper hair color, and I'm going to share with you my exact steps, how I paint reds and copper hair color without hot roots or banding. And the objectives for what I would like to get through with you today, the expectations and outcomes, I'm going to show you exactly the steps that I use in the salon. So I divide my time between being an educator, a podcaster, and a hair painter working in a salon in Sydney. And I'd love for you to stay with me until the end for a special bonus. I've got a special announcement, as well as this is going to be available for replay as well, which is super exciting. Now, I'm going to skim through some of these because this is something I taught on the weekend, and because I'm the last person along the line, you've probably already turned off all distractions. However, if you are, dallying a little bit on Instagram or jumping in and out of Facebook and answering texts and things, now is a really great time to turn off all those distractions, because learning does require energy from both of us. So the first thing that I would like to get to know is why you're here today. So why did you decide to join me, and why did you decide to join Elaine? It would be awesome to get to know you in the comments. And then I'm going to introduce myself as well and let you know a little bit more about me, because some of you may or may not already know me, of course. So I want to get to know each other before we jump in, because I really like interactive exchanges. And that's how I see facilitating. I don't want to be a teacher and then you're the student. I want us to be exchanging ideas and for you to feel more confident after this session with hair painting reds and copper. So this is our first question. I think that pretty much you're one of these three. You might be something different, but this is from the feedback in the lead up to this, which type of hairdresser you are. So I'd love for you to type either number 1, 2, or 3 when I share what they are into the comments. So number 1, are you a color-loving hairdresser that is working behind the salon chair? Perhaps you're in someone else's salon, or you're a salon owner and you are looking for ways to grow your clientele. If yes, type number 1 into the comments box. Or are you number 2? Do you already have a basic understanding of how to paint reds and copper hair color, but perhaps you've had a few clients that have become raving fans and they love their hair, but you also have some clients that are unhappy from time to time, or they've been unhappy with their color because it's inconsistent, you get patchy results, and it's not looking natural, and that's what they want. If that's you, that's okay. I've been there too. That's number 2. Or perhaps you're number 3, which is maybe you're an experienced hair painter that slays. That's one of my favorite hashtags, hair painters that slay. You know how to formulate and feel confident. You just need more dream clients. So if that's you, type number 3. So just to recap, which one are you? Number 1, you're building your clientele. Number 2, wondering what's happening next. And number 3, you're ready to scale. So let me know in the comments, and Elaine is going to help me know what's getting typed in there. Have we got more 1s, 2s, or 3s, or a combination happening? I've got a 1. Hello. Hi, Laurie. I can see some people popping up. Colette is a 3. Thank you for typing. Grace is a 3. We had a 1 before that popped up, but I didn't catch the name. Elena. Number 1, building your clientele. Oh, we've got a double, 2 and 3. I like that. I think I sit in 2 and 3 as well. Sometimes a 2, sometimes you want why clients would want to come to me. So thank you, Maria, for sharing that. So you shared your numbers and your reason why you're here as well. So I support all of you for whatever your reason is to be attending. I'm here to support you. And I've been a number 1, 2, and 3, probably all in the same day, to be totally honest. Sometimes we have fantastic outcomes, and other times it's a bit of hit and miss. And I really think it comes to just calming down, knowing your levels, taking a deep breath. And particularly with Redheads, it is a thing that I'm going to teach you with a simple leveling system. So before we dive in, I wanted to say hello. And yes, you can see there's a different hair color in every single photo here. I'll introduce myself. So my name is Christina Russell. I am a Sydney-based hair color artist. I've been working on the tools for nearly 25 years, and I've been passionate about education. I've worked in smaller teams in my very early formative years, where I wasn't talking on stage but participating. I did a 5.5-year apprenticeship, which meant I was training in a salon as well as going to college. I needed longer than the average hairdresser because I didn't get the training I needed in my first salon. So I moved salons and extended it. And I believe that's why I'm so passionate about education, about teaching, about facilitating. And I continue to attend as much education as possible without overwhelm. So I pick my goals at the beginning of the year, whether it be social media, marketing, balayage, and I go to still industry education as well as things that are outside of the industry. And I'm going to bring all of my experience to you in this session. So my niche is hair painting for reds, coppers, blondes, and color correction. I don't do any blow drying. I don't even own scissors anymore. I do have a couple of brushes just for brushing the knots out of my hair at home when I wake up. But my obsession is color. I also am the host of the Color Christina Talks podcast, which launched last year and has been downloaded now more than 25,000 times. So that's an awesome free resource for you. Mostly every week, new episodes go live. So it's Color Christina Talks. And because I'm from Australia, I spell color with a U in there, not the American spelling. So my expertise, I am a master hair colorist and global educator that specializes in hair painting for redheads with world-renowned methods to help you learn how to paint warm hair colors with more confidence. Using my unique approach to color theory, I have taught thousands of hairdressers across the globe to paint with artistic finesse, teaching them adaptable methods that are translatable to every brand. Currently, I'm working behind the salon chair and I'm attracting new dream clients every week. And I'm sharing my exact steps for painting this niche area of hair coloring to help you become an expert too. Hair painting for redheads has allowed me to quickly scale and change the direction of my salon business in just a few years. the way that I became a redhead expert, apart from all the training and practice, I did something as simple as changing my Instagram bio, and I've been experimenting in that in the last few years. So it's really dramatically changed my business, knowing what my niche is and offering less services, so not spreading myself too thin. I've basically become a destination that redheads or anyone wanting to try a shade of red will travel to see me for their next hair color journey. I've become really clear on what I not only enjoy, but my niche areas of expertise. And I've redeveloped my approach to training hairdressers to be brand free and inclusive, working with hairdressers in the US, UK, Asia, New Zealand, and Australia, all while juggling life being a cat mum and loving partner to my fiance, Jazz. And now it's my mission to help inspire, motivate, and equip other hairdressers to do the same. And it's time, this is one of my favorite phrases, let's paint hair as your canvas. So welcome, everybody. We've already gone through, this is a quick agenda. We've already gone through the hair painting for redheads intro. I've introduced myself and the setup. And all facilitators or trainers have a different style. Some people get a bit thrown off if there are questions throughout. I do like to have questions coming to make sure that we're engaging, but sometimes those questions aren't relevant right at that time. So I suggest to have a piece of paper or something you can be jotting down questions, and there are going to be red color slides that represent, hey, let's get into some questions and answers now throughout the presentation, as well as I'll make sure that there's time for Q&A at the end as well. So learning requires energy. And that might be, you got to get up and run, or you've been sitting there now for 3 hours. You might need to be doing a bit of a stretch as you're watching this session. And it requires energy and focus. So it's not just my energy giving it to you. I want you to be alert. And so if that means you need to go get a coffee quickly or whatever it is, do that. And then I'm asking just for an hour more of your time. And I wanted to touch on something. I used to be a global facilitator for Redken and have worked with people such as Chris Barron, Chris Sorby, and Sam Via, both in Australia and on the American circuit. And I'm going to take a little bit of something I learned when I was facilitating in New York, which is their belief system and the way that they would set up a classroom, whether it's virtual or physical. So there was something that really stood out when I was teaching with them. And we used to set the room up by saying that, sometimes you get good results, or sometimes you get results that are reasonable, or, salon excellent results. And they can be a little bit hit and miss without really knowing what your techniques are. Now, this is my twist on it. It's not an exact Redken translation, but sometimes we also have a belief system that is limiting us. And it could be a belief that we've had from ourselves. So I've painted a copper on somebody's hair before and got hot roots and it's glowing at the root area. And then therefore I become so frightened and assume that I'm either silly or not smart enough or not creative enough. And I push it to the side, and that's not for me. Or perhaps somebody else that I work with has said something such as, oh, only Weller can get those reds and we have Goldwell in this salon. So sometimes it's a belief that gets given to you and they no longer serve you and they become a habit. So some beliefs are good, but some can be really limiting, and some form habits that are no longer serving us. And I think 2020 and 2021 is a fantastic year to shake off some of those beliefs. And I already know that you're really open to it just by the fact that you're here. So celebrate yourselves for being here. Mistakes are okay. In fact, they are okay. So you might learn something today that I'm sharing and you go off and you try it and it's not quite right. That's okay. It took me a long time to perfect some of these things and I still get sometimes unexpected outcomes. I can help you know how to avoid those, but you need to go off as hairdressers and practice and get to know your own color ranges as well. And as long as you can't calmly think about, okay, this is too bright or not quite bright enough, I'm going to help you know how to fix or have a little tweak of some of those unexpected outcomes as well. Mistakes are so okay because we've got a full color range there and we are able to adjust things. So I want you to be really open to that, responsible for your own learnings. As I said, there'll be plenty of time for questions, and this will run for just a little bit over an hour. In this webinar, you're going to learn how to formulate reds with the 5, 6, 7, 8 leveling rule that I created that is able to be used with every single hair color brand. That's why I'm so excited. You will also learn how to choose single or double process techniques specific to hair painting reds and copper. And I'm going to share a secret to how to hair paint natural tones in red, as well as I'm going to share with you my simple color consultation strategy. Sounds like a lot to get through, right? But once you hear the 5, 6, 7, 8 rule, the rest is going to start flowing. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what you get out of this today. We're going to be deep diving into how to paint reds and coppers without hot roots or banding. So that's specifically the area that I'm going to focus on. There is a lot more out there regarding formulations, but two of the biggest mistakes I see hairdressers making is getting hot or glowing roots and inconsistency with repeat clients or not knowing how to formulate to match something that's already there. So I want to help you return to the salon feeling more confident with formulations and understanding why mistakes can happen with miscalculations. Understanding the why is the best place to start. So my goal is to facilitate a learner-focused educational session for you. Please engage during the webinar with the activities and engage within the comments box when asked to do so to ensure you receive and retain. So we want it to lock in as much info as possible. To further touch on that, we've all probably watched a movie, we sit down, we watch it, we then go back onto Netflix again or wherever you're watching movies. It starts again, you think, have I watched this? Because you've just been sort of vaguing out, just watching things. So there is a temptation with this type of presentation just to sit and watch. But if you're active, if you ask questions, if you journal, if you debrief and engage with the suggested exercises, you will retain so much more information. It is proven that if you just watch and, like a movie, or you just watch this and don't do anything or don't tell anyone about it or spread the word or teach it, adult education, you tend to only retain about 10 or 15% after 2 weeks. Whereas if you talk about it, so it might be to a friend afterwards and tell them you can catch the replay, or if you are engaging with me, asking questions, engaging with Elaine and the other hosts, asking questions and journaling, you will retain as much as 80% after 2 weeks. And I want you to retain as much of this as possible because it's going to be game-changing information. So here we have it. This slide did take me a while, Elaine, but now I've learned how to do it. I can teach you. So I'm going to do something a little bit embarrassing, but it will help you remember it. So the numbers, you've possibly heard it before in a show or in a countdown for if you're going out to dance or something, but this is the rule that you need to know with leveling for hair painting redheads. So 5, 6, 7, 8. I want you, whenever a redhead or a redhead request comes in, to sing it, memorize it, and paint it. So 5, 6, 7, 8. If you want to know the secret to hair painting natural redheads, there it is. You now have it. There are just 3 things to remember when counting the levels. I'm going to discuss it with you. Before we go in, I've got samples, I've got examples of level 5, 6, 7, 8, and I'm going to help you know how to formulate. I want to know when you see these red slides, it's a good prompt for us to stop, pause, and see if there are any questions or anything that's popped up so far. So I'd love for you to type in the comments box. See this question here. What results can occur if the level is miscalculated with reds? So let me know if you have ever either miscalculated or you've seen someone in your salon do something. What are the sort of results that you can have that maybe aren't ideal if you miscalculate when hair painting for reds? Let me know in the comments. Hot roots. Has anyone else had the hot roots? Too brown. Yep, absolutely. Too red. Oh, I know. I've done that too many times. So too red. We can have it too brown, too drab. Thank you, everybody who's typing in. Not bright enough. Because sometimes it not muddy or hot, not covered well. So we've got so far, if somebody's already said, oh, that's a good one too. Looks like the roots haven't been done. Sad face. Not enough copper. So these are the results that can happen if you're not calculating the correct formula. It doesn't look natural. So some people want to have this neon fringe like me, but others want it to look natural. Darker than the ends? Yes. Yep, absolutely. You can have mismatched roots and ends. Not bright. There's a lot that can potentially go wrong, right? It's hit and miss until you know this 5, 6, 7, 8 rule. Now, just to check that everybody is there, if you haven't left a comment, can you put a love heart or a smiley face if perhaps somebody has already said what you were hoping to say? Because it's okay. You don't have to come up with something totally new. So we've had not bright, can be drab, darker roots. Basically, there's inconsistencies, right? So leave a little love heart, do a little dance, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now we're going to go in and I'm going to share with some examples and explain what this is. Thank you, Stacey, for the first love hearts. And we've got Renee with the love hearts. See, I need the energy because I've gotten up so early. I want the emojis. It's for me. Oh, I love that one. Hello, because then I get to see all your lovely faces popping up as well. Thank you for the love hearts. Now, this, my lovely color-loving hairdressers, is a leveling system for reds. Usually in beauty college or school, we only get taught the 7 stages of bleaching as it pertains to brown, going up the different undertones. So we all learn that, whether we've been hairdressing for 1 month or perhaps, 20 plus years or anywhere in between. We probably are fairly comfortable with the 7 stages of bleaching or what happens when you go from black to blonde or variables. What we don't get taught is the leveling system for redheads. And I knew I was the one to help change that. I've studied at art school. I've been to so many different hair color courses, and I was trained at the very first Australian hair color salon, luckily by a redhead. So all of that has influenced how I work. Now, this is giving you an example. This could be in your color chart, any brand. It's not specific. This would be a level 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or is it? Because this, to me, these two are the colors that are so close together that they're the two that I see being the bigger mistakes. So this is a very orange-based color. This has a little bit more red. So I would actually make it a bit easier for myself and pick where the 7 is, which is where the orange is. So that's 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See how it was slightly different? So I didn't get it quite right at first. And that can make a really big difference. So whilst that's fairly close to black, it's a warmish brown black. So it can go light and dark. That is your leveling system for reds. Feel free to take a screenshot of that slide if that's going to be something that can help you. I can also send you an email specific with that slide for you, because that would be a great one to have saved in your phone. Let's look at these examples together. I'm going to describe them for you as well. And this is where some aha moments might happen, because you've probably seen these and not been quite sure why. So level 5 is where berry and violet-based tones live at a level 5 or darker. If you desire a more aubergine or eggplant or violet tone, this is what you're aiming for. This is a level 5 or below. Natural level 5s, so any client with a natural level 5 and below, are more red or redder, if that's actually a word, than lighter shades. So that impacts the tone if you are seeking to create a violet and more blue. So we've got to consider that, the natural level, but also what I'm just saying right now is for formulation where the reds sit. So level 5, berry and violet. Level 6, red and pink copper tones live at a level 6, including mahogany copper and vibrant auburn. If you have ever accidentally painted a copper too red, you've probably accidentally made it a level 6 instead of a level 7. The way I know this is I've done it too. I've done it a lot and then had to relighten over it. So level 6 is more red. Now level 7, if you take one thing from what I'm sharing today and run with it, this is the gem that you should run with. If you want an orange copper or a natural looking copper, use a level 7 orange always. This is the most important thing to learn when hair painting reds and coppers. Level 8, if your target hair color is a light golden copper, use a level 8 copper for a punchier natural color, or grab a tube of level 8 gold copper for Titian blonde or that more color shy client. So level 8 is a great place to start when you're going from blonde to red. It is more predictable. It has more gold in it. And level 8 will still feel like they are a redhead if they're going from blonde. So remember, this lucky level 7 is where copper lives. Now let's discuss and analyze. So again, we can use your notes or you can type into the comments. I like to encourage you to stay engaged and share any ahas. I want you to discuss and share with me what you've just learnt. Did you have any ahas? So we've got level 7 is my favorite. I love level 7s as well. So if you want to discuss what we've just learned, if any light bulb moments went on, or perhaps I'm talking things that you're already doing, that's awesome as well. Let's have a think about what fears you might have. What fears or what things have you had mistakes? Have you had them before with hot roots or banding? How could the 5, 6, 7, 8 rule help you in the future? Let me know in the comments. Or do you have any other? It's great info. I'm hoping this is talking to what you're needing. If anything pops up that you want to ask me that's off topic, just write it down and we'll get to it at the end. So I'll take 2 more comments. So how could the 5, 6, 7, 8 rule help you in the future? Or, have you had mistakes before? Could this be helpful? Thanks for sharing, Tracy. You've had different tones. You know that now different tones live at different levels. I think that's a big one, because we go off and start stroking the color chart, but we don't realize that level 6 is red and level 7 is copper. So one more comment and then I'll jump in. Thank you, Grace. So you have learnt, or now are celebrating that you already knew, level 7 is where copper lives, which is awesome. I'm going to show you, and you're learning how to brighten your reds. Incredible. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. I'm going to dive in a little bit deeper and share leveling system for hair painting reds. So the trouble with redheads, and they can be trouble. There is such limited information and education around hair painting reds and coppers in the hairdressing industry, unless you attend a brand launch. And I totally get it. I've been there too. It leaves hairdressers really excited. We go off and see a show, but we're not clear on the necessary color principles. So these are color principles. They're not something I'm creating, but I'm translating them into hairdresser talk for you after experimentation. All hair color brands can achieve beautiful and natural looking reds as well as brights once you know the leveling system. I want to help you start attracting new clients. Some salons believe their location will not have any red requests, but in fact, it's because they are not offering reds that they are not getting these requests. Redheads go grey or they go white. Redheads love fashion, and redheads are loyal, loving clients that are a tribe that you want in your salon. Believe me, I want you to leap from artist to expert and become a reds and copper expert. And this niche is a deeply misunderstood area of our industry. As soon as red clients know that you can do red and copper hair, they come from all over the country. Mel, maybe, with COVID, the travel is a little limited, but where I am in Sydney, they travel for hours to come and see me. Some are locals and some are traveling because I've become a destination that can make their hair gorgeous and make their hair natural. I want you to understand the leveling system used to get these proven results every single time, because it will help you keep your dream clients as well as attract more. And depending on where you are in the world, you may be coming out of lockdown, you may be experiencing quite a change in who is seeking out your services if you are operating. Being able to hair paint for redheads and to start adding red photos to your social media will catch the attention of a new clientele out there. Now, let's look at these examples of hot roots. I recently did a podcast called Hot Roots Are a Hot Mess. Let's Fix It. So if you wanted to listen to a podcast on this topic, make sure you check it out on Color Christina Talks. It's a recent episode, actually. So these are all hot roots. Hot roots are something that is a glowing root, or it just doesn't quite match the rest of it. Hot roots are sometimes subtle, like this one here. I think a lot of us would be tempted if we saw her at our front counter or we'd blow dried it. We'd probably inside think, oh, that's okay. I wish it was a little bit less bright at the roots, but we'd let her leave. I mean, if it was a busy day, perhaps we would. It's almost good enough to let leave, but I think that it's still a little bit glowy. It's a subtle hot root. This one here, now it's not necessarily a hot root, and she does have a regrowth here. What I'm thinking when I look at it is this hair down here that's peeping out from behind her ears, it's too different. So whatever the color is here, when it's dealing with red hair, you really don't want it to be more than one level lighter, because it becomes a completely different tone. Unless she was dipped in a vibrant on-purpose pink or neon color, I personally don't think this suits that berry color. So that's a level 5 berry, and this to me looks like a level 8 washed out brown pink, which I don't really think is complementary, particularly with colored eyebrows and pink lips. There's a lot going on, right? However, it could have looked gorgeous and it could be faded. So it's just a consideration. This one here, she doesn't care. She's having a great time. But for me, this is a little bit bright coming through here. So it is, again, that could be a level 7 to 8. And then through here is a level 6. I wanted to show you what these examples are, because some of you might understand me when I'm saying hot roots and others may not have seen this yet. These are all different variations from fashion, subtle, mild, and wild. Now, hot roots are basically the same as root glow, and they can happen. This is what they are and why they happen. It's important to know this. They happen when the roots lift lighter or brighter than the rest of the hair. So the body temperature causes this root area to lift faster as opposed to here. And with virgin tinting or on scalp permanent color retouches, we need to be careful of creating hot roots. Whether they've got a 3-week regrowth or a 3-month regrowth, it still is a danger zone that we need to be careful of, right? So why do they occur? Well, they occur usually because of miscalculations in the formula. And we go on and paint it, and we're going either lighter or brighter, because that's usually what we're doing with reds and coppers. It's really the most common mistake I see hairdressers making at all levels of experience. So this is the what, why, and how of hot roots. So how can we avoid hot roots and banding? They happen much more often when hair painting reds and coppers, because we simply misunderstand the consultation, what they're asking us, or we misunderstand the leveling system, which is why I created the 5, 6, 7, 8 rule to help you know how to paint reds with confidence. I'm going to share a couple of case studies with you. This is a typical photo or collection of photos that a client will send to me. This is her on the left, and I do promise them that I won't ever show anyone. So I have used this to show you. Basically, I ask people when they're new or when they're getting a color change to give me as much information as possible. So that is, standard name, mobile, email, set up their file. I ask for photos. I want front, side, and back. And I say, just take it now. You don't need to style your hair. It's just for me so I can see it, because it helps me allocate the amount of time that I need. So this one here on the left, she was a regular client of mine and she went somewhere else. She has up to 10% gray, and this is what she looked like really bright, kind of like lipstick red strands of hair, as well as a dark brown. And then her ends, I think they panicked and they bleached them. So they were sort of like the color of, not hot dog mustard in America, but kind of like maybe an English mustard that you would have on a steak in a pub dinner. So they were like this weird mustard brown. This is what I achieved in one day. And it was something that she needed to come in and see me. I needed to tone down those roots. And a simple fix, even if they weren't perfect, those roots weren't perfect, a simple solution to fix this hot root mess was to darken those ends. So see how I've made it the same color from roots through the mid-lengths to ends. Reds, coppers, auburns, strawberry blondes tend to look the best. They fade the most predictable way when they are almost not a solid color. There still needs to be a bit of variation when they are almost exactly the same level going the whole way through, because that color glowing at the roots looked a lot less glowy when she had that gorgeous color on the ends. That was a buildup of 2 demi or semi-permanent long-lasting colors with that beautiful 6-level red copper. It looked healthy again, and she left really happy. Now, I've scribbled over this girl's face because I found her when Googling images, and she'd attempted this at home. So this is something that could happen in the salon or at home, and then they could come into the chair, into our salon for us to fix it. This lighting shows it much better. She's tried to lift her hair. That's a level 8 copper, and it's still really brown down here. So if this type of thing happened to me in the salon, I would know from where this is here down is a buildup of dark brown color or black or packet dye, and I wouldn't attempt coloring up here until I'd done a test strand. And what I would be testing would be a bleach. It would be a color stripper or a color remover. Not until I removed that would I even offer this particular client what I could do up here, because I wouldn't want to get into this hot root mess nightmare here. It looks about 4 shades different, right? I mean, we've all had it. We've had that happen. But if you can avoid this situation, test stranding is the way to go. But this type of a hot root, if you get a client approaching you with this, it's an easier fix. You can do that in one session. They'll leave so, so happy. Now, this is a red case study again with hot roots, and I'm going to share with you how to fix them. So I'm going to just dive right in with this. It is getting to a technical part of the webinar, but stay with me. If you're getting a little bit tired, do a little stretch. You could even practice singing that 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is a client. I had been coloring her hair again, and she cheated on me. I don't know what's going on out there. Sometimes I guess they have friends that are hairdressers too, so they dabble or they go somewhere else. And so this is her sitting in my chair. She's a natural level 5. I color her hair so well that she just loves it so much. She's a makeup artist. And only during March 2020, when I wasn't working for about 9 or 10 weeks due to COVID changes, she was revealed to be a natural brunette. So usually she is high maintenance. She comes in every 5 weeks, no longer. And I keep her color beautiful, and a classic copper. Sometimes she has lighter pieces around the front to go to a level 8, but that's it. She wants to be a natural copper. Now look at this. You might want to really zoom in or lean in. You can see her natural. You can also see underneath here that there's a level 7 that's faded, and then out here there is a darker 6 level red, and then here there's a 7 level copper. This center photo here was next to a window, so there was really direct light, whereas this is exactly the same head, but under a more of a shadowy down light. So this shows you how in the wrong light, it really looked bright, like it was a really red color. I think that displays it better, but in truer light, that's what it looked like. Now, what I did was, panicked for a moment. How do I do this? I don't want to go for bleach. So I'm going to share with you how I would remove that band. It will work with most color ranges. So usually I would do, she's a level 5. I would do a level 8 and level 7 copper mixed with 30 volt or 9%. So I want to go up a few shades, and I want the copper. So I have the 7 and the 8. Now her hair throws a bit of orange. That's why I go up to an 8. What I did for this one was I intermixed it with what's called a clear or a blonding cream. It was such a small regrowth, I took my chances. I knew that it would lift there, but what I needed it to lift was there. So where I've got this red circle, so it was a level 7 and 8, which is my regular mix, mixed half with a blonding cream, which in my experience, I know will lift certain colors. If I wasn't sure on that, I would definitely do a test patch through the back first. I let it process, and blonding creams or clear tints tend to have more ammonia and they will lighten. Regular tint, if I just painted copper over the top of that, it probably wouldn't. So depending on your color range, you do need to choose the problem and create the solution. Now, I'm going to share with you exactly what it looked like at the basin, because this might make some of you break into a nervous sweat when you see this. This is what it looked like at the basin. I know it doesn't look even, but don't worry. Look at this, because that's how she left. That's pretty close to not having a glowing root. It has that beautiful shine coming down here. Unfortunately, this is one of those cases I didn't get the after one where she was tilting and I could show it to you. So it's still halfway through the blow dry. I just went over and got really excited. So it hasn't even been brushed out and the back's still getting clipped. But at least you can see that result. Now, I'm going to go back here because it may have made some of you uncomfortable. Why I loved this result was it was a level 7 copper. Why I also loved it was there was no red band. Now, what I look at here is dull and blur, and it's a bit too brown. That's easy peasy. I just go off, I mix up a semi-permanent color, and I applied it to match the color on the roots. So if you see this, it is a successful outcome worth celebrating because you've gotten rid of that red and you've got a true copper here. And all you need to do is add a bit of zing through here. So it just becomes a double process color to take the heat off you and to get a predictable result. Now, if that band didn't come out, I would then go through with the weakest solution of a blonding cream or a lightener and do what's called spot lightening before I tone it. So this was a really successful result. She then returned every 5 weeks ever since, and I've taken care of her. Before we move on, I want to know what questions you have. Let's debrief and share the new learnings. Write down something in the comments, something new, one thing that you have learnt so far. And if there's anybody that has questions, we've got time for a couple of questions as well. So let me know in the comments. Thank you, Tracy. So you have learned how to formulate a level 5 red on 100% white. Awesome. Oh, is that a question? How to formulate, is that a question? Because there isn't a question mark. We're going to get into the grey coverage. That is a great question. Thank you, Tracy. So we will get into, I've got 3 formulas for you coming up that will answer that for you. So stay tuned, coming up very soon. Great question. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions about what they have just learnt or want to debrief something they've just learnt? Could you also, I'm just reading one out from Holly. Could you also do a soap cap emulsify root color to refresh the mids and ends? That is a great question, but I think I am lost in translation. Can somebody tell me what a soap cap is? Is that when you add water to a color and just rub it down? I'm going to write it down. Oh, I didn't bring a pen. So if that's what it means, and correct me if I'm on the wrong track, but what my understanding perhaps, but we shampoo and water. Okay, thank you. So Holly and everybody, it's a great question. Would I be tempted to add water and rub the color through? I would not, because adding water to a color is literally just diluting it. So color ranges these days have semi or demi-permanent colors that are designed to deposit, to change tone, and to be mixed with a dedicated processing solution or developer. And they are also designed to last up to 20 washes with a predictable color result. Now, sometimes I know that people do like to add water and run it down. I believe that that is such a temporary solution that when they go home to wash their hair, it just washes out. And also it is something that can be a little bit hit and miss. So adding water to color to let it emulsify would mean, in that particular case study, I would have had a copper tint with 30 volt and a blonding cream with water running down the ends. I would have gotten an unexpected outcome, and I would have also put unnecessary chemicals down hair that had already been lightened, and it already was a good base for me to add a copper on. Does that answer your question? So I tend to not emulsify. If anything, when I'm rinsing, I hold the ends out of the basin, just rinse the color, and I keep the pure pigments working where they need to. But that was a great question, because that is definitely something that I have done in the past as well. Oh, thanks, Holly. So that answered your question. Awesome. It was a really great question. It's definitely something that happens out there. Now, I've got another comment popping up from Charlotte. Understanding that red in different levels is like red violet to red to copper. So that's been a bit of an aha, which is awesome. So Charlotte is sharing that there are different levels of reds. So even though when you're looking through the color chart and it says you're in your violet section, right, you might have an 8, you might have a 4. We need to know that there are different levels of reds and they strongly link to tone. Anyone else want to jump in before we move on with a question? Is my blonde cream a lightener? Great question, Colette. Thank you. So I work in the salon. The brands that I use are Kevin Murphy, Colour Me, which is an ammonia-free hybrid range. So you've got from the processing solution from 3% right up to 12% can be mixed with all of them. And they actually have a clear, which I've worked in the past with Goldwell. They had one called blonding cream, and you could intermix it. So there is a cream lightener in the range. I would, if I was working, we also have Redken and a few other Cune, other things in the salon. So if I didn't have a clear or a blonding cream, I'm going to add on to that. I would go for the runniest cream bleach or cream lightener with the lowest possible developer. So that might be a semi-permanent, and really just paint it on gently, but never letting a tint touch a bleach, because it's just unexpected outcome territory. So if I didn't have a clear to do what I did, I would just do the root color, then I would take them over to the basin, and then I would spot lighten on wet. So what was, so I hope that answers your question. So Sophia is asking, what was again in the banding formula? So I'll just go back to this. So coming through here, this was the end result. And just to show you again, to recap this was the first result. So the formula was 7 and 8 copper with 9% or 30 vol. And that was a quarter. So half of my color was the copper, and then the other half I added in clear, which is like a blonding cream. So that gives you the lift. It also breaks through the pigment in the previously colored hair. Thank you for that question. And so did you just end, and we've got another question, your ends, or did you clarify before? Great question. So in different parts of the world, there are different types of water. There are also different products available. So I have, we had available to us the Malibu crystals, which is a demineralizer. That's hard for me to say. That's a tongue twister. We also had at the basin for this occasion, Redken hair cleansing cream and Kevin Murphy maxi wash, which are clarifying shampoos. So I always have this type of color happening with freshly shampooed hair. However, unless I'm needing to strip or remove artificial pigment, I don't use a decolorizer, and there wasn't any mineral buildup in this hair either, so I didn't need to do a clarifying product. But if it was a different person in my chair, I sometimes use the CPR in Malibu crystals, which is for color removal. Or if it was color like mine is at the moment, they actually have one that's a direct dye remover. They're all mixed with water. They're vegan. They're really gentle on the hair. And when I want something a little bit more hardcore for removing artificial pigment, like that person I found on Google, like this, I would actually go for a product that I know to work very well, which is Di Lorenzo Nova. I think it's spelled Nova, color reducer. And it smells like boiled eggs mixed with perm solution, and it shrinks the color molecule down. I would do all of that and the treatments first before analyzing the hair. Those are always my go-tos before I ever grab for bleach. Does that answer your question? So I've got another one here. Are you familiar, Leslie, are you familiar with Rusk, which is a brand, right? Clear. And if so, can you explain how it would work on this? Great question. And I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with Rusk Clear. What I would suggest, which is what I do still with every single color that I'm doing changes for, is a test strand. So I actually ask people to come in. I cut a tiny piece out from under here. So if they're doing a middle parting or a high pony, it's a slither, which is about 1 centimeter or just under 1/2 inch wide. And I test a bleach. I would test that clear, and I would test a color stripper. And then I would formulate a process. So I hope that that does help. I don't do test runs usually on the same day. It allows me time to come up with a good game plan and to create a quote that is going to work. Now, Stephanie has just shared, we use Goldwell and I never use blonding cream, I'm afraid. Is that because it's not in stock or you just don't like to use it? Blonding cream, without deviating too far, is incredible for sometimes if you even in a high lift tint situation, if it's grabbing a little bit around the hairline, a bit blue or a bit purpley, to dab it over the top, it removes that. But blonding creams and clears and lightening tints will shift a small amount of permanent color. So I'm going to suggest that you get onto a mannequin head, and if any of this is completely new, I want you to get some Pivot Point or other brand color swatches. I know that one of the previous presenters was doing swatching. I think it's time to get to know the lighteners in your color brand a little bit better, and as it pertains to reds. So you could experiment and ask your local educator. So I hope that helps you. Thank you for being such an engaging audience. Anything else that I haven't covered, write it down and we'll get to it at the end. So I've got a little exercise that I think would be great to work together. It doesn't need to take 3 minutes. This could even be homework for you if you would like, because we're getting through this. I'm wary of your time. Just have a think about the color range that you use and what the numbers or letters are for gold, coppers, and reds. So I want you to write down, just do it now, so it sort of helps to lock it in. Write down 2 colors in each of the color families. You don't have to do it for levels 5, 6, 7, and 8 if we're wanting to get through this a little bit faster. But I'm going to give you an example. So I'm going to write down 2 colors in each of the color families for level 5 using my color range. So I would write down, for example, level 5 copper in Kevin Murphy is 5.4, or it's 5C for copper. They actually use numbers and letters. I was trained with Goldwell and then worked with Redken for many years, so I'm more comfortable with letters. So I just want you to have a think about in your color chart, what are golds, coppers, and reds? So write that down now. So whether it's G, C, and R, or whether it's 2, 3, and 4, and write down just a couple of colors in each of the color families for those, because those are where the natural reds and coppers live. I'm going to take a screenshot of this one because what I might do is share this one to Elaine if she would like to pop this in the Facebook group later in case this moves too quickly for you. So I'm going to cover, I realized I didn't change this slide, but this is a gorgeous redhead image of mine. I'll just show you. So I'm going to help you choose double or single process colors. So I want to help you know what a single process color is and what a double color process is when it comes to hair painting reds and coppers, okay? So often double process colors, you might have them on your service menu. You might not be quite clear on what they are, or you might have only really heard of them to do with blondes. So a double process is, I actually recorded a podcast yesterday that hasn't gone live yet on this topic. So I'm super pumped to share this with you. Double process is literally just 2 processes. That's it. So often we do an on-scalp bleach. We know that that comes with a toner, so we might call that a double process blonde. But a lot of colors these days, balayage, foil highlights, and different lightening services are double process. So redheads are often meant to be double process, but we just don't know it. We put this pressure on ourselves that we need to be able to get the color even roots to ends in one go, and we view it just like a brunette retouch tint where we can just color balance the ends. It's easy. It's a 4-level brunette. We know we'll go off and mix up a 5 or a 6. We paint it through. Easy peasy. But Not always easy peasy, but mostly. But with red hair, for some reason, we think we need to know only, we need to also know what's in the bowl to go on the roots, on the ends, and get it done in one go. Well, I more commonly do a double process red, and I'm going to share with you these few clients. These are examples. So imagine these clients. This is going to answer and lead into somebody's question from before with the grey coverage. So there is this typical client. These are a lot of my clients. The grey coverage fashionista client. So these clients need a double application always. You know, the one that wants to try something new every time, but they've got greys and they've experienced banding before. Perhaps you've even made it a band in there because you believe them or you want to please them and you try something new each time. So the grey coverage fashionista client, I suggest that the first layer is always going to be the same formula every single time for consistency. So when you're onto a winner and you know how to cover greys for natural redheads or somebody wanting to be red, stick with it, process it, wash it off. And then the next application, the toner is temporary. So mix it up, and you can mix it up literally. So you could have an auburn one time, you could have a vibrant copper, you could try a peach. The toner is temporary. So the second application is something that you can mix it up, offer them something new every time without the fear of banding. Now, here's another one, another typical client that we all probably have, the color shy or semi-permanent, low commitment, loving client. The color shy client who wants something that's low commitment and already has mostly natural hair, they're seeking something glossy and semi-permanent. They only need a single process color. Keep it simple. Don't sweat this one. Just go a little bit brighter or darker with a red or copper and choose something that will fade beautifully. Keep it simple. If it can be simple, we don't need to dabble into permanent colors. It's still the same as blondes, brunettes. Redheads don't need a permanent color unless you're going lighter or you're covering gray. However, in reds and coppers, anyone that's below like a 6, you will need to be going lighter, right? So if you get one of these rare unicorns, just put a semi on them. Now, if you've got a new red client in your salon chair, always double process. I cannot stress this enough. New client walks in, they want red, they are always going to be a double process. Apply the base color first and allow the full processing time. Wash off, towel dry, or blast it dry depending on what brand you use to assess the tonal variation and mix up a gloss or a toner to suit the hair. Now, this could mean if the roots are a little bit brighter or not quite what you wanted, this could mean the toner is a drabbing toner if you got hot roots, so you're deepening it. Or it could also mean the second application is a brightening all over gloss if that's what the hair needs. Give yourself a break and always do a new client in 2 steps. It just means that you're solving 1 or 2 problems at a time. You don't have to solve it all at once. And again, this week's podcast that's coming out really dives deep into that topic. Now, we've come up to another activity, which is a quickie. I want you to all think of one client that this could be perfect to try on. So if double process reds or coppers is something new for you, or perhaps it's something you've been doing for a while, but you're just not clear on who to do it for, I want you to just think of one client now, one of your existing clients. Write their name down and write why it would work for them. So just think of one client now that this could be great. And after this webinar, I'm going to set you a challenge. I want you to write it in their color notes. And perhaps if you are a business owner or you have your client contacts, you could even message them and say, I've learned something so amazing for you. I attended a webinar and feel so inspired. I'm going to tell you more about it. When are we next doing your hair? Because you are getting that client excited. If you did that even for 3 clients, I guarantee you those clients would feel so special. Not only have you thought of them, you're attending education, you're upskilling, and you're offering something personalized for them and you've thought of them outside of the salon. So write it down in the color notes and be a colorist that offers change. So just write down one person now. Now, this is something that is a really great thing to start getting a bit more comfortable with. The secret to painting natural looking reds. Now, not everybody wants a natural red. So we've, of course, got to ask people, what are you after? But this is going to be my secret that I'm sharing with you. So make sure you're listening, because this is all on suitability and skin tone. There are always going to be exceptions, of course, to every rule. And it's important to understand the principles of color theory before breaking them. Now, these are some examples I'm going to go through with you. Warm or cool skin tone. That is something that we often get a little bit stuck on. So if your client has brown or hazel eyes, they are most likely a warm tone. If they have blue or grayish eyes, they will probably suit cool tones better. Did you know, this is an interesting fact that I have only just learnt myself, that most redheads have cool toned skin? I thought that was fascinating when I learnt that. Now, if we're talking now about medium and dark haired clients that are naturally darker haired with light jewel toned eyes, they can be really fun because they can easily wear bright colors. Ruby, burgundy, punchy reds or coppers can all work well for this particular client. They are the perfect client for grabbing for your boosters or concentrate, so your bright orange booster or your bright yellow booster, and intermixing it for a natural looking color with zing. So I'm a natural brunette, a level, I like to say 6 to 7, but I know that I'm definitely a 6. And I have quite dark blue eyes, and I think I fit in that category. So I can have quite bright colors. I can wear pinks. I can do rubies, punchy reds, and I do like it when they're brighter or an artificial color. Now, blondes and lighter haired clients, so people that have natural lighter hair, light eyes, and light skin make the best strawberry blondes or pastels. When hair painting for redheads in the range of 8, 9, and 10 level colouring, you can consider using highlights or lighter blonde tints to lighten with a pastel toner. So, for example, I know that this is slightly filtered because of the slide style. I here am wearing a high lift tint with a pastel peach over it. So I wanted the yellow. So when you go up here into the 8, 9, or 10, you might actually be grabbing for a high lift or a blonde just to get you up to a 9 or a 10 with that yellow. Then you deposit it back down. Some more examples on client skin type, suitability and complexion. Clients with a natural 6 level or 7, so they're the mid-level range of hair, can generally carry stronger looks. And think about where red and orange sit in undertones. Let's go back to, brown to blonde, where your undertones are. Think about it. Where does red and orange sit in the undertones? Level 6 and 7, right? So if we're lightening from dark to blonde, that's where we're heading when we're thinking about this, where the levels sit. Clients with warm-toned eyes, they're better suited to staying warm. Now, I would literally lean in and say, I'm going to look at your eyes. It really helps me to formulate something, and it tells me what's going to best suit you. I actually let the client know. I don't just lean in and have a look, but I do let them know because it gives me a moment to look in, because if they have warmer eyes, they suit warmer colors such as auburns or more earthy tones or autumn tones. Warm eyes will be enhanced by coloring hair orange-based reds. So let's look at these images together. This is a level 9 beautiful long-term client of mine who was modeling for me for the Secret Fox education here. And I painted a few on purpose pink pieces to match her makeup. So this is a level 9 peach. She has cool skin and blue eyes. coming through here, I wanted you to just have a quick glance. We don't need to dive too deep anymore with this, but just to start switching on parts of your brain. This is a level 6 copper, red copper, darker, warm eyes. She is a standout. I recycle this photo from time to time. It gets such great engagement on my social media. Look at her skin tone. Now, over here is something that's a little bit more on the browner side. It's called a cinnamon auburn. It's brown. Again, she has darker skin, but it's quite cool. She's got much cooler skin than this model here from a hair show. This was a client. Cinnamon auburn is more of a brown side of auburn. It has more gold than it has red. But all of these have different suitability for light, medium, dark reds, and coppers. And here are some more gorgeous examples. Check out her gorgeous dark warm eyes. This is a true level 8 natural copper. All I did for her was put a gold gloss on. And she was part of me teaching again for the Secret Fox. Everybody in these polka dots was part of this great masterclass I did a year or so ago, teaching different levels. And so I was thrilled to be able to share these with you for Elaine's presentation today. This is a more punchy pink. So just to recap, pinks and reds live at level 6, right? This is a level 8 because it's starting to look more golden, darker eyes, light blue eyes. And here, this is a classic level 7. If you were to do an ombre or a sun-kissed for a level 7, it goes into a level 8 on the ends. You can see her blue eyes. Now, consultation. This is the thing that can really set you apart from hairdresser to expert. Success is in the setup. It includes quoting and it includes listening. Every successful hair color starts with a strong consultation between the client and the hairdresser. What do you need to know from your client, and what does your client need from you? I found this in a stock image of what not to do. So it's a lovely photo though, right? And it's really suitable for this presentation. This is one of Elaine's favorite sayings of mine. Be a color artist and not a color chartist. I'm actually going to take a screenshot of this as we're presenting and send that to Elaine as well. So these are my 2 favorite questions. So if I could simplify my consultation for you, these are my 2 favorite consultation questions. I start with, tell me about your hair. I let them tell me. And then I ask, what would you like to achieve today? And I let them answer. If I don't get all of the information that I need, I then go in with more, such as, when was the last time you had color, or is there gray coverage concerns, anything you dislike about your hair? I start getting the boundaries, what they're perhaps not liking, and then I start offering solutions and ask them if they would be okay with things. Now, I suggest to never do this. Color charts are for out the back. Color charts are for hairdressers to talk with hairdressers. They are not to show clients. They set you up for an unsuccessful, unexpected outcome, because somebody might touch and start stroking something. You go off and grab that tube. It is not going to look like that, right? So I put this here as an eye-catching, attention-grabbing slide to be a color artist and not a color chartist. We just need to get comfortable and get grounded with the levels and what they do. So I'm going to share with you and then give you an opportunity for some questions again, understanding this lesson deeper. So things that you need to consider when analyzing hair before painting is texture, condition, natural level, target level, percentage of gray, and whether you need to enhance or counteract an existing undertone. Other things that you need to consider before hair painting red and copper are texture, so if it's fine or medium, what the target reflect is, red, copper, strawberry blonde, what the existing undertone of a client's natural level is, And what color do I need to add in the dye to enhance the undertone? Now, here it is. Here is the hair painting for reds when it goes gray. So for those of you that wanted to learn about gray coverage, this is the formula that you're needing to know. I'll circle it. I'll do this. I'll get you all back just in case you're going on a mind holiday. It is a fact that we go on a holiday. I think it's 20 seconds out of every 60 seconds. Maybe you're there now. Maybe you're dreaming of a Mai Tai on a tropical beach. So we'll bring it back. 3 things to remember when covering grey for redheads. Client has 0 to 25% grey. Formula must contain 25% natural base in the color mix. If you have a client that has 25 to 50% grey, the formula must contain 50% natural base and 50% fashion. If your client has 50 to 75% grey, your formula must contain 75% natural base and 25% fashion. Now, if they have 75% and above, you possibly know where I'm heading. The amount of greys must match the amount of base. So if you have a person with either more than 75% grey or very tenacious, strong grey, you're going to need to up that natural base. But don't worry, because remember the grey fashionista is a 2-process colour. So from now on, you'll get your base in, and then you'll add the brightness with your toner, with your semi-permanent color. So with covering grey for redheads, go for the naturals, not the double naturals, not the most strong one. It's too dulling. Your second best color range for covering greys is gold. So natural golds, warm naturals, and then your fashion color in there. Now, I want to just discuss this, but I am mindful of the time. So let's discuss and analyze. So questions, we've already touched on this to be a shared reality. So in other words, you need to lead them in a consultation to something that is realistic. I like to share suggestions. This is something that could be a bit of homework for you to create blonde, brunette, redhead, wedding hair, whatever it is that you're really keen to be doing more of into your phone. So actually have dedicated folders, or if you are an Instagram user, which probably most of you are, there's a new thing called guides on your phone that you can use with iPhone. So, sorry, not with iPhone, in Instagram. So Instagram has a new feature. I won't go too heavily into that now, but you can actually have like a red guide, a blonde guide, a wedding guide. And another great tool is Pinterest. I would suggest setting up a Pinterest with some of your work and also work from other hairdressers that you love for inspiration. Now, quoting, if you've got questions around quoting or anything that you have seen in today's webinar, please feel comfortable to reach me on Instagram. Send me a DM. I am happy to help or to help direct you to where to get the knowledge. So if you want a little bit more information around quoting or anything that you've learned today, make sure you send me a DM at Color Christina, and that's Christina with a K. Now, I'm going to touch on this really quickly. Quoting is something that is really needing to be clearly set up in your consultation. Be clear on the techniques and explain the necessary steps and price per step. So this would be a great homework as well, or we can take the time now. Let's take 3 minutes. Should I just double check with everyone? How are you going for time? Would you like to do this as a homework, or do you want to work on something now together? Just type in now, do activity now, or smiley face for now, or we've got to keep moving, do a arrow or keep moving. So just let me know in the comments. I'll have a sip of water. I've got one together. Do it now. Work now. Okay, the first 4 have been now, so let's do it now. I love that I can see the comments. So here's a great activity. because I want to help you with your consultation and your pricing. I want you to be earning money doing something that you love every single day, because we are a for-profit type of business. And sometimes this is where it gets a little bit tricky or a little bit muddy. You learn something new and then you can't work out, how is this going to translate? It's a new technique. How do I charge for it? You don't have to come up with anything new. I'm going to help you know on your existing price list how you could charge for a double process versus a single process, okay? So you're not going to have to spend ages on it. I don't want heavy homework duties for you, but I do want you making a profit doing something that you love with happy, paying, smiling, return dream clients in your chair. So let's just take a couple of minutes. I want to help you know how to create a quote for a regular client. So we're doing a bit of a case study. There are always variables, but I'm going to describe someone. So a regular client comes in, they need a retouch. They tell you that they want a brighter copper this time. They want to try it. That's the operative word. They want to try a brighter copper. The last color was a little too dull. It's not a complaint. We're not going to give them anything for free here, but they are needing a retouch. So I want you to let me know in the comments, from what you've learnt so far, number one, would you do a single or double process color and why? So let me know in the comments. Client comes in, they're a regular, they just need a retouch. So that could be anywhere between, they've seen you 4 to 6 weeks ago or 4 to 8 weeks ago, let's say. It was just a little bit dull and they want to try a brighter copper. There is no right or wrong answer. I'm going to help you then work out a quote for what you're going to offer them. So would you do a single or double process? So let's write single or double. So we've got a double, and I think we had a 2, which would be a double. So would you do a single or a double for a client that wants to be a little bit brighter? There's no right or wrong. Just let me know. A double. So we've got a few people now that are a bit more open to a double process. Because let's assume when I use the word retouch that they're a permanent color. That might make it easier. For those of you, double process from Stacey, double would do the roots first. So a retouch would be a tint or a permanent color retouch. Some of you on the fence are thinking, oh, is she tricking me? Double roots first. So quite a few of you are thinking double roots first. And if some of you are thinking single, that would be totally okay if they were coming in for a retouch for a semi perhaps. So maybe they just want to go a little bit brighter. So a semi is where I would do the single. Now, let me help you work out a quote. And this might be something that you go in and share with other people in your team if you work in a team, or you might be a solo operator, and just take a moment to do this before a client is in your chair so you are aware of this. You could perhaps block out half an hour in a salon day just to rejig some of your pricing if need be. Now, what is the quote in your salon, or what is the price for a tint retouch? If you don't know off by heart, that's fine. Let's just write down these 3 things that you need to know. So thinking of this, what is the quote for a tint retouch? That would be double. That would be your first process. What is the quote, or what is the price for what's called a color balance? So that might be something that more of your brunette clients have. They come in, they get a retouch here, you go off while that's still on, you mix up another color, the semi goes on the ends. That's known in my salon as a color balance, or you might call it a tint and tone, whatever it's called. It's where you can walk off, do another client, and then come back, you wash it off and they're all done, ready for their blow dry. So what is the quote, or what is the price in your salon for just a tint retouch? What is the price for when you do the roots and the ends, tint and semi, color balance? And the third one, what is a tint, then a toner? So see where I'm heading? So double application needs to be charged as a tint retouch and a toner. Yes, you can go off during that processing time and do another client, but you also need time for them to book back into the salon chair, or you're doing it at the basin. So these are the 3 different prices. So I'm going to give you an example, and this is in no reflection as to what you should be charging. It is totally different based on product, location, and skill level, or whether you work one-on-one or you have 10 assistants. There are so many variables. I'm just going to choose something. Maths is not my strong point, so I'm going to choose easy round numbers. So a tint retouch, let's say, is $100. A toner for bob length hair is also $100. A color balance in my salon perhaps could currently be $200 for a bob. See how they are all going to be around the same amount? So blonde is not the only toning work that's happening. This is a semi-permanent color. So if you think about what a toner is in your salon that goes on wet hair, but sometimes it might be more of a corrective toner because you're doing something darker on the roots if it's too glowy and brighter on the ends. Do you have a zone toner price for your balayage clients where you paint a darker color at the roots, lighter on the ends? Have a think about it. Now, I'm going to suggest, if it was a quote for a tint retouch, whether it be you're doing it in 2 steps or 1 for red hair, have a think about it. What feels comfortable for you? I want to just know in the comments if you understand or if you have questions. So write yes or understand for you understand, or write your actual question and I will try and help you. So now's a great time to ask me. I'm not going to give you a suggested price because I don't know your personal needs. However, does this make sense for you to go off and know how to create a quote? Give me a yes if it makes sense, or write your question in the comments. Understand? Understand? Woohoo! Understand? I think it's a consideration. Yes, yes, we've got it. Okay, perfect. I'm going to move on. Yes, we've got thumbs up, yeses. We've got all sorts of things happening. Cute dog, Stephanie. That's your profile picture. Very cute. I will move on. So take the time before a salon client comes to work this out. Get strong, get clear on your quoting. I want you to be making a profit. So we've had that slide. We've now got time for clarifications. Now I am wrapping up towards the end. I've just got a few more slides. I do have a couple of things I just wanted to let you know that is going on in my education arena at the moment. So there's a couple of options. What you could do with this information now is option 1, you could keep trying to do this on your own and you can learn through trial and error. I mean, I did that, and sometimes it's great and other times it's a bit of a struggle on paying clients, but you might be wasting hundreds or thousands of dollars in the process with redos, depending if you're a solo operator or a small team or operating loads of salons. That could be thousands of dollars in color adjustments, redos, and product wastage. Or you could have another option and learn how to do this with confidence and follow a proven step-by-step formula to effortlessly paint and formulate reds and copper clients in your salon over and over again using salon-friendly techniques and client-friendly language that works. So I've got a little sneak preview. I wanted to share with you that I have just launched a signature online program on a hair painting for redheads. These are a couple of the models and the techniques. So we've got the mermaid, we've got that more edgy look, base breakers. I love to get base breakers happening for these lighter gold and creamy blondes with some express foils. If you want me to show you my formulas, and I would love to welcome you in or to let you know some more information about it, because then we can all become hair painters that slay. So what you would learn would be the skills, strategies, and hair painting techniques needed to paint reds and copper hair color with confidence in my brand new signature online program. So you are absolutely invited. The doors are open. I will let Elaine know any of the details for this, and it is only going to be available for a couple of weeks, which is why Elaine explained this actual webinar is a sneak peek and a deep dive into one of the topics that you'll be learning if you joined me in that. And it's launching at a special founding members price. That's a reduced investment. This is a slide that I used on my Sunday webinar, so we'll skim through it. But basically, there's 4 modules. It's pre-recorded training and hair technique tutorials. There's also live Q&A, a private Facebook group, and 4 group coaching calls. Here's my lovely friend, Chris Sorby, who has written a testimonial for me that you can find on my website, as well as my gorgeous friend, Elaine here, and another friend, Alicia, who are international superstars in their own right that have written me testimonials. So I would love for you to join me to go from artist to expert and become a hair painter that slays reds and coppers. I want to help guide you towards expert status. I'm also thrilled that you joined me today for this live free webinar. I have other things that you can access, which I think I mentioned, the Color Christina Talks podcast. You can also find me on Instagram at Color Christina, and I'm on Facebook as well, Christina Russell Hair Colorist. I believe this is the last slide. So this takes me onto the slide that says, thank you for joining today's class. Thank you for giving me the energy. Thank you for offering this opportunity, Elaine. I love being a part of your colourful community. So if you're wanting to contact me with any questions, here's my email. It's hello@christinarussell.com.au, or as I said, my Insta is there, Color Christina. Remember, I spell it with a U, and that's okay. We can all have creative spelling, but that's the Aussie way of spelling color, which is different to the US and I think Canadian. So that wraps up my presentation for today. And I just wanted to say thank you and connect back with Elaine if you'd like to do a little bit of just an open Q&A, or if we've covered everything.
Sorry, I was talking away, mute it. I'm back. Thank you for another wonderful, wonderful, amazing training. Reds can be so intimidating. I've never tried blonding cream. I love that tip about the blonding cream. I wouldn't even think of it with Redheads, so that's amazing. And of course, you have me wanting to take tap lessons with a 5, 6, 7, 8. I hear you in my head now when I formulate a redhead. 5, 6, 7, 8.
I love it.
Because that's the way you talked in the beginning about your learning style and that you were such a visual learner. And there are so many different types of the way that people learn. And I think that's one of the main reasons that a lot of us became hairdressers, because we didn't want to just sit and read things in a book. We want to experience, we want to get our hands in there. So having that little music trick, for me, music is memorization. When I had to memorize Latin, it had to be, I just sing it. I could never remember it unless I sang it. So that's why I love that so much. And Christina shared, I love when she says, do you want to be a color chartist or a color artist? Of course, with her accent, it's much more adorable. But what do you want? Do you want to just pick up that 7N all day long? Or do you want to be an amazing colorist who's creating works of art that are walking out your door? And it's that simple. I love that you shared double process red. It's something, again, we always think about the double process blonde, but what about the red? I talked earlier in my presentation about when you accidentally expose orange, it's like the herpes of hair color. You can't get rid of it. But when you want artificial orange, it's the first to go, right? As you know, with your own hair. So it's kind of like one of those catch-22s. When you want it, it doesn't stay. And when you want to get rid of it, you can't get rid of it. So there's a huge difference between artificial and pigment that comes out in the hair naturally. So I think you did an amazing job at touching on all of that. I am so amazed at how many people are still with us. We only lost, from beginning to end, we've only lost about 30 people live. So that is incredible.
That's great.
So the pressure was on you, girlfriend, because you were last and everybody's tired. So you had a lot of interaction and everybody really enjoyed it. So that's amazing. So everyone, thank you. Well, first of all, Christina, I will let you go and I will wrap this up, but thank you so much. You're amazing.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
I hope that
everyone.
everybody reaches out to Christina. She has an amazing free ebook that you can get from her.
Oh, I forgot.
Listen to her podcast. It's amazing.
Yeah.
She does a great job on the podcast. So definitely follow her and stay in touch with her. And thank you, my friend. You're amazing.
Thank you. The ebook is on my website. I did forget that. That is a really major thing that I forgot. So it's on christinarussell.com.au. It's the ultimate guide for hair painting reds and coppers. So it's totally on topic. So I welcome any of you to jump on and download that and check out what's on offer there. Thank you so much, Elaine, for having me. I hope I helped end it on a strong, colourful, little bit crazy point.
Of course you did. And you had great engagement and everybody's saying they love it, love it, love it. Lots of great comments. So
awesome.
I will be in touch. I love you, my friend. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
That was amazing. As always, she never, ever disappoints. And you, my friends, do not disappoint. To stay with us from 1 o'clock to almost 7 p.m., people reached out to me this morning and said, do I pick? Is it 1 o'clock or 6 o'clock? Like they couldn't wrap themselves around the fact that it was going to be all of that time. And I said, nope, we're going to be there all day and you can pop in and out as you wish. And if you signed up, you will have access to the replay. So Christina has asked if we could take her replay down after 2 weeks because she does charge for that training that she just did with us free. So you have 2 weeks to watch hers. The rest of the replays will remain accessible. We're going to leave it up for a little bit on where you're watching, either YouTube or Facebook. It'll remain up for probably the rest of tonight. If you have a friend, if you go into the salon tomorrow and you're excited and filled with inspiration and you're just so excited and want to share, feel free to share with your friends and tell them about this event and how great it was, and tell them to still sign up and at least have access to the replay versus watching it live. You all got to see it live in action. You got to interact and ask questions, which is always amazing. But it is definitely something that you can share with other people that may not have known about it. So please keep in touch. If you don't already follow me, my Instagram is Expert Color Solutions on Instagram. The Expert Color Solutions page that you're watching this event on is where I come live every single Wednesday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for my coffee chat. It's coffee and colorful conversation. Sometimes I have guests. Sometimes it's just me. Sometimes I have a hot seat or someone who is having an issue with a color jumps on and they're my hot seat contestant and we walk through how to fix a crazy correction. So I hope that you will stay in touch and follow me on the coffee chat. I hope you'll follow my YouTube. And again, I am just so grateful for you supporting this free event because that really is my purpose in life, is to share and care with everyone who struggles with hair color because it doesn't have to be hard. It can be so much easier than we have heard it explained in other ways. Once you cut through all the noise, it's really simple and basic. And if you follow the rules and, bust those myths that I shared with you and get out of your own way, you can be a really super confident colorist and earn more money behind the chair and stop working those 12, 13-hour days that I know that you are all guilty of because I was too. But no longer. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I so appreciate each and every one of you. And I hope that you will keep in touch. If your email did not show up, that means it's in your spam or junk folder. Please try and reply to an email when you find it in your spam. That kind of helps me get into your regular email and not show up in your junk. So Thank you, thank you, thank you. And everyone have an amazing night.